and welcome everybody again. And yeah, just to say that we're really excited to be sharing Cinderella stories with you all, and to say thank you very much to the George Ewart Evans Centre for Storytelling and Beyond the Border for holding this space with us and helping us to make it happen. I'm going to pass over to Professor Sobol in a minute, but first of all, just a bit of a housekeeping to add. So you have your microphones muted at the moment. We'd just like to ask you to keep your microphones muted all the way through, unless of course you're speaking. Chat, as you can see, is working, and you're welcome to share your thoughts and opinions in the chat all the way through. We'd like to ask you just to be careful and respectful when people are actually telling stories, that sometimes it can be a distraction. So maybe not too much chat while the stories are happening, but the questions, the Q&A panels, we're going to pick questions that have happened in the chat. So you're welcome during the talks, during the conversation, during the more theoretical part. Do share in the chat as much as you like. And what else? We are recording the session today, so if you have to move in and out, then you absolutely will be able to catch up. If you don't want to be on camera, then please turn your video off and you will not be seen. So I'm going to share the itinerary link in the chat so that everybody knows what's happening. So I'll keep on sharing this throughout the day, but that's the itinerary link so everybody knows. And we are, as you know, tickets were free today for the session, but we also welcome donations to the Become charity, which is a British charity, one of the only British charities for children in care and young care leavers. And it feels really important, particularly the work we've been doing with the Storytelling Choir has kind of emphasized the importance that these are magical and wondrous stories, but they're also stories that reflect pain and difficulty in real life. And it's really important, while celebrating the stories, to also be supportive of charities that support people who are experiencing some of this pain. So I'm going to also put a link to Become in the chat. And I will continue to do this throughout the day, just to encourage people, if you haven't already, to share a donation there. I think that's all I have for the moment. The itinerary is there. I think most of you know how to use Zoom by now. If you have managed to get through 2 years of the pandemic and you don't, I congratulate you. That's incredible. If you are uncertain about the viewing, if you go to the top right hand corner, if you're on a laptop, you can change between a gallery view, in which you can see everybody in their little windows, everybody who has cameras on, or you can have the speaker view, in which you just see the speaker. The chat is in a little bubble at the bottom, and any other questions or Zoom crises you have, feel free to, I guess, message me throughout the day. And that's all for the moment. I think I've said enough. So it just remains again for me to welcome you to this space, and I'm going to pass on to Professor Joseph Sobol, who is a Professor of Storytelling and Director of the George Ewart Evans Storytelling Centre. Joseph, I'm going to put the spotlight on you.
Look at that. Thank you, Joanna, and thank you everyone who's dropped in on our little Zoom room here. This is one of the unsuspected and welcome benefits of a global pandemic, that we've suddenly realized that we have these technologies to get together in this virtual space. We've also been able to, in some ways, deepen our connection between institutions and organizations. The George Ewart Evans Center has produced an annual symposium in the present spaces of the campus building, the atrium, for many years before the pandemic. And we always did it as an institution, and we invited people into our space. But in this new default setting for culture, we're much more dependent on each other for these frail webs of connection. And so we're co-producing this event. It was actually brought to us more or less whole, intact, by the Storytelling Choir and Joanna Gilar. And we went to our friends at Beyond the Border Storytelling Festival for their Zoom room and their web of connections. And all of that has coalesced to make this event what it is. And that's kind of special. And it also connects to Cinderella in a certain kind of way, because Cinderella is a story, or rather a web of stories, that exists in this unconscious, pre-conscious psychic formation that is the human species. And it exists in there as a web of motifs and connections between motifs, of character types, of plot functions, all these things which folklorists have studied for generations now. But we're more and more realizing the connectedness on a global level between these motifs and how they exist as a kind of mycelium, a narrative mycelium, the web of rootstock in the psyche that are constantly sending up, exists all over the world. It kind of enshrouds the world in kind of narrative consciousness or unconsciousness, depending on your point of view or how you want to articulate it, and sends up shoots in different places in different times. It's continually sending up those shoots. Some of them are cultural, some of them are individually created by authors like Angela Carter. Some of them are created communally by bouncing ideas, bouncing stories off of the groups that storytellers participate with in order to meet the needs of the moment and the time and the place. And we're going to be looking at all those things today. I wanted to just briefly cite a couple of sources that are very handy for this kind of thing going forward. Some of the speakers may cite these themselves. There's Alan Dundas's Cinderella Casebook that has, it's an edited volume with historical notes and different theoretical perspectives from the political, sociocultural, folkloristic, anthropological, psychological. There's some really interesting recent things like Jack Zipes' various political meditations on fairy tales, Kay Stone's feminist take, and Someday Your Witch Will Come. There's a recent volume called Transgressive Tales or Queering the Grimms by Kay Turner and Pauline Greenhill. These are continual reinterpretations of the story to meet the needs of the moment. And this international gathering today that we're so thrilled to be a part of is another opportunity for us to survey the world of story shoots coming up from that great narrative web that connects us all. So I'm going to turn things back to Joanna and we'll get underway. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much, Joseph. Yeah, well, I agree. It's really wonderful to be here. And I love that idea of the narrative mycelium spreading and nourishing and nurturing the world. So I just wanted to give a bit of an introduction to why we're here, basically. So last October, I contacted the man in charge of Rewilding, Brighton's one of largest golf clubs, Waterhall. And I wanted to ask him if we, the Storytelling Choir, could use his site to perform our wild concert of Cinderella's. And David, the site manager, as I later came to know, is an incredibly kind and generous man, but his email communication is very brusque. Well, I sent a 4-paragraph long email explaining the details of the project and asking if we could possibly perform it at his space. He sent me one line in response: interesting. I can't see what rewilding has to do with Cinderella. And so I'm going to bring that question into the space today because it's a great question. What does Cinderella have to do with rewilding? I'm not sure either. But I'd like to open the session with that question and also with the response we gave, which did manage to open for us permission to perform at Waterhall and to walk the Ash Child stories in a place that was once kept in this green artificial stasis for human entertainment and exercise, and is now being returned to the brambles and the nettles and the dormice and the palmate newts and the adders and the elders and the wild horses and the Sussex cows, in other words, to the multiple entanglements in which it exists. So what does Cinderella have to do with rewilding? I'm sure most of you know Cinderella's cycle, known by folklorists as ATU 510A. The Persecuted Heroine is one of the oldest and most widely distributed tales the world over. It was first recorded in writing in 9th century China, actually not in Europe. And it's in that recording, it's a tale from the Zhuang tribe about a skillful young woman and a gold-eyed fish. Versions of the story can be found the world over, from Canada to Russia, Ireland to Zimbabwe, Iran to Palestine, and some of those we're going to be lucky enough to hear today. So these stories are all around the world. They make a narrative mycelium that Joseph was talking about. But in England and America, unless we are storytellers, lucky enough to have our hands deeply embedded in the forgotten loam of folklore, the story of Cinderella that we'll know is the story that was essentially recorded and written down by Charles Perrault in the 17th century, known as Cendrillon. Perrault was following the tradition of the French salon writers, which was to take old, rude folk tales and polish them up so that they would be kind of civilized and satirical artifacts for the French court. His is the wonderful story of the lizard footman and the pumpkin and the glass slipper and the fairy godmother. For better or for worse, this has become, in Anglo-America, this has become our Cinderella, repeated endlessly, with saccharine and serious, sweet and subversive, powerful and radical retellings in 20th and 21st century media. In fact, unusually, the Grimm's retelling is actually the lesser known, because in the Grimm's retelling, which is told, it's really well known in Europe, but less in America and England, there's a tree rather than a fairy godmother, and we'll come on to that point in a minute. This is not Cinderella as she exists the world over. What we know of Cinderella is not Cinderella. And among other things, the fact that this is how we know it reflects the racist and white supremacist mindset of Anglo-American tradition. We remember Cinderella wrong. She's not, and she never has been, only the white blonde girl with a magical dress and tiny delicate feet who is saved by a fairy godmother and marries a prince to live happily ever after. Among multitudes of others, many of whom we'll hopefully have conversation with today, she's also Ye Shen, the girl from 9th century China who befriends a red-finned fish, buries its bones and learns their magic, then gets married to a greedy warlord who abuses the power of the bones and the power of her ancestors, and until they're buried in the waves of the East China Sea and lost forever. In the Cinderella cycle, we have tales of Maria from Brazil, a girl born with a snake sister twined around her neck, who gives her power, who gives her possibilities of transformation, but in the very moment where it matters, she forgets to name that snake sister and she loses her forever. She's also Hannah from Japan, who wears the skin of an old woman and has the power and the voice of mountains. She's Crowskin's Maya, a girl from Småland in Sweden, whose voice is powerful enough to control light and darkness. This story cycle includes a girl from Nigeria who's swallowed by frogs and reincarnated. It includes a girl from Zimbabwe who becomes a tamer of snakes. She's a girl from Iran and Afghanistan who is tricked into killing her own mother. And then by the redemptive power of her own attention, she brings that mother back from the dead. Ashchild is not just a girl either. He's also a boy from Haiti whose life is saved by a blazing orange tree, a cowherd from India who's recognized not by the size of his feet, but by the power of the length of his hair. He's a boy from Ireland who's fostered by a bull, and when the bull is cruelly killed by the stepmother, uses the power of that ancestor, the power of that bull, to defeat dragons. And he's a boy from Russia who dresses in copper and silver and gold. So the thing about the story cycle is that stories like Cinderella are cultural reference points. They're imaginative touchstones. They're common ground. When we say Cinderella, everyone knows what we're talking about, except that they don't, because they're no longer common ground. The truth is that we've forgotten the diversity with which they take root and the complexity in which they flourish. So the first way then, I think, to rewild Cinderella is to remember her great range of difference, the complexity of her stories. And yet also another way is to explore the complexity hidden inside the stories. Because the Cinderella that we know today is largely not wild. She may befriend mice, as in Disney, and her fairy godmother might transform as lizards to wait on her, and mice to convey her, and pumpkins to bear her. But her drama is human, and her story is essentially existing on a human plane of action, like Waterhall, like the golf course. Our Cinderella has been, by slow and repetitive reduction of difference, become a space of human interaction and a space of anthropocentric entertainment. But the thing is that in the story cycles told throughout history, who the Ashchild is far more connected with where and with whom she is, in the words of Donna Haraway, the philosopher ecologist. This human-shaped fairy godmother may be a fairy, but was also waving a magic wand, the invention of Perrault, and a wonderful invention, but has become one that's stuck. Across the world, ash children are fostered by a multitude of kin, from crabs to antelopes, yellow calves to bracket bulls, golden fish to rose trees, white doves to twining snakes, to cows to sheep. Boundaries are fluid, not just between human and non-human, but also between stranger and family, and between life and death. Because in most of the stories, when Cinderella's mother dies, she doesn't stay dead. In fact, she shapeshifts. She changes her form to come and protect the Ashchild in the form of a plant or an animal. And often this plant or animal is then later killed by the stepmother. And what the Ashchild has to do is to gather and tend to the bones. And this gathering of the bones and the tending both to the living and the dead, shape-shifted mother or wild kin, is also something that feels really crucial to the stories. Because the Ashchild, Cinderella's transformation, is not she's not a passive recipient of sudden magical largesse, a wave of a wand as a moral reward for her meekness and her obedience. Rather, she has changed her possibilities by wielding and changing her relationships. these Ash children, many of them, they care for their wild kin, not because they're lonely or because they're hopeless, but because they're change makers, preserving the fluid lines of their existence. They have complex, reciprocal relationships with their guardians. They weep trees into life. They feed fish with the edges of any food that they have. They share their meager scraps with frogs in the wells behind their houses. They polish leaves every hour of every day until they make date palms into gold, shining trees. They feed, they gather, and they bury the bones. It's not the hopelessness, it's not the meek obedience, but it's the intimate attention in many of the stories that they pay to the non-human beings around them that transforms their world. And their care for the other often puts the Ash child as a mediator, not just between human and non-human, but also between life and death. So around Cinderella and within Cinderella, there is space to invoke the diversity and complexity that's been forgotten. And as Joseph mentioned, it's not just a diversity or a power throughout history, it's also one that's continuously culturally developing and changing. And of course, these stories should change. They always are changing. And one of the things we've noticed when taking these stories into colleges, which we're doing now in Brighton, is that new changes come on and new different power constellations are opened up. So one of the things that feels quite difficult in the story is the cruelty and unredeemed maliciousness of the stepmother and the stepsisters, and the fact that it's very hard for the girl to have any kind of positive relationships with human female kin. But when we bring these stories to young people now in Brighton, they question that, and they say, well, what about if she had a relationship with her stepsisters that transgressed the cruelty that's kind of put upon them? What about if it was the relationship between the Cinderella and the stepsisters that made the change? So change is still coming. Cinderella is a change maker and a change that's still existing in our world. But in order to truly comprehend that change, I think it's something that we have to do in awareness, not just of the complexities of her now, but also of the complexities of her geography and her time and space. So how to do this? The third aspect to the Rewilding Cinderella project is to rewild how these stories are performed. The Storytelling Choir's tagline is returning community to stories by telling stories in community. As everyone in this room knows, that the honoured tradition of the solo storyteller goes back, way back before recorded history. But today, in our sort of mired in our culture of individualism, when art becomes also this kind of the polished moment of the privileged genius so often, we wondered what it would be like not to tell stories as solo tellers, what it would be like, what would happen to the Ash child cycle if we weren't alone when we told her stories? What would happen if we brought them together? What would happen if we told them in company? And what kind of conversations would erupt there? And so that's one of the reasons why we gathered here today, to share and to tell these stories in good company. And I'm not so sure that they're only stories after all. According to Jack Zipes, has already been mentioned, Zipes believes that fairy tales may have roots in long ago rites of passage rituals that were designed to help a young person mediate their relationship to life, death, civilization, and wilderness. And the thing about stories like Cinderella is that they've been received and forged by millions of voices across time and space. So they have perhaps become something deeper than a story, or perhaps they always were. But as Dr. Tyson Yunkaporta has argued in his recent book, Sand Talk, which is his exploration of conversation between Indigenous and Western cultures, community rituals can't be mediated by individuals. It takes a community to change an act of magic. And however much authors and tellers and corporations remake the Perot-based Cinderella, turning her into a dressmaking entrepreneur, as in the 2021 film, or the only goth in town, as in Andrew Lloyd Webber's new musical, we're still working within the constraints of a single story that should never have had its range of difference forgotten. We may on the surface dismiss Cinderella as passive, unhelpful modelling for young women, but in a very real sense, Cinderella is still our pattern of transformation that we model to young people, particularly young women. The idea that if you keep your head down and do what you're told and work hard, and then you'll marry well and be happily ever after. There's far more power to this story that bubbles and surges through it, about attention and kinships and hearth holding, about speaking with the grief of our ancestors and changing patterns of what's possible. We need these ash children in our lives and in the lives of our young people, and we can't bring them back alone. So the last thing I'd like to say is that this symposium is in itself an act of wilding that wasn't supposed to happen at all. In December, the Storytelling Choir, having managed to persuade David Larkin that we might have something to do with rewilding, was given permission to come to the golf course full of nettles, and therefore we got the Arts Council grant that we wanted. We had 5 places for storytellers to join us and rewild Cinderella, but we got in our call out 60 applications from incredible artists and tellers from all over the world. And we didn't want to play the game of regret and space limitation. It didn't feel like something that we even were permitted to do, because these were stories that needed to be held in conversation. And so we changed the rules, and we invited all the tellers to play a different kind of game, one that involved being in a space together and sharing and telling stories. We contacted Joseph and Emily from the George Ewart Evans Centre, who got in touch with Naomi from Beyond the Border, and we told them that we had this incredible plethora of Cinderella stories that needed to be shared, and to our delight, they agreed with us. And so here we are today. So I'd like to say thank you so much to you, George Ewart Evans Centre, and to Beyond the Border, but also to all the tellers who've come here to share the stories with us today. It's our profound hope that today will be a day of rewilding, rewilding our screens, rewilding Zoom, rewilding our rooms and our imaginations with the complex, forgotten journey of the Ash Child, who is still carrying the flames. So thank you so much to everybody for that. Our first session is chaired by Gauri Ray. So I'm going to pass over to Gauri to introduce the speakers.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. And thank you, Joanna and Joseph. That was just a wonderful beginning to the day. And on that note, actually, I think, Joanna, you've really warmed us up to dive into the Cinderella stories. So I'm not going to have too much of a preamble. Just to say that we'll be listening to 2 wonderful speakers today, Dr. Iris Curteis from Australia, who I will invite first to bring her version of Cinderella, which is called Love Like Salt. And I would also, before I ask Dr. Curteis to take the platform, I would request anybody who has questions to put them in the chat. We'll have the 2 speakers present their versions, and then we'll take the questions at the end. So if you've got any questions, anything bubbling in your mind, just keep putting it in the chat and I'll keep scrolling through. So I'm going to now introduce Dr. Iris Curteis, who's from Australia. She's a storyteller and a social artist, and I'm really looking forward to listening to Love Like Salt.
Thank you very much, everyone. So I'm going to jump straight in and tell you the story. And then after the story, I'll unpack it a little bit. So get comfortable. There was once a wealthy and powerful man. Some say he was a king, others he was a merchant. It matters little. What does matter is he owned a great many things, among them a measure of vanity he wore like an overcoat. But even he felt the hands of age lie more heavily on his shoulders, and his wife was similar in years. So he decided that it was time to decree who'd rule after his death. He had 3 daughters, all beautiful, kind-hearted, and wise enough for his liking. He told them he loved them all equally, and therefore he'd name the one who brought him the most indispensable thing as future queen. The eldest daughter brought him a fine purple robe and said, naked we come into the world, so clothing is indispensable. But purple is the most indispensable thing for a king, for it is the mark of majesty and rulership. Without it, he is just a common man. The second daughter baked a loaf of bread, placed it on a golden platter, and served it with a golden beaker of wine. Father, food and drink are the most indispensable, for without these, none can live. They are the gifts of God who taught us to know them as sacred symbols. Then the youngest stepped forward, bearing salt in a small wooden bowl, saying, Father, I know salt and wood to be the most indispensable. The ancients paid homage to sacred trees and knew salt to be holy. I love you like salt, and salt, like love, is indispensable. The father turned pale with outrage. Immediately decreed the kingdom would be divided between the 2 elder sisters, and then with a voice like thunder, with words as sharp and cold as hail, he said, you, my youngest daughter, have shown the sense of a peasant. If you love me like salt, your love shall be repaid in salt. You shall be seized, a sack of salt bound on your back, and blindfolded you'll be led up the mountain, deep into the wild, trackless forest, as far as your feet will carry you. Go to the foolish, coarse people who worship trees. Go to those who consider common salt to be sacred. Go until you can go no further, and there you will be left. The girl wept with all the grief a broken heart can hold. Mother and sisters begged for mercy, but the father's anger raged like a tempest. As he decreed, so it was done. She was forced to walk until the weight of the salt was too great to bear, and she fell unconscious to the ground. There the guards left her. When the father came to his senses and regretted his terrible severity, he had the whole forest searched. But even his most skillful hunters found no trace of his daughter. Surely the wild beasts had devoured her. He could not contain his sorrow. But mother and sisters hoped that she still lived, hoped she'd hidden herself in a cave, hoped she'd found shelter with caring, gentle people. High on that same mountain lived a woman as gnarled as an ancient yew tree. She kept a large, noisy, fierce flock of white geese and was known to some as a wise woman who'd cure almost any ailment, who knew all the secret ways of the stars and the moon, helped with the getting of children, the healing of wounds, those of the body and of the soul. When the season was right, she'd cut grass for her geese in the meadow. By the edge of the forest, she'd gather wild berries, apples, mushrooms. People often saw her make her way deep into the woods, where bears, wolves, and wild things without names lived, to gather all manner of herb, bark, leaf, and root. Some said she'd often stand as if listening to the whispered talk among the trees, stoneword scatterings and moss murmurings, soil secrets and wisdom shared between ant and eagle. Others said she was casting spells, she had claws beneath her gloves, it was safer to stay far away from her, best not to even look at her. They placed no trust in herb law, women who lived alone and had kenning of the ways the weather would change long before it did, and read in leather-bound books. She was a witch. One morning, a young man, he might have been a count, who loved to wander in the wild places, came across her just as she was bundling and tying an enormous ground sheet full of sweet-scented grass. The bundle was huge. It wasn't all. There were 2 large baskets of apples and pears. He burst out laughing and said, "What are you thinking, old mother? You'll never carry this. Have you no one to help you?" She smiled and shook her head. "I am poor, and the poor know best. Everyone must carry their burden. But seeing that you are straight and strong, would you be so kind?" He agreed. If the old woman could manage, it wouldn't be too heavy or too far. But soon enough, he was groaning under the weight, saying he needed to rest. "It will do you good not to give up. Go on a bit more. It's quite light," said she. "You'll have to walk for another hour in any case." "Another hour? Your bundle is not light. It weighs as if it were full of cobblestones, and the apples and pears are as heavy as lead. I can scarcely breathe. But I'll bear it," he said. Then the path began to climb, up and up, steeper and steeper, scaling the mountainside. Stones slipped and slid under his steps as if they were alive. "Old mother," said he, "I can't go on. I must rest." "Not here," answered she. "You can rest when we arrive." "Old woman, you're shameless," he cried, and tried to throw off the bundle, but it stuck fast as if it grew on his back. She capered about, laughing, telling him his face was as red as a turkey tom's, telling him, "Carry your burden patiently," promising a reward. With every step, he dragged himself along behind her. She grew more and more nimble. Just as he thought it could get no worse, she leapt into the air and landed high on top of the bundle. His knees nearly buckled, and he would have sunk to the ground, but the crone flogged his legs with stinging nettles. Groaning, he climbed and finally reached her cottage. Geese flapped their wings, stretched out their necks, and honking ran to meet the old one. Behind the flock walked a wench, coarse and grey, strong and tall. She called out how glad she was to see her mother safely return, for she'd stayed away so long. Answered the crone, "This kind gentleman carried my burden and even took me on his back when I was tired. It didn't seem long to us. We've been merrily cracking jokes." At last the old woman slid down, took the baskets off the young man's arms, and the bundle fell to the ground. She looked quite kindly at him, offering him to sit and rest. But her daughter she sent into the house, for it was not seemly for them to be left alone. "We mustn't pour oil on the fire. He might fall in love with you," she said, her eyes aglitter. That was nearly more than the young man could take. The daughter's hair, braided into a thick plait, was as coarse as an old horse's tail. Her features were as if they'd been carved with all the finesse of an axe. Her skin was like rawhide, crusted with salt and etched with the markings of thorns. After the old woman had brought him food and drink, stroked her geese as if they were children, and had disappeared back inside, he lay down on the bench under a wild apple tree. The air was warm and mild. On all sides stretched green meadow, set with cowslips, wild thyme, buttercups, yarrow, flowers in their thousands and bees at twice the count. A brook like a ribbon of silver threaded through the green, and white geese grazed, rested, and floated in the water. The next thing he knew, the old woman shook him awake. "Sit up," she said, "you can't stay here. But before you leave, I'll give you your reward. Of money and land you have no need. Here is something else." She placed into his hand an exquisite phial, cut of a single emerald. He gazed at it in wonder and saw deep within the emerald depths the light of a leafy summer forest and the soft radiance of the moon. "Take great care of it," said she, "for it has the power to heal hearts and bring you good fortune." Refreshed and overcome with gratitude for this precious gift, he set off at once. It took 3 days of wandering the wilderness before he found his way to a town. The lord and lady were holding a banquet in remembrance of the daughter they'd lost. As no one knew him, he was brought before them. He knelt respectfully, and when asked to rise and tell of his travels, spoke of his strange encounter with the crone, and finally drew the emerald phial out and handed it to the queen. She'd hardly touched it when she fell in a faint to the ground. The count was seized and would have been thrown into prison when the queen opened her eyes and ordered, "Release him and leave. I wish to speak with him alone." "As soon as I touched your phial," she said, "I knew it held the tears that had fallen from my daughter's eyes. Tell me, have you seen her? She was as white as snow, as rosy as apple blossom, and her hair as radiant as sunbeams." The count shook his head. He'd only seen the crone and her coarse, ugly daughter. He'd seen nothing of such a fair child. "But I give you my word, I will return to the crone and ask her if she has any knowledge of her." So once more he set off to climb the mountain. This time he found his path with uncanny ease, as if it unfurled before his feet and willingly guided him along the easiest and speediest route until it took him through deep forest. All around him he heard the stalking tread of padded paws, the cracking of branches broken by antler and pelt-cloaked shoulders, the snuffling of wild boar. Then through the trees he caught sight of the moon. He hurried towards the light. At the edge of the clearing he met a wolf and hastily climbed an oak that stood close by a tarn and settled in for an uncomfortable wait till morning. As day passed the scepter to night, in the hushed glow of a single log burning on a hearth, the crone sat spinning. The coarse-faced daughter sat reading in a great book. Both were wrapped in the silent blue mantle of dusk until wings fluttered, 2 luminous eyes peered through the window, and an owl called thrice. Spoke the crone. "It is time, my daughter. The moon is rising full, and you must go out and do your work." The daughter rose and went across the meadow, following the silver stream through the silent halls of the forest. Nothing stirred, not a whisper of wind, not a rustle of leaf, when she stepped out into the clearing and made her way to the deep indigo tarn that held the silver radiance of the moon in its round. The coarse-faced daughter slowly lifted her hands to her face, and up there in the oak tree, the young man saw her, saw for the first time in the moonlight the strange, wild beauty of this face, tear-netted, salt-tattooed, embossed with the etchings of rejection. Saw how deeply it was tanned with grief, and understood what had once looked only coarse, now that he beheld it, was a thing that surpassed beauty with truth. She gently took off the mask, her hide of resilience, and lay it on the sweet scented grass. She slipped out of her shift and into the water and bathed in that glimmering pool. And when she'd finished, she dressed. And in the silver moonlight by the edge of that tarn, she sat. As she sat, she wept. As she wept, she sowed her tears like pearls into the sacred water. Tears that dissolve grief, healed and cleansed. Tears wept for heartless fathers, for the remorse suffered. Tears to give strength to mothers and sisters. Tears of forgiveness and gratitude. All fell with the luster of pearls, tracing silver ripples into the indigo countenance of the tarn. And when her tears were shed, she washed her mask gently in this salted water until it was softened by compassion. And as she gazed into that mirror, her true face, shaped by the cycles of the moon and the teachings offered by salt and love, emerged. And the man in the oak saw her hair, golden like sunbeams, fall free and spread about her like a mantle, her eyes as bright as stars in heaven, and her cheeks like apple blossom. And he knew who she was. Drawn forward, he leaned too far. When the bough cracked, she seized her mask and sprang to her feet and ran home, trembling like an aspen leaf. The old one, standing on the threshold, laughed kindly. "I already know all," she said. She lit candles and filled the room with light. Fetching a broom, she said, "All must be clean and sweet. But mother, why work at such a late hour?" "My daughter, it is 3 years today since I found you in the woods. We can no longer remain here together." The girl was terrified. "But you are my dear mother. Don't send me away." "No, child, it is my stay here that is over, not yours. But when I leave, all must be set in order. Do not hinder me in my work. Say not a word more, but go to your chamber. Take the mask off your face and put on the silken gown which you wore when I found you. Wait until I call." Soon after the young woman had gone, there was a knock on the door. The old one answered, and before the young man could say anything, she said she'd been expecting him and called out, "Come, my little daughter." And there she was in her silken robe, blushing like a moss rose when she saw the Count. And when they beheld each other, they knew they were gazing into the eyes of the one they would love for all the days of their lives. "All that is mine shall be yours," said the Count. "Ha, she needs nothing," said the old woman. "The town full of tears is more precious than all your wealth. My house is payment for her services, and she shall inherit the geese she has tended these last 3 years. They have taught her about bravery, protecting the weak, and never abandoning the sick or wounded. Taught her knowing and timing and traveling together, taking turns to lead, and the strength of lifelong bonding. Salt has preserved her purity of heart. And just as the salt of the earth, she is incorruptible. The old woman placed their hands into one another's and disappeared from their sight. The walls shook, the floor trembled, and the little house became a palace. Servants with soft downy feathers adorning their hair were joyfully preparing a wedding feast. Not long, and the queen, king, and sisters arrived, for the old one had summoned them. When they entered, the king knelt before his daughter and asked her forgiveness. The young woman said, "You might have spared yourself the long misery in which you have lived. If you had not 3 years ago unjustly driven away your child, no harm has come to me, for I bore you no ill will, and you have long had my forgiveness. You only punished yourself when you could have learned from salt, as it is as indispensable as love." But to her mother she gave the mask, and with her sisters she said she shared the secrets of the tear-filled time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Curteis. Oh, that was such a beautiful story. Yes, should we just take a moment, and then if you want to have anything to say, remarks, we're getting a bit of appreciation in the chat, lots of appreciation, in fact. We might go after this to the next speaker and then come back to take questions. That'll give you some time to breathe as well. Thank you so much for that magnificent story.
Thank you, Gauri.
Oh, yes. Salt tattooed face. Amazing. I'd like to now invite Dr. Shivani Kanodia, who is based in India. And Shivani is a storyteller from India who's on a mission to storyfy the nation, as she says. She's the founder of Arya Inspires, which is a storytelling organization aimed to nurture story lovers and stories within individuals. So I'd invite Shivani to tell the story titled Teja and Teji, and I'm really looking forward to it because I do know the story a little bit. So go ahead, Shivani.
Great. Thank you, Gauri, for that kind introduction, and hello to everyone, and namaste from India. So I've been following Storytelling Co's beautiful work when they came out with Sleeping Beauty rendition last year. And I remember watching it during the midnight hours at 2 a.m. from India. And till then, since then, I've been in awe and I've been following their work. And so when the call for Rewilding Cinderella came out, I immediately wrote to them that I have something which clearly resonates. However, this also led me to the search for other versions that are there. And I went on, I searched, and I came back to this one. So today what I have for you is an Assamese folk tale from India. Assam is a state in northeastern part of India, which is famous for its tea gardens, its silk weaves, its beautiful culture, its beautiful ecology, and its very beautiful people. And why I chose this story, and there's a bit of trigger warning here, the ending might not be apt for people, for kids, for children below 18. So if behind these Zoom boxes, because we cannot see everyone, if there is somebody who's, if we have a youngster out there listening to these renditions, it might not be appropriate. Just wanted to say that before I start saying the story. And one thing I want to mention before we get into the story is that the Gauriness, yes, the Gauriness of this tale is something that made me very sure that I want to tell it. Because as Professor Sobol put it so aptly and nicely, that folk tales tell us about the times they were written in, about the times, about the cultures they mirror. And yeah, so I think before, and there's a lot of conversation, especially in India and world over, I see about shunning all these fairy tales for the stereotypes, for the biases, for the XYZ reasons they bring in. But I very, very strongly feel that these are the very same reasons why they should be told. Also for their beautiful structure, the beautiful narratives, the beauty they hold in the finer details. And that's why they have stood the test of time. And without further ado, let's get into the story. Upon a time, long, long back, there was a peasant. He had 2 wives. The elder one had a daughter, and younger one had a daughter and a son, Teji and Teja. A beautiful, happy family of 6. They had everything they wanted. They had love, they had peace, they had harmony. Until one day, as they say, there are these hidden demons in all of us. The elder wife was jealous of the younger one because the younger one was her husband's favorite. Both of them were beautiful, charming, intelligent, and very, very nice. But younger one was also kind-hearted. All this was under the wraps until that one day when both the wives went for their daily bath to the nearby tank. And younger one asked the elder one to scrub her back. The jealousy took over. And while the elder one was scrubbing the younger one's back, she also pushed her into the tank. And woohoo, she said, change into a tortoise. And so the younger wife was transformed into a tortoise. She left her there and went back home. On reaching home, children asked Teja, Teji, her own daughter, where is our mother? And she shrugged them off. How do I know? Children were worried. They couldn't do much. Next day, when they went out and took the cows for grazing, and when they were near the tank, they heard a voice. Children, they looked around. There was nobody. They shrugged it off in their own heads. They again heard a voice. Teja, Teji. This time, they looked at each other. Did you hear that? Yeah. They again looked around. They didn't know where this voice is coming from, but they were sure that this was not in their heads. And that's when they heard, children, look in the tank. Is this tortoise talking? I am not tortoise. Teja, Teji, I'm your mother. Your stepmother transformed me into a tortoise yesterday. And she told them everything that happened. Children cried, children wept. But the mother just said, don't worry, sit with me. And she looked at them and like every mother felt that they didn't eat well. So she offered them the tortoise vomit on the leaf nearby and told them, eat it. You will feel very good and not hungry anymore. Children followed and obeyed their mother. And they'd not had such delicious meal in a long, long time. They were not hungry anymore. They were satisfied and they went back home happy. They met their mother after all. Every day this happened. Days passed and the elder wife was noticing this change. Something is wrong. These children don't ask for food anymore. They're getting plump and healthier while my own daughter is getting scrawny and thin. I have to find out what's happening. So she one day asked her daughter to go along with Teja and Teji when they went for cow grazing. The daughter went with them, and Teja and Teji, for obvious reasons, did not want her to know where do they go, who do they meet. So by design, they sent her with one cow on the other side and went quickly to the tank to meet their mother. The mother brought out the food from the stomach and put it on the leaf like every other day. And while they were eating it, suddenly their sister came. And when the sister came, she saw Teja and Teji eating the food. Now, for the kind-hearted souls these children were, just like their mother, they offered her the food. The sister was also very delighted. She had never had such a delicious meal in a long, long, long time. She felt happy, full, and gratified. And all of them happily went home. As soon as she reached home, she was poured with questions. What did you see? What did you eat? Did you do something? But she said, no, mother. We just went, we grazed the cows, and we came back. You're lying. Don't lie. Tell me now. And poor girl, how could she hide it? She blurted everything. And now the elder wife knew the secret. She was enraged. She was angry. And she had another plan. That night, she put pot shreds under her mattress. And the entire night, she kept tossing and turning and tossing and turning and tossing and turning. And with every toss and turn, there was a sound. Her husband asked, "What's wrong with you, my dear?" And she said, "I have bad joint ache. I think I'll die if not cured." The husband asked, "What can I do for you?" "That big tortoise in the tank, I need its flesh, and that will cure me. Your wish is my demand." And so the peasant ordered his servants to go and catch that tortoise and cook a nice, delicious meal for her wife. When Teja and Teji heard this, they were horrified. They went running to their mother and told her everything. Mother, who was now a tortoise, told her, "Don't worry, there's no point weeping. We have to find a solution. Now listen to me carefully and do as I told you, as I tell you. The men will try and catch me, but I will not be caught. And then you have to try and catch me. I will be caught. Once you hand over me to them, they will offer you some meat in return. When you get that cooked meal, hide the meat under the leaf. Don't eat it. And find a way to plant it near this tank." Children listened to their mother carefully and said, "Okay." Next day, everybody went on a mission to catch the big tortoise. After all, the elder wife had to be cured. They went there and tried to catch the tortoise. Here, there, everywhere. But every effort was in vain. Till Teja and Teji went and got the tortoise. The meal was cooked, and just like the mother had anticipated, they were given the meal. And they very carefully hid the meat under the leaf and planted it near the tank. Next day, the entire village was in for a surprise because there grew a big tree. of gold and silver. Gold and silver tree? The news spread like wildfire. Everybody came to get some gold, get some silver, get some more. But nobody was able to pluck even a single coin, a single leaf. The news reached the king, and he came with this big army to uproot the tree. The soldiers tried, alone, in groups, together, with ropes, with elephants. Nothing doing. Nobody was able to uproot that tree. And that's when Teja came and told the king, I can uproot it for you. The soldiers started to laugh. We have not been able to do it, and this boy, he will do it for us. The king said, let's listen to him. Teja said, I can uproot it for you, sire, but on one condition. You will have to marry my sister. Marry your sister? She's too young. But I will come back for her if you keep your promise. And so Teja uprooted that gold and silver tree and handed it over to the king. King went back with the promise to come back to marry Teji. But before he left, Teja said, you are a busy man, sire. You may forget your promise. So here's a gift. He gave him a grackle, a bird like a crow, and seeds of a pomegranate tree. When this bird starts to speak and this tree bears fruit, come back, my king. That will be the time to marry my Teji. The king smiled and went back. Years passed. Grackle grew up to speak. The tree bore fruits. And king heard a sound. Ari lali gaga, eri nazi lala. The tree is grown. The fruits are ready to drop. It's time to marry Sister Teji with show and pomp. The king looked around. The grackle again said, Iri gagi lala. The tree has grown. The fruits are about to drop. It's time to marry Sister Teji with show and pomp. The king remembered his promise and with his procession went to marry Teji. And they lived happily ever after? Not yet. Just not yet. The king went to marry Teji. Teji was married to the king. The elder wife was very my daughter. But there was so much she could do. And king took Teji to his kingdom. While they were on their way in a boat, what happened was that king already had 7 wives who were not happy with this alliance. And 8th one, why? So when the boatman went to the first ghat and wanted to moor the boat, there came a voice. No, 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 not on this ghat. Oh, evil Teji, this is my ghat. The kind-hearted Teji said to the boatman, please take me to another one. The boatman took her to the second ghat and she again heard this voice. No, 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 you can't park on this ghat. No, evil Teji, not on my ghat. That was the second wife. By now, Teji was in tears. She hadn't expected such a welcome. But she had no other choice. She requested the boatman to take her to the next ghat. No, 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 evil Teji, not on this cart, not on my cart. Teji was into tears. And this happened to her not just 1, 2, or 3, but 7 times on every cart. And finally, she could moor her boat on the 8th one. After this very unwelcoming welcome, she went there and lived with the king. They were happy. They bore a child after a year. They had a son who was the apple of the eyes, and everyone was happy. And that's when the elder wife had her time to seek revenge. As the custom said, after bearing children, the woman goes to her mother's house. So the elder wife called for her. Teji, who was longing for her mother's love, forgot everything that had happened. She was excited. She was so happy that her mother is calling her. She wanted to go and she left. And on being received, the elder wife gave her a warm hug. Oh, my dear Teji, I'm so sorry for what I've done for you. I've realized my mistakes, my child. I will make it up for you. Oh, my dear child. She hugged her. She treated her with good food. And next morning, she said, I've never given you mother's love. But now I have realized my mistake. Can I comb your hair? Would you allow me, please? Teji, for her kind heart. She was so happy. She had tears of happiness in her eyes, and she sat in front of her mother, her hair open. And the elder wife started to comb her hair. And while she was combing her hair, she pricked a needle in her head. And woof! Teji was transformed into a manna, a little bird. For the love of mother, said the elder wife. It was time for Teji to go home. The king called for her, sent his soldiers to bring Teji back. The elder wife dressed her own daughter in Teji's clothes and ornaments and sent her in place of Teji. They went, and the manna followed the procession to her husband's house. Teji was back, and of course, when have men noticed? Even the king did not notice that this is not Teji. He was okay, nobody recognized, and everything was going well until one day when something peculiar happened. Nobody recognized that it was not Teji. But as they say, but a child always knows the touch of the mother. The little child, when held and taken care of, kept wailing and crying, and Teji's sister had no idea how to take care of a little one. And Manna sang, whose child is it? Why does he wail? Whose child is it? Why does it wail? He looks so yellow and pale. The king took note. He felt something was off, but he ignored it. And this continued happening. And then one day he remembered that Teji also knew how to weave very beautifully. And she had this loom kept in the room where she left a piece of cloth unfinished. The king suggested, why don't you go and complete that weave? It was turning out beautiful. Teji's sister, who had no idea about weaving, had no other choice but to go and do that. Whose cloth is it? Who does it weave? Everything is naughty and untangled she leaves. Now it struck the king. This lady could not take care of his child. This lady cannot weave. My Teji weaved beautifully. My Teji knew how to take care of her child. There's something wrong. So king held two pieces of food in his hands. He opened his hands and said, "Oh dear Manna, if you are one of our own, this is the bowl of thirst. This is the bowl of hunger. If you are one of our own, come, eat this bowl of hunger. If you are not one of my own, eat this bowl of thirst." And as luck would have it, Manna listened to it and quickly fluttered to the bowl of hunger and started eating it. The king held the manna in his hands, stroked it with love, and suddenly felt something pointy in its head and plucked it out. And whoosh! It transformed, the bird transformed to Teji. His wife. His Teji was standing right in front of him and she told him everything. King was angry. King was enraged. King was furious, and he immediately ordered his soldiers to take away Teji's sister and kill her. He ordered them to kill her, take out her flesh and fat and put it in one casket, kill her and put her hands, her legs in another casket and her blood in the third, and take it as a gift to Teji's stepmother. He ordered them to take it along and tell her that it's a feast from King, and tell her that it's venison. The soldiers did as commanded. They went to Teji's stepmother with 3 caskets. Teji's stepmother, the elder wife, was happy. Wow, see, my decision was right. That Teji, she never sent me a gift. And my daughter has been there only for a few days, and she sends me 3 caskets, big caskets full of gifts. She ate the first casket, the flesh and the fat, and feasted herself to her heart's delight. The soldiers were ordered to only give the first casket at first. And when she had her delightful feast, that night she slept. Next morning, she heard soldiers who were ready to leave. Feast, feast, feast of its kind, feast from the relatives, for the relatives. And the stepmother felt she didn't make sense. And she said, "What are you saying?" The soldiers said, "Oh, nothing, ma'am. We have to go." And they pointed towards the second and the third casket and left. When the stepmother opened the second casket and saw her daughter's hearts, she was devastated. She shouted in rage. She cried, and the entire village was filled with her cries. And in the kingdom, the king, along with Teji, lived happily ever after.
Thank you, Shivani. Thank you. That's so nice to hear the story again. Thank you so much for the story. And just take a few moments, wait for people to just absorb the story, come back with any images, anything they want to say. And if there are any questions, please do put them in the chat. I'll give you both a few moments to just get yourselves back in the room, waiting for Iris to show up. Yeah, thank you. Yes, lots of comments about what powerful stories they both were, and it goes to something that Joanna kind of mentioned in her introduction about Cinderella certainly not being only a persecuted heroine. There is an inner core of resilience in both stories that seems to be coming through very, very strongly. maybe I can begin with a question, actually, or maybe it's something that you might like to talk about, both of you, and this is addressed to both of you. I was wondering about if you might speak a little bit about the element of resilience that the non-human world brings to the world of the Cinderella, Teji and the youngest daughter, the sense of the sense of resilience that the non-human world engenders in these two beings. It's a question addressed to both of you, and perhaps one of you might like to go first. Dr. Curteis, maybe?
I'll go first if you promise to call me Iris, because I feel like I'm 1,000 years old.
Okay, sure. Okay, yes, Iris, go ahead.
I guess for me, that's a really strong core point in both stories. And when I was working on Salt, the resilience from the non-human world is just in the salt itself. You can't pollute salt. Salt cleanses itself. And that sort of, that aspect, that quality was something that I felt was in the young woman as well, that no matter how much grief and hardship and just brutality was vested onto her, that she could shed that and forgive, and not forgive in this Disney-fied simpering way, but forgive through this, as the old crone called it, her work, and this going out and her work being weeping these tears into the tarn and replenishing it. That for me was an incredibly powerful image. The other really powerful image of resilience is held in the geese. I've had geese. I've recently lost them all. They aged out. They were all over 20. But if you have geese and you get to know geese, they're very fierce. They're very protective of each other. But they are also the most incredible birds, because if they're migrating and one of them drops down to the ground because it's injured or it's sick or it's been attacked, one or two other geese will drop down with it, and they'll wait until the goose or gander can actually fly again, or until they die. They won't leave it alone. And it was sort of the antithesis to what the father was doing with his daughter in that sort of banishment. And the third element in the story is there, and it's just there in a very subtle way, but it's this relationship to the forest and the resilience we can find in the forest. And it's there in that image that trees were honored as something sacred, which comes quite early in the story, but then also in the old woman who goes into the forest, not only to take, but she goes there to listen. And in that act of listening to the whisperings between the trees, to the life in the soil, to everything, she's learning. And it's that sort of resilience, that relationship to the natural world around us, that I think we need today more than we have ever needed it before. So I'm sorry if I've taken up a bit much.
No, it's that the image of listening in the forest was a really, really powerful one as well. Thank you so much. Shivani, do you want to?
Thank you, Iris, for that beautiful insight. And so in Teja and Teji's story, what attracts me to this story every time I listen, I work on it, is that both the times, even when the younger wife was transformed to a tortoise, and the second time when Teji was transformed to a myna, both these times, these characters do not give up. They do not give up to the fact that something out of their control has happened to them, and both these times, they come out and find a way to approach, to tell, to keep trying for their voices to be heard. And that is something that's very, very powerful for me. And also as an ecological narrative to this folk tale, the fact that nature is anytime more giving and more concerned and more with you than humans is a very, very powerful narrative that comes out through this folk tale. Because as you say that, humans are there to fill all the negativity in the world, but nature. And that's why the element of transformation and metamorphosis in this story is something that is very, very powerful and talks about this. Also, if I may add here about a little bit about the Assam, and this being an Assamese folk tale, there is a lot of intermingling of cultures. So besides the native Assamese people, there are people from nearby hilly and the plain areas, the tribal people like Bodos, Kavits, and others, many others, who have come and inhabited this place. So while this story in today's contemporary world, might lead you to ask a question, okay, why do we need such goriness in our stories? But we also have to realize that sometimes when cultures meet, when people from different sensibilities, so from a civilization and from tribals who are more savage than the others, there has to be some messaging of sorts to bind these different cultures with a set of rules. Setting of rules like an eye for an eye, and truth will eventually come out. Injustice will not prevail for long. These are very, very strong elements of strength as a society that comes out beautifully in this particular folktale.
Yeah, that seems to kind of address one of the questions that's come up by John Mason, who says, I'm interested in the contrast between revenge and resilience. So even when changed into animals, the protagonists in both stories don't seek revenge that other characters do. They just stay pure of heart, like Iris said. But in the Teja and Teji story, and I think this is what you've been talking about, Shivani, the king does take revenge, even if the animals don't, or the non-human world doesn't. So do you think in both your stories, there might be slightly ambivalent attitudes to revenge, or there might be differing attitudes to revenge, when it's human world versus the non-human world? Would you like to kind of remark a little bit on that?
So if I may go first, in Teja and Teji, this whole thing of ambivalence is very, very strong. So you, as John rightly mentioned, you see in how the characters in a transformed and a non-transformed world behave. You also see it in the story trying to bring out ambivalent nature of relationships. So you have a good mother and you have a bad mother. So if you notice that when stepmother's daughter, her own daughter, went and ate the tortoise vomit, she also for the first time felt satiated. So it's not that the stepmother is only not providing good food to her other two, but it's the same treatment for her own daughter as well. So that also is very subtly brought out in the story. And this ambivalent nature is one of the predominant parts of it. For example, the husband or Teja, the son, they really don't have prominent roles in the story. But if you look at the points in the story where they come, that is something which is very, very indicative of the societal hierarchy, that how some decisions are only governed by the men of the house, who my sister is getting married to, which doctor or what treatment will now happen. So while the stepmother could do things within her limits when she goes to the water tank and other things, she could not order her servants to go catch She needed her husband. So these things are also very, very reflective of the society at those times, of the patriarchal society that everybody faced. So yeah, so ambivalence is one of the core things that comes out beautifully in different aspects. I totally agree.
And the gendered element to negotiations in that sense. Yeah, thank you. Iris, do you want to come in with?
I'm not quite sure how to answer that. I guess I wouldn't pair resilience and revenge in that way anyway, because I don't think that they're necessarily things that have a lot to do with each other. I find it fascinating that the only species on the planet that takes revenge, that's us. Only humans take revenge. And if we step into nature, we encounter a great deal of resilience and a great deal of flexibility, but we don't encounter revenge. If there's this, the fear of the father that the wild animals might have devoured his daughter after he cast her out, but they wouldn't have done that as an act of evil. It's just a necessity of survival. Whereas what he did, that was revenge, because she sort of compared him a bit with salt in his mind, which she didn't really, and it sort of, that dented his ego, and that created a very vengeful, vindictive gesture. I don't know if that answers the question.
Thank you. I think there is one more question which is really quite fascinating, which is from Emily, who says that there seems to be also the element of water playing really an important role in your stories. And would you like to say something about the kind of magical or transformative qualities of water in your stories as well? Any one of you.
In this particular story, so in India, it's often said and believed that holy rivers, or people go and take bath in holy rivers, and that sort of gets rid of all the sins, right? So and also these little elements of, like I earlier said, going cow grazing, going to the nearby tank to take bath, are also the very, very core elements of a village life that the story is trying to portray. So in that sense, it also reflects the water scarcity, so to say, and how important, again, is the water that you have. If it doesn't come to you, you will have to go to that source, because it's very enrooted in us that water is cleansing, not just from the literal sense of cleaning your body, but also your soul. So from that perspective, now that Emily has asked that question, it comes to me that from that perspective, all the happenings in the first part of the story near the water is actually a strong thing. And this story is also told because there was recently a movie made on the story. So you can find this story in one of the famous folklorists of India, A.K. Ramanujan, who has written folk tales from India. And also this book, this particular story, Teja and Teji, finds its place in an Assamese collection of folk literature. And it was converted into a movie. So if I may share my screen for a second, for a short, and show you, which, I mean, it's a short trailer, which very interestingly, I hope it's visible.
Tene hole enkum.
So this is also converted into a movie, which tells us that it is part of our contemporary telling, like, you know.
Mm-hmm. Very much part of the popular culture then. Yeah, good. Yeah. And Iris, what would you have?
I would agree with Shivani that water has this profound connection to being something sacred, and that it, you know, it not only cleanses us externally, but it has this cleansing capacity for our spirit, our soul. And if we look at the fact that we are made of numbers vary a bit, and I'm useless with numbers, but between 70 and 90% water, and that the planet is made up of water in the same sort of relationship. It's also 70-90% water, and how profoundly important water is in our existence. And there's this thing with salt, and it's the salt. Water replenishes our cells from the inside, but salt stops water from penetrating in and creating too much water within our cells, which would kill us. And it's spoken of as an internal ocean inside the cells and an external ocean. And then when you look at this this forest town, it reminds of many other folk tales, like Mother Holle is one that comes to mind immediately. It's often in ancient Celtic lore, it's the portal to the other world. She goes into the forest, she's bathing under the full moon, which has such a strong relationship to water, and she's weeping these salt tears into it. You know, it's like these images, they're so interwoven and interconnected. And then of course you've got the geese and the water birds. Yeah, so I find water plays such a profound role in so many stories.
Yeah, that's a really interesting element about the role of salt vis-a-vis water, and that it sort of acts also in some ways to resist an overabundance of water. So I'm going to kind of actually ask you a question that's been asked first to Iris, and there are elements of it that comes to you, Shivani, as well. So that's a question from Joseph Sobol, and he says that Iris, in your story, there seem to have been both traditional and composed aspects in your story. Could you kind of unpack that a little bit about the traditional aspects, the more composed aspects? How did they come together? A little bit of that process he would love to know.
When I work with a folk tale, I try and find different sources of the folk tale and see what are the common threads, what are the dominant tropes, the dominant motifs. And when I work with a folk tale, I don't try and memorize words. I try and go into the folk tale as a series of images, and I'm sure I'm not alone with that. But when I get into the folk tale, I can sit or stand or just be in the pictures. And that's where the more contemporary aspect, I suppose, comes in, or the more created aspect, where on one hand, it's the folktale image that arises, and the other is what arises in myself in my process of working with the folktales. And that comes partially out of, I had a grandmother who was a prolific storyteller, And I grew up with stories, and they would just happen. You'd be sitting in the kitchen, or you'd be cooking a meal, or she'd be knitting or doing something, and she'd just tumble out a story. So they were never separate from your daily experience. They were part of it, and they sort of wove through everything. And I think when I work with a story, there's a deep cellular memory of that experience there somewhere. So I read the traditional story, but then when I work it through to a point of being able to tell it, I go pretty deeply into my own experiences, and that blends the two.
Thank you so much. Shivani, would you like to talk about the traditional aspect? Especially one of the questions was with regards to the element of songs in the stories. Were they composed? Did you draw on traditional material in your stories?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that question. And I think one of the things that attracts me to folk tales, and when I'm working on a folk tale, is personally, my attempt is to keep them intact. Because I always feel that when I'm working on a folk tale, the kind of cultural, ecological, geographical elements it brings, they talk a lot about the times and about the place. For example, even in this story, the elements of weaving, the Cinderella or the Teji in this story is not identified by her clothes, but by the weave that is so inherent in the Assamese culture. The seeds of the pomegranate tree, the grackle, the tortoise, each of these species found very, very locally in that region. Now coming to the songs and the stories, unfortunately, I have not had the privilege of hearing this story from an oral storyteller belonging to that region. So I have got this story from my research through readings. And yes, there is an element of singing in A.K. Ramanujan's version, and also the movie also brings in little songs here and there. However, the language and the traditional non-verbal traditional song which did not have a meaning was derived from the local music and the ethnicity. So yes, so while the attempt is there, but like they always say, that teller will definitely add his or her perspectives. And in the end, I said that King and Teji lived happily ever after. That's not there in the written versions. And when I said that, I also meant to say, or maybe not, because it was the king's revenge. But what about Teji?
Yeah.
We don't know.
Yeah.
Don't know, right? So this also, for me, brings out that ambiguity between how different people might have different approaches to a problem. But when, as a society, you decide a set of rules to live by, regarding adultery, regarding being mean to people, so then everybody has to go for them. So, yeah, so that's about, and these are things that attracts me to folk tales, and that makes them contemporary for me, because this sense of justice, this sense of binding the society, this sense of following certain rules is something that's also prevalent and needed, not just today, but every time in a social setup. So, yeah.
Yeah. And it's interesting when folk tales become part of the mainstream popular culture, they get reinterpreted in very specific ways as well, especially with, when it arrives onto the cinematic experience, it kind of acquires a slightly different narrative flow. So thank you for bringing that. Just to go back to Iris, 2 questions, lots of interest in the sources. Again, Joseph's question is, did you begin with an Indigenous Australian or a Euro-Australian version? It's a very specific one. And Patricia Hayward has a linked question also, which is that she was struck by the parallels in Iris, your story, Iris, and Shakespeare's King Lear, which actually, yes, as I was listening to it, I was like, oh yeah, that brings a familiar kind of memory. Patricia wonders whether you drew on any of the early sources as Shakespeare for your story. So, 2 questions about whether did you draw on Indigenous Australian or Euro-Australian versions, and the link with Shakespeare's story.
Shakespeare actually borrowed a lot from traditional folk tales, and the folk tale, the Salt folk tale, is older than King Lear, would be my assertion. And to sort of knock Shakespeare or anything, but he did draw on a lot of folktale material in his work. I don't know an Indigenous Australian version of Salt, but I have discovered from working with Indigenous elders profound links between, say, the Norse myth of the Yggdrasil ash tree and creation myths of the Yualiai people in Australia, and also the Arabana people who live in the desert. And it's quite stunning when you discover that something that's come from the northern part of the world, you can't go much further north, is echoed in such an ancient culture as the Indigenous Australian culture. So my sources for this story were European. There's an old German version that spoke of the wooden platter or the wooden bowl and the salt and the veneration of trees and salt. And apart from that, they were just generally available versions of Love Like Salt, many different iterations. And then I found another new version today.
Wow.
Because they, you just find them, they're just there somewhere. But I think it's the way I work with them that is just the difference. That because I'll read all of them, and I try and understand and penetrate into each and every one of them, and then out of that try and work what is it that I need to do.
There's a few comments in the chat about links to Welsh and the Kalavala versions with regard to connections between water and the transformative elements of water. And also there's a Central Andean myth of a heavenly llama drinking the sorrows of the people from Annabel Castellano, South America. So it's just these overlaps seem universal in that sense. There is one more question addressed to both of you regarding your stories from Lindsay Drummond. She says, it's interesting that in both stories, the males seem to have been guided by the female elements or the female beings to the truth. So she'd love to hear your thoughts on that that pathway that I suppose the female creates, or the leadership that the female takes. Your comments would be very welcome on that. Whoever's ready to go with that, it's such a big question. Yep, Shivani, go ahead.
So yes, it is very, very, very interesting. And like I said, that what I like about it is that even when they are devastated, when they're throttled, they find ways to come back again and again and again. Now giving light to males, I think when we go to the historical context of Rajas and Maharajas, the kings, or the Mughal emperors, every time if you go into the Indian ancient history, since time immemorial, you will find these little anecdotes how women, though were not on the fore, okay, so they've not made a lot of text as heroes, so to say. But wherever there is, you will find that be it a Mughal wife running a harem where everything was controlled and all the major decisions being taken, which also influence the army and the fights and the political decisions, or be it the queens of the kings, even before that. Every time women have been told, shown and to have this powerful role. And as they say that, men only focused on certain aspects, but all the nitty-gritties around it were woven by the smartness and the acumen of the women around them. And this is again something that comes out beautifully. Like I said, even during the story, just like men, the king did not notice that it's not her wife until he was shown to be. So yes, this is something very, very interesting and brings us out also of. So that's why, like I said, that although if you just read it, this particular version feels a little uncomfortable, but there are so many strong elements if you go out there and look for them and think about them. And I'm sure there are so many more which will come to us while we reflect and ponder and sleep over these stories.
There's a lot of anthropological literature on the role of women on the subcontinent, isn't it? In terms of the voice of the women, that it's not visible, but that doesn't mean that the voice doesn't exist. There is a subterranean stream that runs through in terms of the feminine voice that very, very strongly influences the courses of events. It just doesn't find its place in the history as we read it. So that's, and the folk tales are a wonderful, wonderful space where you can really hear the voice of the feminine, especially on with the subcontinental folk tales.
Like they say that story becomes what storyteller makes of it, and the history becomes what writer makes of it. So.
That's it. Yeah.
So
thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Can I move to you, Iris? Would you have
I think what I loved about this particular story was that the relationship between the women wasn't fractured, whereas in the Perrault Cinderella, it's a broken relationship, and the only redeeming feature is the fairy godmother. But you've got the nasty stepmother, you've got the nasty sisters, you've got the envious other women at the ball, and it's a very fractured, unhealthy relationship. And for me, part of the rewilding of the story was actually this celebration of the feminine. The mother and the sisters beg the father for mercy right from the get-go. And there is a version where the sisters are quite happy to get rid of the younger because then they inherit the lot and they can just shop and party and do whatever. And in this story, it's the love of the mother and the sisters that is sort of retained. It's the compassion and wisdom of the older woman who guides the younger woman. And at the end, she doesn't need the wealth that the Count has.
Yeah.
She has her own. And for me, that was such a liberating sort of moment that she doesn't, she has, not only has she a house and she's got the geese, but she also has this incredible inner wealth that she gained through this weeping of tears into the tarn that is worth more than any wealth that he can own as a man can own. So I found that really refreshing. I really liked that aspect.
I think what was also really powerful in listening to the story was that the sources of her wealth come from a very different place. And I suppose that's where the idea of rewilding can come in, from where, you know, her father and the masculine lineage would have looked for sources of wealth. So that was quite strong, that yes, there were inner resources, but there was also this she becomes part of a larger system of living, of the living and the living beings. So I think, yeah, that was really nourishing in some ways. Well, we are coming to the end of this session. We've looked at a huge span of questions, and thank you so much to everyone listening for your questions, because we've been able to cover a lot, from gender relationships to sources to transformative qualities of specific aspects in the story. I think we will probably draw this particular session to a close on Unwinding the Persecuted Heroine. That's what it was called. And I resisted saying that till the end, because it was like a reveal. Have we done it? Have we not? But it's a beginning. And I'll hand it back to Joanna. Thank you so much, Iris and Shivani. And thank you so much for those beautiful stories.
Many thanks, Ewart.
Thank you, everybody, for listening and for such beautiful insights and the conversations that it brought in. It was a delight to be here.
Thank you so much. What an incredible opening to the day. What an incredible beginning. And thank you, yes, so much to all three of you. It feels like, have we unwound? Well, we've, exactly as you said, Gauri, we've begun. And so let's have a 15-minute break. And next we have Zahra Asfah will be the next storyteller. I know that she's having some problems with her connections, so let's all send some story magic in her direction so that it will be a smooth sailing into the next story. So let's have a break, have some time, have some tea, and see you back here at 11:45, everybody. I think everyone's back. So moving over to Professor Emily Underwood-Lee, who will introduce our next speakers.
Hello, hi everyone, and thanks Joanna for inviting me to do this. It's an absolute pleasure. What an amazing start we've had to the morning as well. I won't speak very much. As Gauri did, I'll be monitoring the chat, so if you have questions for the speakers, please pop them in the chat, and then I will be looking at the chat as we go, and we'll feed those back to the speakers so they don't have to be bothered by that while they're telling, but I can come back to it for them later. Again, I'm not going to do much of an introduction. We've got three incredible speakers in this session, so I don't think I need to do that. They will contextualize for themselves. Simply, I think it falls to me to welcome our speakers who are joining us really from all over the world. It's a fantastically global session, this. Oh, we've lost Zahra. So I don't know if we might want to switch the order in this session. If Rebecca and Hend, you want to go first, and then Zahra, hopefully by the time that will give her half an hour to sort out her internet connection. Is that okay with you both?
We could. The only problem is that Hind in Gaza, her internet goes off and on at 2, so at 12 UK time.
2 p.m. more or less my time, yeah.
Okay.
So we could start and hopefully,
Let's start and hope for the best, and this will be what it is.
Hind, what do you think? Hind is okay? You think?
I'm sure that the electricity will go off.
But for how long?
More or less now, like in 10 minutes or even less than 10 minutes.
We've got Zahra back. Okay.
Yeah, okay, great.
Okay, so we'll go with Zahra first, and then we'll move over to Hend and Rebecca. So Zahra is joining us from Tehran, Hend from Palestine, and Rebecca from Spain. So as I say, a truly international panel with all the joy that brings and all the technical issues that also might demonstrate. But let's just be grateful that at least we can be in a space together. I will simply at this point hand over to Zahra Attar, who's going to be starting our session with the first story.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for your valuable attention. I have to tell you that I am facing a lot of unknown problems here with the internet, and I really hope that I stay connected. Ta, 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 coo, coo, coo. Ta, 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 coo, coo, coo. Ta, 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 coo, coo, coo. Long ago, in a land of mountains and rivers, in a land of forests and deserts, in a land of gardens and fountains. Long ago, in Iran, where the sun burnt in summer and the blizzard howled in winter, there lived a fisherman with his wife and his only daughter. Every early morning, as the sun rose between the sea and the mountains, the fisherman went to the sea, caught fish, took the fish with him all the way from the sea to the big bazaar, sold the fish every late afternoon. As the sun sank between the sea and the mountains, the fisherman walked into the mountains, went to his house, had dinner with his wife and his daughter, and went to sleep so that he could wake up, he could rise with the sun the day after. Life went on like this for a while. The fisherman's daughter was named Ma Sultan. Ma Sultan was lucky enough to be able to go to Maktab Khane, the learning houses of the time in Iran. Lullaby, Ma Sultan's school teacher, who had lost her husband many years ago and lived with her only daughter. She was secretly after winning the fisherman's heart. Between her lessons, she would tell Ma Sultan, Ma Sultan, I am your teacher. I know all the existing laws of nature. Listen to me. Tell your father to ask for my hand in marriage. That evening, after dinner, Ma Sultan turned to her father and said, Father, why don't you marry Mullah Baji, my school teacher? Her father touched his thick black mustache and said, my dear daughter, it's so difficult for me to support you and your mother, let alone supporting a second wife. Ma Sultan passed her father's words into her school teacher. Life went on like this for a while. Another day, Mullah Baji, Ma Sultan's teacher, gave her a ball and told her, Ma Sultan, I am your teacher. I know all the existing laws of nature. Take this bowl to your mother. Give it to her. Ask her to fill it with vinegar. Wait till she bends over the huge vat of vinegar. Then push her into the vat. Leave her and come to school immediately. The poor girl, Ma Sultan, assuming that her teacher, her only teacher, knew all the existing laws of nature, did exactly as she had asked her. That evening, when the fisherman went back home, there was no sign of his wife. Ma Sultan, where is your mother? I don't know, father. They both looked around the house and found her dead and drowned at the top of the vinegar vat. They pulled her out, mourned her for 3 days and 3 nights. When the third day was over, Mullah Baji, Ma Sultan's teacher, sent a message to the fisherman that she would like to marry him and take care of Ma Sultan. Now that her mother had passed away, guess what? The fisherman accepted. They married. Ma Sultan moved into the fisherman's house with her daughter. Life went on like this for a while. It took not even 14 days for Mullah Baji to begin treating Ma Sultan worse than a servant, asking her to wash the clothes, wipe the floors, fetch water from the well, milk the cows, feed the chickens, light up the candles, make yogurt, make rose water, weave a rug, collect the saffron seeds, store and dry the orange blossoms. When the fisherman brought with him fish from the sea in order to make life more difficult for Ma Sultan, she asked her to take the fish all the way to the sea and wash it in the water. Life went on like this for a while. As Ma Sultan was washing a fish in the water, the fish slipped through her fingers, jumped into the water, and disappeared into the black blue sea. Ma Sultan began to cry, fearing her stepmother's anger. Her tears dropped one by one into the water. Suddenly, a big, beautiful blue fish appeared from between the waves. She threw a smaller fish towards her on the shore and said, "Do not cry, do not despair. From now on, I will be your mother." She fed her, comforted her, talked to her. La 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 la, گل پونه گل زیبا یه باغونه لا 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 گل پونه گل زیبا like a true mother. She told her, each time, from now on, when you come to the sea, call out my name. Say, Nane Mahi, mother fish. I will appear and make all your wishes come true. Every now and then, when Ma Sultan missed her mother, she would come to the sea and she would call out, Nane Mahi, mother fish, Nane Mahi, mother fish, Nane Mahi. Nane Mahi, mother fish, always appeared and fulfilled all her wishes. She fed her body with the most delicious food and fruits. She fed her soul with the most daunting stories and tales. Life went on like this for a while. One day, as Ma Sultan was washing a fish in the water, it slipped through her fingers. Yes. Another day, Mullah Baji and her daughter were getting ready to go to a wedding in the village nearby. Mullah Baji placed a big pile of dirty clothes in front of Ma Sultan and asked her to take the clothes into the stream nearby and wash them. Ma Sultan took the clothes to the sea and asked Nane Mahi to help her. Nane Mahi, mother fish, Nane Mahi, mother fish. Nane Mahi listened to her and disappeared into the blue vast sea. But then she appeared again and brought a dazzling dress with her. A dress that fit Ma Sultan like a second skin. She told her, go to the wedding, but do not reveal to anyone who you are. When Ma Sultan entered the wedding, everyone looked at her. Everyone admired her. Everyone whispered about her. خدای من این دیگه کیه؟ چقدر خوشگله. نگاش کن. مرواریداش و کفشش و وای خدا. Before it was too late, Ma Sultan left the wedding. As she was running towards the sea, as she was rushing towards the sea, she jumped over a stream and one of her slippers dropped into the water. The slipper traveled in the water. On the way, it passed through 7 seas and 7 streams. 7 fields and 7 hills, 7 forests and 7 mountains, 7 rivers and 7 rocks, 7 caves and 7 castles, 7 cities and 7 fountains, till it reached the city of Isfahan. The man who found the slipper was wise enough to know that it was not an ordinary one, and took it immediately to the palace. The slipper was brought to the attention of the king and the prince. When the prince set eyes on the slipper, he lost all his senses. He asked his father to send his men over the kingdom and to find the owner of the slipper. The king ordered one of his most trusted officers in search of the girl whose slipper had gone missing. The officer traveled all over Persia. On the way, he passed through 7 seas and 7 streams, 7 hills and 7 fields, 7 forests and 7 mountains, 7 rivers and 7 rocks, 7 caves and 7 castles, 7 cities and 7 fountains, till he reached the doorstep of the fisherman's house. Lullaby's daughter tried the slipper, but her feet were too big and it didn't fit her. When Ma Sultan tried the slipper, it fit her. It fit her like a second skin. The officer looked at Ma Sultan and saw her like a precious jewel lost in the sand. When he was back in Isfahan, he revealed everything that he had seen to the king and the prince. In one moment, the prince fell in love with Ma Sultan and wished to marry her. By the king's order, they brought Ma Sultan to the city of Isfahan. Behind her, suddenly appeared Nane Mahi's dowry to Ma Sultan. 7 camels, 7 donkeys, carrying 7 servants with 7 trays. Each tray was filled with the most precious objects. One tray was filled with silver. Another tray was filled with gold. Another tray with saffron. Another one with silk. Another one with rugs. Another one with mirrors. And one tray was carrying a slipper. Everyone was astonished. The king ordered for the city of Asfah to be decorated with candles, lanterns, jasmine flowers, rose water, incense. The food was abundant. Music and songs filled the air. The wedding lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. Ma Sultan and the prince married and lived happily ever after. My dear friends, do you think we ever know if Mullah Baji was punished or pardoned?
Zahra, thank you so much. What a beautiful telling, and so much resonant in there with the, for those of us that understand Cinderella from a whole range of traditions. Absolutely fascinating and wonderful. As we did with the last session, we're going to move straight into our next telling, and we will take questions for all the speakers after that, so that everybody can hear the stories first before we get into our analytical bits of our brains, and we can just enjoy our story brains for a moment. So I shall, not that there's such a divide, that was just I shall hand straight over to Rebecca Lemaire and Hend Al-Qatar, and we will for our next telling.
You're muted, Hind.
كان يا مكان في قديم الزمان وما يحلى الحكي إلا بذكر النبي عليه الصلاة والسلام.
In that beautiful land of Palestine, there lived a king and a queen, and they had just one daughter, and they were happy, it seemed, until one day the queen fell gravely ill. And just before she died, she whispered to her daughter, "Be strong, only you can protect yourself, only you can know." Before her daughter could ask her any extra explanations, the queen died. After the acceptable mourning period, the king decided he wanted to marry again. He looked here and there and everywhere, but in his eyes, no one was as beautiful as his queen had been, except for one day he noticed his daughter, who was now a young woman.
نعم صحيح، بنته اللي من لحمه ودمه. ضلت الفكرة معششة في مخه، ما بده يتزوج حدا تاني غير بنته. عشان يحلل الإشي اللي بيعمله قرر إنه يتحايل على القانون.
So he sent for the Qadi, the local lawman. And when the Qadi was at the palace, the king asked him, "Oh, man of law, a tree that I've been caring for, that I've been watering, that I've been nourishing for many years, is it legally mine or can anyone else claim it?"
أكيد بتكون إلك.
"That's what I thought," said the king, "rightfully mine." And he sent the Qadi away.
وبس سمع شو القاضي حكى له، على طول راح بعد ورا الخدم، قال لهم روحوا جيبوا فستان عرس وجيبوا أساور ذهب، وقعد بيستعد عشان يتزوج بنته.
So the next day, he showed these to his daughter, the wedding dress that he had had made for her, the gold bracelets. "You shall wear these tonight," he said. "But you are my father," pleaded the princess. "No longer now," he said. "Call me Ibn Ami." husband. Do as you're told.
الأميرة المسكينة صارت متأكدة إنه أبوها بيحاول إنه يتزوجها، مش عارفة إيش تعمل، صارت تناجي وتدعي ربنا. مولاي إني ببابك مولاي إني ببابك قد بسطت يدي، من لي ألوذ به إلاك يا سندي، مولاي يا مولاي. وهي بتدعي وبتناجي ربنا خطرت على بالها فكرة.
She had had an idea in her prayers. She sent one of her servants to go and get her some sackcloth, a coarse material made of goat's hair. And she started sewing herself in secret a suit made out of that sackcloth material that would cover her whole entire body, except for her mouth, her nostrils, and her eyes. She sewed every minute of the day while her father wasn't watching. By evening time, it was finished. She hid the sackcloth suit by one of the back doors of the palace. And soon she heard her father telling her to get ready.
وتلبس فستان العرس والأساور الذهب، وحكى لها إنه بيستناها بغرفة النوم الملكية.
Dressed in her bridal dress with her jewelry, she pushed open the door of her father's chambers. He was there waiting for her. I need to go to the outhouse, she suddenly said. The toilets, even in palaces, were outside in the past.
بس أنا شو يضمني إنك ما تهربي؟
No, I won't escape, she said, but if it can reassure you, I have this very long string, and I can tie one end on my wrist, and you can hold the other side, and you can tug at it, and you'll know I'm still here.
وهيك عمل.
So she walked down the steps of the palace. Her father, now and again, tugged at the string, and as her arm was jerked, he could hear the tinkling of the bracelets. She carried on her way down, and as she walked out through the back door, she got her sackcloth suit. She went outside, she tied her end of the string to a big stone together with the bracelets. Quickly, she changed into the sackcloth suit. It was so itchy, so uncomfortable, so tight. She ventured into the dark night. She had never left the palace on her own before. She managed to leave the palace walls without being seen by the guards. She walked through the city, staying in the shadows of the houses. She was walking as fast as she could with this sackcloth suit hindering every movement of hers, but her father would realize sooner or later.
في هذا الوقت كان أبوها بيستناها بغرفة النوم الملكية، يضل يهز الحبل يمين وشمال ويسمع صوت الأساور ويطمن إنها لساتها ببيت الخارج، وضل يستنى ويستنى.
But eventually, he grew suspicious. This was just taking too long, even though he could still hear the tinkling of the bracelets. He got up, he put his robe on, he walked down the stairs, he walked out through the back door, and there he discovered the other end of the string with the bracelets around the big stone.
انصدم كتير الأبو، صار مش عارف إيش يعمل، يطلع حواليه يحاول يدور عليها مش لاقيها. على طول عرف إنها هربت، رجع تاني على القصر، لبس وتخفف زي إنسان عادي وطلع على حصان وطار يدور عليها.
But by then, the princess was already out of the walls of the city. She was venturing into the groves and the fields. At dawn, though, her father caught up with her. She recognized him immediately on the horse. Despite his disguise as a mere commoner, she clung to a tree. He didn't recognize her. She was completely covered. He looked at this strange creature and said, "Uncle, have you seen a young woman passing by?"
يا عمي سيبني بحالي دخيل الله، أنا مش شايفة قدامي أصلا، مش شايف قدامي.
All right, said the king, thinking this was a grumpy old man, and he went one way. And seeing her father go one way, she went the other way. She walked for some days and nights. She slept here and there wherever she could find a place. She ate whatever she could find.
ضلتها تمشي بنص الليل تاكل ورق الشجر عشان تعيش وتحاول قد ما تقدر انها تتخبى من الناس عشان ما حدا يشوفها.
After some days, exhausted, alone, hungry, she entered another city. She found the palace walls, and she went and crouched by a little door which she guessed gave onto the kitchens. She was hoping for some scraps of food.
وبعد شوية شافت الخدم اجوا ورموا اكل برا. من حد ما شافت الاكل ما صدقتش عينيها، اخيرا بدها تاكل اكل عادي، وعلى طول راحت هجمت على الاكل وصارت تاكل بشراهه.
And the servant, seeing her eat the leftovers like that she had just thrown out, she ran back into the kitchens and she called to the head cook, "Mistress, mistress, there's the weirdest sight outside. This strange creature is eating our leftovers like an animal."
روحي ناديله نشوفوا ايش بده يقول. راحت الخدامة على طول تنادي لهذا الشخص الغريب، تعال فوت لجوا، ستي بدها اياك، بدها تحكي معك.
And so when the princess in the sackcloth suit stood in the kitchen with everyone looking at her, the head cook said, "What's the situation with you, uncle? Are you a genie, a spirit, something else? Are you human at all?"
يا جماعة الخير، أنا بني آدم زيكم، بس هيك الله خلقني شو بعمل. اسمعوا، أنا ممكن أناولكم أغراض، ممكن أقشر بصل، أقشر بطاطا، بس أمانة خلوني عندكم، ما تتركوني هان لحالي، خلوني عندكم.
And so the head cook agreed to keep her in the kitchens. Despite her lack of skills, she would help in whatever way she could. At least now, under the head cook's protection, she was safe. The days passed, the weeks passed, and everyone in the servants' quarters grew to love this strange creature that was walking around. She was joyful, she was kind, and so they started nicknaming her Uncle Sackcloth.
أبو اللبابيد. راح أبو اللبابيد وإجا أبو اللبابيد.
Abu Lababid do this, Uncle Sackcloth do that, and Uncle Sackcloth moving here and there and everywhere. One day, after some weeks, the young prince was looking outside one of the windows of a tower that he hardly ever went to, when suddenly he saw this strange creature walking around the servants' quarters. Curious, he went down and asked about it, and he was told that was Uncle Sackcloth, Abu Lababid. And so he went and talked to Uncle Sackcloth. And since that day, now and again, he'd come down to the servants' quarters and have a chat with Uncle Sackcloth. He found solace in her wisdom, in her kindness. Time passed, and Uncle Sackcloth became friends with the seamstress who had her workshop there in the servants' quarters. And she started taking some scraps of material, beautiful silk, and she started sewing herself some dresses, one and then another in secret. She dreamt that one day she would be able to wear them, that she'd be able to be a princess once again.
وفي يوم من هالأيام إجا هالمرسول للقصر بيدعي الجميع لعرس كتير كبير في الحفل في المدينة، وكان الكل مبسوط، الكل متحمس بده يروح على العرس يتفرج على الحفلة.
Yes, a wedding. No one talked of anything else. All the servants even had been invited, the whole of the king's household. And on the first evening of the many days of celebration, all the servants were ready and they said, "Uncle Sackcloth, are you not coming?"
لا 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 لا، أنا ما بدي أروح معكم، أنتوا روحوا انبسطوا، مع السلامة.
When everyone had left, the palace was empty. Uncle Sackcloth quickly went and got one of those dresses that she had been sewing herself in secret. And she changed into it. The silk against her skin, the freedom of movement. She quickly slipped out of the empty palace and she found the place where the women were celebrating.
وهناك بحفل تعليق الإجهاز دخلت بهالفستان بهالمجوهرات، تألقت وضوت المكان بجمالها ورشقتها وقعدت تغني وترقص. ميلي 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 يا شجرة السريس، ميلي ميلي يا حاملي سريس، ميلي ميلي يا محمد هالعريس، ميلي ميلي ميت اسم الله عليك.
And having danced her soul at the party, she quickly slipped out, made her way back to the palace, changed back into the sackcloth suit and went to sleep by the fireplace. When the servants got home late at night, they woke her up immediately.
آخ يا أبو اللبابيد لو إنك إجت معنا راح عليك هالعرس.
You should have seen her. Princess for sure, so noble, so free, so beautiful. The next evening, the second evening of the celebrations, the same thing happened.
وزي ما عملت في الليلة اللي قبل عملت كمان هاي الليلة، لبست هالفستان ولبست هالمجوهرات وراحت على العرس وضوت المكان بجمالها ورشقتها.
ميلي ميلي يا شجرة السريز، ميلي ميلي يا حاملي سريز، ميلي ميلي يا محمد هالعريس، ميلي ميلي ميت اسم الله عليه. And then she disappeared.
Yeah.
And now she was the talk of the palace. Everyone was talking about her. Even the young prince heard about her.
حتى الأمير صار بده يعرف مين هاي.
But the only way he could meet her was to join the women's celebration. But he was a man. And so, with the help of his mother, he disguised himself as a woman.
وهناك بالحفلة طبعا التقى بالأميرة المتخفية وتحدثوا مع بعض ورقصوا مع بعض وانبسطوا كتير، صاروا أصدقاء.
And that evening, at this women's celebration, they met as two women. They laughed, they became friends, they danced, mealy, mealy. They laughed some more, they talked some more. And then suddenly, when the young prince looked one way, the mysterious princess disappeared.
وقع الأمير في حب هاي البنت الغريبة، بده يروح يشوف مين هي هاي.
His heart in the firm grip of love. He had to know who she was. And so on the fourth night of the celebrations, he didn't join the men's celebration. He didn't join the women's celebration. He went and waited outside the women's party place. Soon, the mysterious princess slipped out and he followed her back to the palace, his father's palace. He followed her back to the servants' quarters. He followed her back to the kitchen. And he discovered her secret. She is Uncle Sackcloth.
أبو اللبابيد.
The prince told no one and went to sleep. The next morning, the prince declared to the servants that he would have his food served to him by no one else apart from Uncle Sackcloth.
وبناء على طلب الأمير راحت رئيسة الطباخين قالت لأبو اللبابيد اسمع من هان ورايح أنت اللي راح تقدم الأكل، بس أمانة خلي اعفيني من هاي المهمة، أنا ما بعرف أعمل إشي تاني غير إني أشرب بس بصل وبطاطا، بس اعفيني من هاي المهمة.
Orders from the prince, said the head cook. You're just going to have to do it, Uncle Sackcloth. And so the servants, they prepared the meal, they put it on a tray, they gave it to Uncle Sackcloth. Off you go, said the head cook. And so Uncle Sackcloth started walking up the stairs with the tray. And when she was halfway up, having limped all the way, she pretended to slip and dropped the tray that tumbled down the stairs. Alerted by the noise, the prince came out of his chambers. He stood on the top of the stairs and he said, Abu Lababid, well, you're just going to have to try again.
الله يخليك يا مولاي، شوف شو عملت، بهدلت الدنيا، اعفيني من هاي المهمة، الله يخليك.
I shall have my food from no one else. He said, you're just going to have to bring as many trays as necessary and drop them as many times as necessary until you make it up the stairs.
وفعلا أبو اللبابيد مسكت هالصينية بإيدها اليمين وصينية تانية بإيدها الشمال وتطلع على الدرج تطلع وتنزل تاني تطلع وتوقع مرة تانية.
Well, both of them were trying not to burst out laughing. There were people watching. Eventually, she got to the top of the stairs and she went into his chambers with the platter of food.
تعال يا أبو اللبابيد كل معي تعال كل معي اقعد بس أنا شكلي مبهدل لا مش هقدر أكل معك لا اعفيني معلش.
No, I can't eat with you, she said. Look at me, I must go now. And as she was stepping out of his chambers, he suddenly said, I know who you are. Or rather, who you're not. She stopped. She looked at him. Please, come, he said. Tell me, who are you? So she went in, and she sat with the prince. And her eyes lowered. She told him her whole story and why she was wearing the sackcloth suit. And he told her his secret from the wedding.
إن هو كان صديقتها اللي بالحفلة. أنت؟ حكت الأميرة.
You were my friend at the wedding? She asked.
أنا.
And so, sitting there with the prince, she looked at him. She looked down at her body in this tight sackcloth suit. And she said, I'm ready to take this off now.
يلا شيلي كيس هاللباد عنك. كوني أنت زي ما أنت.
Yes, be yourself, he said.
كوني حرة.
Be free. And so together, with the help of his knife, they ripped through that sackcloth and removed it.
ميلي ميلي يا شجرة التفاح ميلي ميلي يا حاملي تفاح ميلي ميلي يا محمد هالفلاح ميلي ميلي ميت اسم الله عليك.
Oh, I can't start my video for some reason, but thank you so much for that beautiful telling. Absolutely wonderful. And the ripping off of the, there we go, it's starting, there we go. The ripping off of the sackcloth is an extraordinary moment there. So as I say, we're going to invite Zahra back into the space if you're able to join us, and we can take some questions from the audience listening. Scanning the stories. There's so much praise in the chat, particularly around the use of language. It's coming through really strongly how much people wanted to enjoyed hearing the various languages that we were treated to there. While we wait for some people to have some time with the stories and some thinking time, I think people are just reeling from how beautiful they both were at the moment. I was really interested in all of the stories that we've heard from you and the stories we heard earlier, and particularly given the theme of this session and that we've only heard from women tellers so far as well, that in this pitting against one another of the women protagonists, so we have the stepmother pitted against the daughter, we have the daughter pitted against the dead wife, this competitive element that's being set up, and then we have the women helpers in the stories as well, the prince's mother, or the dying mother who gives her the instruction, or there are mothers all the way through who are the fish. I'm gonna gender the fish. I can't remember if you did gender the fish Zahra, but she acts as a mother. You certainly said that. So I wondered if you wanted to any of you wanted to pick up on that theme about the particular pitting against or coming together of the gendered protagonists.
Actually, in our story, it wasn't there, and we added it. We added the advice from the mother.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Because we felt that it couldn't have just happened. And in some other versions, like the French one and I can't remember if the Egyptian one, but the mother actually says, please don't marry anyone less beautiful than me. And it kind of, we kind of talked about it, and we added that element. We felt that she needed some kind of...
she needs to be aware of the environment around her. And her mother just kind of reassures her, like, if you feel something wrong, just rebel against it.
And also it came from the fact that in Palestine, Hind can tell us, traditionally it was old women telling these stories. And so we felt that there was a very clear message to young women and to young men that this is not okay, and that you can escape even though the father in the patriarchal society owns you, but that is the limit. And so you can actually escape. So we felt if the old women are telling these stories in Palestine, then we kind of put that into the story in some way. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Zahra, would you like to come in on that as well?
I am so sorry. I cannot hear all and everything, so forgive me if I am somehow repeating myself or not. I'm not being respectful to what you have said already. But yes, the version of the Cinderella I shared with you is also told by a woman, Mashti Golin Khan, and I think this is also a lesson, or this is speaking more towards women and for women rather than men. And the only male character here, we don't even know his name, even though the story begins with a fisherman, but he vanishes in the background. And the same with the prince. We don't even know the name of the prince. It's all about Mah Sultan, Mulla Baji, Nane Mahi. They're all female characters throughout the story.
It's really striking to me. And I'm thinking about some of the work that Shona Lee's done on the Jewish tradition as well, where the men were the keepers of the written text and the women were the keepers of the oral text, which strikes me again in all your stories, the passed on wisdom. We have a question from Joanna, who says she'd love to hear more about the experience of preparing the stories. And you've started to touch on this certainly already, in that you added elements to the story. But yeah, in terms of researching and then preparing them for performance, particularly, and both of the tales were really strikingly told, and the use of music and rhythm and repetition was really strong in both of them. So yeah, maybe we could put that to Zahra first.
I have added the lullaby songs to the story myself. So that hasn't come from the source that I've collected the story from. And then also the top, coop, coop, coop. Again, that has been added by my own source of inspiration. And that is actually, that's the sound of women weaving carpets. And they shared a lot of stories together whilst weaving. And that's when they put when the metal touched the fabric, it made similar sounds, and like ta, ta, ku, ku. So again, this was added by myself. And but then hearing this story from my dear Ozra Khanum, who used to come and help my mother when my mother was raising her many children, she always added something new. Each time there was something new. The story was the same, but then she brought something into it. And whether it was a song, whether it was music or clapping. And so that's, yeah.
Thank you. Rebecca, Hensley.
So
Maybe
as for
yeah, you can tell us maybe about the music or
the language. So we both thought about weaving Arabic and especially the Palestinian dialect and even folk songs and music, Palestinian folk songs and music into our storytelling, because we felt that would add this Palestinian touch and flavor to our storytelling. And we both wish to share something about Palestine with the world. So what is interesting about the language used, the Palestinian dialect, it's actually, this story, Sackcloth, was told by an old woman living in a village. And so the dialect used here is the dialect of villagers. And what is unique about this dialect, it's simple. And imagining the old woman telling this story using her own style of telling in her own dialect, she would, whatever comes to her mind, she would just tell it. Even she wouldn't care about using proper language. And sometimes she would use insult words in her storytelling. So I find this unique. I tried to imitate this village, this dialect of the village, but yeah, I'm still learning. I'm sure that next time maybe I'll just take some of their dialects. And as for the songs, we chose the song that most related to weddings, especially in the past, and Mili Mili is so common. So it's a wedding song. So and a Palestinian wedding song.
Mm. And then there were a few things in the version that we took, the main version.
Yeah, so for the changes. Okay, so as for the changes, actually we tried as much as we could to keep close to the Palestinian version of Sackcloth, because we felt responsible to deliver it just as it is. But we were happy to make a few changes, and especially me, because I felt I was kind of agreeing to rebel against the situation of women here in Gaza. So one of the changes we made was we got Sackcloth to make her own clothes. She didn't have to rely on her father, and because in the version, the Palestinian version, she asked a tailor to sew her the sackcloth suit. So we wanted her to rely on herself, like she didn't have to rely on a man to survive or to make her life better, And we also felt that it would be really disturbing for her to wear the dress that her father has given her, and that would be like a reminder of something horrific. So and another change we made, I think that we got the prince and the Sackcloth to be friends even in early stages in the story, because in the Palestinian version, you reach the end of the story and then the prince, after recognizing her, for realizing who she was, so he decided to marry her, and that's it. So we felt, for us, that felt like, oh, you should be happy, I'm marrying you, I'm a prince, I'm a man. And I can relate to this because I'm sure many Palestinian women do as well, because we go through this all the time. And we have this thing, arranged marriages in Gaza. And we could see this way of thinking. A suitor comes and he feels like, I'm a man, you should be happy I'm marrying you. And even though there would be so many differences between me and him, like totally different mentalities, he'd be like, why are you so arrogant? I'm a man, you should be happy I'm marrying you. This kind of thing, yeah. So yeah, we felt that we need to make changes to the story.
Because in the story, she rebels against her father because it's unnatural and it's condoned by the woman telling the story. But at the end, the prince takes possession of her body. And so we talked about it, and I said, well, Hind and I, we said, well, as a young Palestinian woman, Hind was like, no, I don't want to that's it now, it has to change. And so we decided, okay, well, we haven't made all the changes that we would love to make. Like, for example, there's no consequences for the father. The whole issue of incest is not addressed, just like in the French version that I have, like in the Egyptian one, and like the incest.
It doesn't have to be, related to the Palestine. I'm sure that this is something universal, and it's not Palestinian, of course.
But the moment that you changed, which just struck me, which I'm assuming you changed, where she consents to having the sackcloth taken off, is that a change as well, the consent?
Yeah, we kind of made her decide to take it off rather than him rip it, because he rips it off her literally. And so
in the Palestinian version,
Yeah. This links really interestingly to a question that Gauri has asked, which is, I'd love to know the teller's views on dressing and clothing and its relationship to the cultures they come from. Are the stories specific to women telling stories, or are they told by women or men, which I think you've touched on, but if you want to address any of those points, the clothing and the links to the culture and to the gender of the teller. Zahra, was that clear?
Sorry, I am not able to hear you very well.
Okay.
All I can add here is that I find it really wonderful that when in my version, in the Persian version of the story, we talk about the dress, the focus, the attention is on the fact that it fit her like a second skin, that it became part of her, and there was not more than that. There were no glorification or any details about how the dress exactly looked like. It was more about the fact that it fit her.
So it's a pleasure, and it's her pleasure in wearing, which is, rather than anything from external. That's absolutely amazing, wonderful. Thank you. Rebecca Hend, would you like to come in about clothing again? Features, well, obviously, is the focus of the story.
I think why they used, for example, the prince pretends to be a woman, and he changes and he wears women's clothes and also sackcloth. She wears that sackcloth suit in order to change gender. So we found that both the prince and sackcloth, they changed gender, and they switch roles because they were afraid of the society. They were kind of protecting themselves.
But the prince also just it's because the male's situation is higher in power, and so the fact that he allows himself to dress as a woman, we thought it was interesting as a sort of
it was interesting. Well, at first, when we had this early discussion, I was like, a man is supporting a woman, is taking a step forward to recognizing her rights, but if you remember, we ended up thinking that if we're still waiting for a man to recognize our rights, then we're still under the control of the man,
Yeah, we've had lots of discussions, but we also like the idea that both of them are
exactly.
fighting against patriarchy.
Yeah, exactly.
Really fascinating. Valvella, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Valvella says, you tell together with such heart and artistry, and she's asking about your attention to mirroring in language, music and gesture, and even in your choice of wearing wearing the blue and the red. Can you talk about mirroring and gesture when working in a pair?
Well, maybe we can ask them a question if they understood the Arabic by the gesturing or by the body language I used.
I think basically we did a very short version of this a week ago at Feast, and then they sent us pictures, and we realized that we were kind of like the pictures we would do, but we didn't prepare it in that way. We've been working now for 2-3 years together, and something seems to happen when we work together. And I mean, sometimes Hin's video freezes for like 30 minutes because of her internet.
She doesn't understand.
And I just have to go with it. But yeah, I think the mirroring, we're not specifically doing it on purpose. It just seems to kind of, I mean, the clothes, obviously we chose the colors, but not the gestures. Yeah.
Maybe as for the audience, maybe they were happy to see the. I'm not sure if the Arabic is not your language, so maybe you
Well, Arabic isn't my language at all. I have none. Not a word.
Yeah, I know, but maybe
but
my body language. I wish. I mean, I hope it helped you understand.
yes, absolutely. I can't speak for the whole audience, but certainly for me, it was really beautiful to hear in the language that the story would be originally told, and very easy to follow. Yeah, and the way you picked up moments, although the words may not have been something I could understand, I could absolutely follow the narrative and hear in the way that you spoke the words something as well. In the intonation in your voice it goes beyond the language for me. In Wales here, where I'm based, where the George Evans Centre is, Wales is a bilingual nation, and I can't speak Welsh, although my children speak Welsh, but I can't speak Welsh. And but we're used to hearing things bilingually all the time in Wales, and even when I can't understand the language, because I can't, I can pick up the odd word.
Feel it. Yeah.
You can feel it, exactly. Yeah, and I don't know if other members of the audience want to comment on that. I will. We've had so many questions. I'm struggling to keep up, but one question, very practical. Hand, do you have stories published or recorded that somebody can purchase somewhere? That's from Majida, who says she collects and researches Palestinian stories. So maybe that's about just making contact or popping something in the chat where we can.
Yeah, I can share my Facebook link, and yeah, I do tell Palestinian folk tales, and I have a recorded one for Darwish. Yeah.
So if you could pop that in the chat, and that goes for everybody, I think, Joanna, if people have links to online resources, we'd love to share them in the chat. We've had another question, which is from Fleur, which is about the wisdom of how to deal with a predator. And Fleur says, sometimes my students tell me it's not their place to change, but for the predator to not take advantage. So it's moving into the area of victim blaming rather than blaming the victim. We blame the predator. Do you want to? Oh, we've lost Zahra again. Okay. Well, I'll offer this question to you around particularly the blame on the predator, not on the victim.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that is one of the important things that we didn't change. But so in the Palestinian version, the father just disappears out of the story. We never talk about him again. In the Egyptian version, he comes back to the princess. He finally finds her, married with the prince, but he doesn't recognize her. And he comes with the chained up servant who had suggested that he could marry his daughter, and then they end up killing her. So again, he's like done nothing wrong. And in the French version, he finds her too, and it just says, so by Perrault, and it just says, fortunately, he had forgotten his idea about marrying his daughter. He had married someone else, and he joined the wedding of the prince and the princess, and everybody was happy. And so for me, I worked with somebody who worked with reconciliation between the Basque ETA, with the reconciliation between victims and perpetrators. And the idea was that you need truth, which came out in this story, and then justice, some kind of consequence, that the king should be exiled, or that something should be said about him and his actions, which we didn't add or we didn't change, and we just left it as it was. But it would be something for discussing, I think.
I mean, her success in life, and with her being able to move on in her life, this is a kind of response to.
Yeah, and then the healing, we kind of did it to a certain extent, in the sense that we got her and the prince to be friends as women, as somebody put in the chat, which we liked. That there was no kind of, at that point, there were just two women, although he knew he was kind of deceitful to a certain extent in that point. So we had the healing to a certain extent. We had the truth that she gave rather than him, but we didn't get the justice for now.
Iris has put, welcome back, Zahra. Sorry, you're having so many problems with internet. It's difficult, isn't it? Iris has said she finds it very telling that the story told by Hent and Rebecca is found in so many cultures. always with the emphasis on the daughter's woman's right to protect herself against transgression. And I think this comes in the story with the fish will grant your wishes, the protective aid in many of the stories we're considering today. We have this young woman who needs to protect herself, who needs to find defense, and we have a choice to tell her as defending or her as having a magical helper, or but I don't know. Oh, we've lost Zahra again. I don't know if you'd like to speak to that element, the protection and the in the story. I mean, certainly in the story you told, she has absolute autonomy in her protection.
She didn't have to rely on anybody. Yeah, she.
It'd be interesting for Zahra to talk about the fish as the perhaps reincarnated mother. But Zahra, I can see that you're here, but we can't see you. Can you hear us? No. Okay.
Well, maybe one more thing in our story about protection is that we thought it was interesting that when she joins the palace as king, even though they call her in the story in English, it's sometimes, I mean, Hind translated it as weirdo, and in English it says freak, but then they still take her in and they still call her uncle, which is kind of a mark of respect, and so Hind was saying, well, that's Palestinian hospitality, and I wonder, it's kind of interesting because she's this weird freak that they hardly know if she's a human even, and yet they take her in and she's safe under the protection of the head cook. And I thought that was kind of something that's different from the Cinderella that we know, where she's sort of persecuted by everyone. Here it's really just the father.
Mm-hmm.
Zahra, would you like to speak about the helper, the fish character, and the main characters? It comes back to resilience, perhaps the main character's resilience and autonomy, and then the help that she receives from the fish. You're having trouble with the internet? Okay. Well, I think it would be, Zahra, as we're having trouble hearing from you, perhaps if you can add your contact details to the chat as well, then we can do these conversations by email or find other ways to link up as well, because I know there are a lot of questions for you here. We have from John commenting on the patriarchy, which we've talked about as well, but the patriarchy and that the female antagonists, like the teacher, are aiming for social status and security by association with a man, so they're forced into competition. So she's in your story, Rebecca, she's forced into a lower status. So social status and the patriarchy and the position of women becomes really important.
Yeah, and something that I discovered, but I'm not, I don't know, it's just I'll just put it out there. But so in the Old Testament, so in the same land where this story takes place, people would wear sackcloth, and they wouldn't cover their face, but they would wear sackcloth for grieving, for mourning, for shame, and for just that kind of, for sin sometimes, so for repentance. And so I thought that was really interesting, that because in the Egyptian version she wears leather, and I just thought it was interesting, this sackcloth that is related to all of that. So in some ways she was mourning her childhood, her mother, her but then this disguise also gave her the power, because at least she didn't look like a woman, which couldn't have allowed her to escape her father's house. She could only be in her father's house or in her husband's house, but in a way it did give her power at the same time to be able to transition and to save herself. And yeah, there's so much to unpack. I mean, it's still a bit of a mystery for us, but
so Fleur has asked, she'd like to know more about how you work with the traditional storytellers and how stories can be passed on to the next generation. Particularly, she works with young people who are hungry for stories.
Hind, do you want to talk about that?
So we, as we mentioned before, that the sackcloth was told by old women, if we just in the family, but she meant as a teacher, if she wants to pass on stories to different generation, or in general how stories are passed on.
So we got this version from a book called Speak Bird, Speak Again, and we had a conversation with one of the collectors, the anthropologist who collected this story. And so he was the one
he
who
told us about it. So traditionally, how stories are passed on. Yeah. So, well, for as we said, this sackcloth was told by an old woman and living in a village. So if we just travel back in time, in a Palestinian family in a village, you would see there the husband and wife and grandparents and children, kids around. So let's imagine the evening time there inside that house where a man would. The father would take his 14-year-old sons, and all those 14-year-old sons and above, he would take them with him out to meet the men, just to go to the men's circle. And why the father took his sons who were 14 years old and above is that at that time, a boy who was 14 years old was considered as a man, and he would be treated as a man. So the father would take his sons out, and the women were not allowed to go out in the evening. So they would stay with their kids in the house, and they would gather the kids around and tell them stories. So it's interesting that this story in particular, sackcloth, and many other versions and many other types of stories, they were told to kids. So women used to use these storytelling as a way of parenting and teaching kids and warning them, and
it's a morality as well in the story you told. It's coming back
the wisdom, exactly.
And the young boys would have been exposed to that too, which I find interesting, because in that book all of them are kind of social commentaries, and so it's nice to know that I mean, that used to be, I think now Hind wasn't even, like, she didn't grow up with that, and there's more TV, but it was nice to think that the women were able to give their message to all the women and the boys until they were 14, until they were men, and then they'd go to the men's side. So for me, that it feels like, wow, it's a shame that that's gone.
And surprisingly enough, women used to tell stories here in Palestine, by the way, not men.
Women
in this way, using this way, like in inside the house. So the house is not, I'm not sure if I think that other cultures, men would be the storytellers, not necessarily.
Yeah, and I think we could all speak to different positions on that, couldn't we? And there's a tradition of women, as Zahra mentioned, with the weaving and in women's spaces with storytelling, isn't there? It's very rich in many cultures.
And just another thing, because I saw the question from Joanna, and now Velvola, thanks, you put the link to the book, and basically that book was banned when it came out by Hamas because of the language that was used by these women, and it was kind of going against social conventions, and they said that it was because of the language that they banned it. So
well, it has in South Worlds,
There's a question here from Helen, who's asking, does the princess get to wear the prince's woman clothing? Maybe it's not answered in the story, but perhaps you can give your take on that.
You mean for another wedding, or for after
she ripped off her sackcloth, I think.
Yeah, it's very mysterious, because there's like, is she naked? Which symbolically, metaphorically, why would she want his dresses? Maybe she can make her another one of her own. I don't know. We just finished very open. So if the end of the version told in the West Bank was basically, he says, you must take this thing off. How long have we been searching, wondering who the girl was that came to the wedding? And all this time you've been living under my own roof. He made her remove the sackcloth coat and called his mother. They sent for the Qadi and wrote up their marriage contract.
He married her on the spot,
Yeah, and so basically it's kind of, but then it does say, maybe you can say it to us in Arabic, Hind, and this is my tale, I've told it, and in your hands I leave it. So we felt we can kind of, but yeah, we wanted to leave it open. We didn't say they got married. We just left her naked with like them. We felt like, let's just have them with the naked truth. And yeah, oh, Zahra's back. Maybe she would like to say something.
Yes, hi. I'm so sorry. Yes, I think I am behind. So I can just tell a few words about the tradition of keeping storytelling alive. And I think one main important part of storytelling is the act of listening to stories. And I think this is very essential for the younger generation to be able to hold their attention there and to be able to bring their emotions, their intellect, their imagination all together there and then happening. And I think if we become able to give life to this part of storytelling and pass that to the younger generation, perhaps we are gaining, we are passing this valuable seeds in our hands to the next generation. For me, it's a lot of it circles around the notion of keeping our attention there and keeping the attention of our younger generation there with the stories.
There's something really interesting in that about attention, in that the stories require a different kind of attention. So we're requiring an attention to structure and humour and to hold something in our minds that comes back later. So could you expand a bit on when you talk about that? It's not just, there's a listening to a bedtime story, I'm thinking, where actually the story can be lost. It's the act of hearing a voice and the intimacy of hearing a voice when you tell to children. And then in these kind of performance, I mean, you know, I speak from my own experience, my children never get to the end of a bedtime story, they're asleep before the end. And that is my goal, is that they're, you know, not now, they're teenage, a bit different, but when they were little, the goal is that they're asleep before the end of the story. Whereas with these stories, we want an alert attention. I don't know if that's something that you could speak to, Zahra. That just struck me from what you just said. Oh, is the internet playing up again? Internet's playing up again. Yeah. Rebecca Hend, I don't know if you want to talk about that kind of alertness, that active listening that we're asking with these stories, especially as they tell of tradition and they tell of learning.
I would agree, and we actually did this. I organized a meeting between the women from Palestine, some of Hind's colleagues who were doing theatre with their children, with their students, for women's rights. We chose the ones about gender, and I got them to meet the Asociación de Mujeres, the women's association here in Spain, in my village. And so I feel like this story that we just told, I wouldn't tell it as a performance. I would only tell it if there's some kind of discussion around it or in a workshop. So there are some stories that I feel are just too delicate and not complete enough, or I don't know how to explain, maybe not complete is not the right word, but they need to be unpacked and they need to be talked about, and they can't just be told and good night, because there are maybe too many questions. Or that's how I feel about it. I don't know if Hind, you have something else that you would like to say about.
So how to keep the stories memorable and so
Just how
the context in which you tell, I think, is, yeah, in terms of passing them on to children or to younger people. Or
yeah, so maybe the use of body language, or the use of music, or anything that would attract their attention, and just to keep maybe do some response to the after the storytelling, like response to the storytelling, and maybe get them or get the children to act a certain scene in the story, or
so they start to take ownership if they're acting the story.
Yeah, Fleur, I can see. So for me too, like, for example, I'd like to go into the schools, and I work around death and grief and about women's issues. And I think to work with 16 to 18-year-olds, male and female students, or all genders, I think it's really important, and to kind of have it really as a session where, okay, this is something active. I think, Emily, you just said active listening, no? So there's this kind of active listening and interaction, and ask questions, don't just like accept it. So I think it's working with teenagers is brilliant with that, and even with younger kids.
Maybe get them even to repeat, to retell the story, or retell the favorite part.
I was telling in Oman, and I just love the way society is changing again. I know this was in Kuwait, and I started, once upon a time there were two little boys, and one of the girls said, "Why not two little girls?"
Yeah.
And I just thought it was brilliant, because I was like, very good. Kids are starting to question, even in Kuwait. I don't know, I was surprised, and I was really pleasantly surprised that was her first. I'm fed up of hearing stories about boys. Can we not have one about a girl? So I said, tomorrow I'll tell one about girls.
And I tell my students stories, and I accompany my storytelling with music, and I just change the sentence. Instead of saying the sentences just as I say them now, I turn them into a rhythmical sentence, and I get my students to repeat that, and they love to do that. So they always wait for this part where they can repeat a rhythmical sentence.
We've got a question here from Karima about stories as tools for discussion. I don't know if anybody wants to pick up on that, tools for stories as a place for starting discussion, which again you started to go into, that you changed the story you told because why not two little girls before you even got to the story. But yeah, so it's still stories as provocations or starting points for discussion. Would anybody like to speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. That's what I do with death and grief, and with women's stories around gender and women as a provocation, as a discussion, and I can see Joseph's question as well. And I think sometimes we can't answer all the details, but yes, we talked for hours, and it had to make a certain sense for us. Exactly. Before we could tell it, and we thought, well, it doesn't matter if it doesn't make complete sense for everyone, but at least we have our own kind of, but not everything. Like we couldn't.
But for me, everything. Yeah, this story provokes me because I can relate to it.
I think we all can.
I mean, the situation of women here in Gaza.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is very provoking, and like, yeah, I need to change many things now.
Shivani, I think this is probably the last question we've got time for before we hand back to Joanna. Shivani says, folk tales are great conversation starters, and this is something that with people who are shunning fairy tales that she brings up again and again. And says, I would be interested to know the hidden that untied for you during the research. What became revealed within the story?
I'm not sure if I'm understanding the question, but that the fact that incest is not addressed, that was and it never is, not just in the Palestinian society, but in the other stories as well. Also, I don't know if the hidden is the same as the ambiguity, but like so the translation in English, which I read first, and then. It just the story is called Sackcloth, and they just call her Sackcloth. And then when I asked him, but what do they say in Arabic? And she said Abu Lababid, which is a male. Abu is father, so it's a male. And so we just, for example, that we just love that ambiguity, that it was Abu Lababid, like father Sackcloth, but then that didn't make sense in English, so we turned it into Uncle Sackcloth. She went up the stairs, and so it was quite hard as a storyteller to kind of say a male name and then say the female pronoun, but we thought
I did that in my Arabic story in my lines. I said Abu Lababid Rahat, so Uncle Sackcloth as a female,
Yeah, and I kept stumbling at the beginning when I was trying to say, and Hind said, but I can't say it. And I was like, yeah, but that's kind of what it is. That's the way the old woman told Sharif Kanana, it seems, because that's how he wrote it down. And so, yeah, just kind of lots of ambiguities, and some of them untied and others didn't, and it's okay. It's still a process. I feel that we're still, and I get really emotional when I tell this story still, and maybe that's okay, but it kind of really, I can feel my heart beating really fast when I tell the first part, and when he tells her to get ready and to dress in that.
When she pushes the door open,
yeah,
that was like she did this, like she couldn't imagine the situation.
Yeah, and Joanna's commented that the gender flowing is really important to the power of the story. This transitional moment in gender is a very live, certainly where I am, it's a very live debate at the moment about how do we think about gender in those terms, and the power dynamics at play in gender as well.
Yeah.
So I'm going to hand back to Joanna now. That's been such a rich and stimulating session. I've loved every second of it. I've got loads to take away and think about now. It's an absolute joy, pleasure and honour. Thank you so much to Rebecca, Hend and to Zahra.
Thank you so
It's
much.
our pleasure.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Wow, and thank you so much, Emily, as well. That's just been absolutely wonderful and really powerful and magical, but also heavy themes that we're hearing as well. So I'm just really inviting everybody to go and have a gentle and luxurious lunch and just really enjoy being in your bodies and away from the screens. And we will come back at 2 with an incredible, oh, hang on, I think 2 is correct. Yeah, we will come back at, sorry, 1:45. Good that I checked that. So we've got half an hour for lunch. So we'll come back at 1:45 for the afternoon. And during the lunchtime, I'd like to welcome anybody to share any links. Thank you, Hend, for sharing your links. Anybody, and any of the speakers and any of the audience who have sort of work that they're doing in terms of rewilding, in terms of community, in terms of bringing storytelling to community conversation spaces. Really inviting that to be shared in the break so we can make some connections. I'm gonna start by sharing the storytelling choir, the work that we're doing with the storytelling choir, and just opening that space for any sharing that people wants to do. Wishing you thanks again for this wonderful morning, wishing everybody a good lunch, and see you in half an hour. And try and get some fresh air as well, if we can, that would be great. Bye everyone.
Would you quickly say where you are broadcasting from here, each of you?
I'm in just outside of Boulder, Colorado in the United States. It is 6:45 in the morning.
That's great. Takarabi?
I'm from Indonesia.
And is that where you're speaking to us from? Are you in Jakarta or somewhere?
Yeah, I'm in Jakarta right now. Jakarta, Indonesia.
And what time is it there?
It's 7:46 p.m.
That's great. And Amita?
I am, I believe, in the same country as you. I'm in Devon.
Okay. Well, some Welsh people might disagree with you, but yeah, I can sort of see it from here across the channel. Well, excellent. Hasn't it been a splendid morning so far? Or morning or afternoon or evening or wherever it is. Amazing diversity of styles and tales. I wanted to just briefly mention that, you know, folklorists have divided the Cinderella cycle into 4 different subtypes. And we've had examples, I think, of all of them. There's the 510A, the kitchen girl story, which is your classic Aschenputtel type Cinderella. There's 510B, which is the Kappa rushes or rushy coats, or in this morning's case, sackcloth. There's 511A, which is the magical fish story and all its variants with different magical animals that come to take care and then be sacrificed and divided up. And then 511B is the magical bull's horn story, which tends to be a male Cinderella. And we haven't had any examples of that yet. I don't know, things might change. But it's a complicated cycle with a lot of branches and byways that can kind of mutate and mingle and move from one to the next in fascinating ways. So we'll see what we have in front of us today. This is more excitement coming our way. First from Cooper Brown in just outside of Boulder, Colorado, in the Rocky Mountains of the American West. And I'm just going to turn it over to you, Coop.
Lovely. It's so great to be here. I'll wait for the spotlights to be removed. Well, I'll launch into it, and then I'll talk a little bit about this, and then I think we'll do a little Q&A at the end if I read the itinerary right. Who names their son Charming? I mean, really, Charming? My parents. That's who named their son Charming. My younger brother's name is Frederick. My sister's name is Josephine. Even she gets a boy's name. But me, the eldest, Charming. Prince Charming. And oh, I am. Someday, in fact, it will be written King Charming the First, and last of that name ever. But you all didn't come here to listen to me complain about my name, did you? You want to know about the ball. No, it's all right. It's all anyone really asks about these days, and I'm happy to talk about it. In fact, let me tell you how it really was. Where do we start? It was the third night of the masquerade ball my father had planned, to which all the eligible young women of the kingdom of appropriate status had been invited, so that I could choose a wife. Not that it said that on any of the invitations, but that's my mother for you. The subtext was all there. And so there we were, everyone dressed up in silk and satin and velvet with leather masks of fantastic beasts covered in gold and gilt, which, if you stop for a moment to think about it, is a truly terrible way for me to choose who I'm going to spend the rest of my life with when I can't actually tell who anyone is. And there I am in the middle of it all, Prince Charming, in a white silk suit, the only fool in the room that doesn't get a mask and a powdered wig, and you know how they itch. And I had new shoes, but they were too tight and they pinched my toes. Smack dab in the middle of 60 young women who had all been told by their families that their path to being queen was seducing me. Now, let me be frank, I love to dance. I love a good ball, and, well, frankly, I do like to be seduced. But when 60 people are all trying to do it at the same time, it's ludicrous. And I think this will go somewhere to explain why I was planning on spending the night under a rose bush. I had made a less than gallant escape. And on the way out, I had acquired a bottle of champagne and a plate of those little cakes my father likes. I had made it as far as the garden, which is, well, it's a misnomer. It's a greenhouse, but it's so big you can get lost in it. And it's so warm that during winter we can have flowers. And there is a place there, a little path where you go up the rise and you can slip in behind the rose bushes. And from there you can see the whole garden laid out before you, and no one can see you. When I was little, I used it as a place to spy on people, and, well, now mostly I use it to stop being spied on. And I had just settled in there behind the roses when I saw her. And, well, you all know, since this has become common knowledge, there are men on the corners of streets with picture books, paintings of the whole affair, and in those you can read, it was love at first sight. Now, I was there, and I am sorry to tell you that it was not love at first sight. She was sitting on a bench with her head in her hands, and she was sobbing. And not the sort of, I've spilled wine on my dress and these impractical heels hurt my feet sort of tantrums I'm used to from noble girls, just real cries. And if I'm being really honest with you, I have to tell you that in that moment she looked shabby. I know it's terrible, but her dress was last summer's fashion. And her wig was it was unkempt, and her mask, it was different. It was all feathers, it was a dove. I learned later that she made it herself. And I don't think I can tell you what made me get up to leave my hiding place. I think maybe I'd like to believe I'm not the spoiled fop everyone seems to think I am, but I think just in the moment I saw someone else who looked so alone. And so I did get up from behind the rose bushes. I brushed myself off. I made my way down, and I confess I did the prince thing. Are you all right? Well, she looked up and her eyes were wide, but she didn't recognize me. She blinked away her tears. She brushed me away. She began to walk off. No, it's okay. I'll go. And I called after her. Please, really, will you tell me what's wrong? And it just all came out in a rush. I don't know why I even wanted to be here. I can't dance. I don't know anybody. I haven't even seen the prince. I don't know what possessed me to want to come. And I could hear the music coming in from the ballroom. What do you mean you don't know how to dance? Surely you must have learned. But she shook her head. Would you like me to teach you? I could teach you right here. And I think at first she thought I was mocking her. But when she realized I wasn't, she smiled, and it was a clever smile. I put out my hand and I bowed, and she did finally curtsy. I took her hand in my own, I slipped my arm around her waist, and she stiffened. But slowly I got her to relax, and there, beneath moonlight through glass on a dirt path in the garden with thin strains of music coming in from the ballroom, I taught her to dance. Or I tried. She was genuinely terrible. But, oh, it was fun. It was fun in a way I am not used to having fun at a ball. I love dancing, but balls. And I don't know the last time I danced with someone who didn't know who I was, who wasn't trying to get a favor from me or introduce me to their eligible grandniece or, oh Lord, the time someone tried to get me to start a war on their behalf during the middle of the minuet. That is a different story. And well, it wasn't just her smile that was clever. We walked and we talked and we laughed. Oh, she was so funny. I fetched the champagne and the cakes. We ate and we drank. And then I remember it was just after 11. We were dancing again and she was stepping on my toes. I think a little bit on purpose. When the rest of the party found us, and suddenly the whole ball just had to be moved into the garden. The servants had to carry in candelabras so there would be more than just moonlight. The whole orchestra set up around the fountain, and then everyone they were dancing on the tulips. And then in that moment, suddenly I was Prince Charming again, back in the middle of it all with everybody. Your Majesty, the garden, such a lovely idea. Why didn't we think of that? And on and on and on. And I watched her eyes get so big. And she curtsied so low. Your Highness, Your Highness, please forgive me. Please forgive me. And she turned to go, but for the second time that night, I called after her, please don't go. I'm sure I sounded scared. I was scared. I was back in the middle of everyone, the prize everyone was shooting at again. And then I watched her. I watched her do the bravest thing. She stepped between me and them. She curtsied. Your Majesty, may I have this dance? And we danced. We danced there in the middle of everyone. And we were terrible. I could hear their gossip. It was as thick as honey. Who is she? She is well aware that dress is terribly out of fashion, is she not? Do you think he lost a bet? I think he lost a bet. Is this some sort of pity dance? And on and on and on. But as long as we held on to one another, as long as we danced, they couldn't touch us. And eventually, well, everyone got the idea that I wasn't going to be dancing with anyone else that night, and they went back to having the kind of party that half of them wouldn't remember the next day, and the other half sort of, well, wished they couldn't. I could see my mother, though. She was watching me and this girl she did not recognize, but she didn't interfere. Well, then, you all know what happens. The clock chimed midnight. And she froze. She froze in my arms. What if they've left? What if they're already home? And she literally ran out of my arms, through the marigolds, out of the garden, out of the castle, out of my life, and I had not convinced her to tell me her name. And yes, I tried to chase after her, but everyone in that moment, Your Highness, where does she come from? Who are her people, Your Highness this, and I pushed through them and I ran after her. But by the time I reached the castle steps, she was long gone. And the shoe. What about the shoe? It was lying on the castle steps. One of the guards had to point it out to me. It was a shoe. It was a plain woman's dancing shoe. It would have fit my little sister, though hers would have been better embroidered. I had a shoe. What was I supposed to do with a shoe? But what I also have are servants, and some of them do actually like me. Gustav had seen her run, and while he had not caught her, let's just say we had a pretty good idea where to begin our Try the Shoe on Every Young Maiden in the Kingdom tour. I guess from the outside, it's as good an explanation as any for what happened next. The ball sort of wrapped up, and I didn't really sleep. And as early as I could, I called my coach and my men, and well, it was an ungodly hour when we arrived at her father's house. Well, he's a wealthy merchant. His second wife is a widowed baroness, and they smiled through their hangovers and were so happy to invite us in and introduce us to their 2 daughters, who were both obviously the young woman with whom I'd spent the night. Well, the younger, she was too short. But the elder, she was of a height. Her eyes were dark. Now, I get asked this a lot. Why did I immediately not know it was not her? It had been dark. She was wearing a wig and a mask, and I had near a bottle of champagne on my own before we'd met. It is not as easy as everyone seems to think to recognize someone after a night like that. So I let the young woman try on the shoe, and she did eventually manage to fit her foot into it, and she smiled up at me like she had won a kingdom. But the smile, it was all wrong. I asked if there were any other young women in the house who might have been at the ball, and they assured me they didn't even have any servants of the right age. Bring me every single person who lives in this house, and my guards will help. Sometimes you have to be royal. They were lined up from the butler to the scullery maid. And I walked down that line, and they bowed, and they curtsied, and they begged my forgiveness for being in my presence. Until I saw her. I think perhaps the books would do better if they wrote love at second sight. A young woman in a plain dress stained with ashes who did curtsy. But she did not avert her eyes. She simply smiled and, reaching into the pocket of her apron, produced a shoe that matched the one in my hand. And her sisters, well, they exploded. Cinderella, I thought that was my dress. Did you steal her dress? Was that mother's wig? And on and on and on. But again, it was just the two of us in the noise and the chaos. Cinderella? I hate that name. Please forgive me for laughing. It is only that I hate my name as well. Prince Charming, at your service. Is it Ella? Eleanor, after my mother. Eleanor. It would be my honor to call you Eleanor. And if you would do me the honor, it would be my joy to call you my wife. You all know she said yes. Well, my mother did offer, though Eleanor did refuse to have her family punished. And, well, since the wedding, I've been teaching her how to dance. And she has been teaching me to be kinder to my servants. My mother is teaching her how to run a country, and I think for that matter, a king. But the books, well, they did get the ending right, for we are living happily. As for ever after, I think we'll have to wait and see. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, all right. I am looking at the time, and I had until 2:05, and I'm happy to chat just a moment now if we would like, or I can wait until Q&A at the end.
Yeah, why don't we do it the way we've been doing it? Since it's 6:45 there, you probably haven't seen the first few sessions.
No, I was trying to catch a little sleep.
Right, they are recorded apparently, and Joanna will tell us at some point how we can get a hold of them. But what we're doing is we're going straight through on the stories, and then we have about a half hour of Q&A. So, thank you so much for that, Cooper. That was marvelous. And we are now have the honor of hearing Amita Raval from down in Devon.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you to everyone. It's just amazing to be part of this spectacular array of storytellers and Cinderellas. So I'm going to tell the story of Miss Skincloak from South Sweden. Long ago, or just the other day, there was a young maiden who was most cruelly mistreated by her stepmother. She lived deep between the meadows and the forests of southern Sweden with her stepmother and her stepsister. And indeed, as the winter passed, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the stepmother hated the sight of the maiden. Indeed, she could not wait to have an excuse to be rid of her. So barely had the spring begun to gleam and shake the snow from the forest branches before the stepmother said, "Out, out to the pastures to tend the cattle. Earn your keep, my girl, for here you are just another mouse to feed." And the maiden pleaded, "No, please, it's too soon, it's too early. There will be nothing for the cattle to eat in the pastures. The snow has barely melted from the fields." Out, said the stepmother, and take this stale lump of bread with you and be grateful. So the maiden waved goodbye to her stepsister, and she went out to the pastures to mind the cattle. She sat alone, and she grew hungrier and colder. Deeper and deeper into despair she fell. And finally, when there was nothing but a few crumbs of bread left for her to eat, she sat with her back against an oak tree, put her head into her hands, and began to weep. "Why do you weep?" said a voice in front of her. She lifted her face and saw a vast white bear looking down at her where she sat under the oak tree. "I weep because I have nobody to turn to for help. I have no food. I am cold. I've been sent to mind the cattle by my stepmother." The bear replied, "Do not despair, my girl. I will bring you what you need. Take this." And it handed her a little golden pipe on a thread and said, "When you need me, blow one note on this little pipe and I will come and make sure you have all that you desire." So for a time the maiden lived well. She wanted for nothing. Whenever she was in need, she took the little pipe and blew one sweet golden note upon it, and the white bear would come and see to her every need. But as time passed, she began to feel that she missed her family. I think a long time had passed by now, because she started to feel a little homesick. She started to think, well, she blew one golden note upon that pipe and she said, "Bear, I wish to return home." "Well then," the bear replied, "may your return be everything that you desire. But keep the pipe, and if you have need of me, blow on it and I will come." The maiden went home. And in truth, she had been away long enough to think that perhaps everyone else had changed as much as she had. The stepsister said, "Oh, you're back." And the stepmother looked up from her work and said, "You're back. I see. And how curious to see you looking so healthy and well fed. I hope you have been minding your work and tending to the cattle. How is it that you look so well and healthy?" The girl replied, "Well, I have wanted for nothing, thanks to my friend. But you see, I began to miss you, and so I desired to return home." "Yes," said the stepmother, "so I see. And what did you say was the name of this friend of yours?" "Oh, my friend is a great animal that is a white bear, and he has looked after my every need and been so kind." "Yes," said the stepmother, I see. I am very glad that I've come to know this. Excellent, excellent." But of course the stepmother was not inquiring so that she could thank the girl's benefactor. That night she set a trap that she might catch and kill that bear. The girl ran out in the darkness in a great fright. She blew one note on that golden pipe. She said, "Bear, I fear that I have betrayed you, for my stepmother has set a trap. She means to catch you and kill you. You must be careful." "You must not fear for me," said the bear. "Your stepmother can do me no harm. You are the one who will come to harm if you stay. Will you come away with me now?" The maiden sighed. "I just thought this time would be different. But I see that they have not changed. I will come away with you." "Very well," said the bear. "Good. Then climb up onto my back and we will leave now." While the girl went climbing up onto the girl's back, she sank waist deep into that thick white fur, and she started to cling on as the bear walked, those great haunches walking through the green meadows, until at last they reached a forest, and this forest sparkled all of silver like moonlight on snow. The bear said, "Be careful. Do not break a twig or pick a leaf. Do not touch anything, but lower your head, stay down in my fur, and we will be safe." "Very well," said the girl. And she crouched down and held on to the fur, which billowed around her like a cloak as they walked through that silver forest. But as they went through, she was looking, and she thought she had never seen anything so beautiful that she could not resist. She reached out and she plucked one leaf. Immediately, these fiendish beasts rose up and gave chase. The bear had to run and run with the girl clinging onto his back. They ran, and by the time they emerged from the forest, he was tired and he was wounded. "I'm sorry," said the girl. They carried on walking through the meadows and through the pastures until they reached another forest, and this one glittered golden like sunlight on snow. The bear repeated his warning, "Do not pick a leaf or pluck a twig." "Very well," said the girl, but she was tempted. She reached out and she picked one golden leaf in all its beauty. Fiendish beasts rose up again with savage eye and snarling fang. They gave chase through the forest, and by the time they emerged from the other side, the bear was sore wounded. On they went. They reached a forest that sparkled like moonlight on ice, all of diamonds. The bear repeated his warning. "Very well," said the girl, but as they went through, she plucked one sparkling leaf from a twig. Fiendish beasts rose up again, and this time the bear ran and ran. If he had run fast before, he ran faster now, and they emerged from the other side of the forest. But by now, he was tired, he was exhausted, he was sore wounded. They came to a fountain, bubbling crystal waters, and here the bear said, "It is time for you to get off my back. Get down." "Into this fountain, one of us must go. We cannot carry on together any longer." "Well then, I will go into the fountain," said the girl, very willingly, "for you are powerful and I am small, and it would be easier for me to imagine going into the fountain now than going on without you." "No," said the bear, "you are powerful and I must go into the fountain. You will be well. We are near the castle. You will go there and you will seek work. You will see. But first, take out your knife, kill me, skin my fur from my body, and wear it as a cloak when you go to the castle." "No," said the girl, "I can't do that. You are my friend. How could I? No." "Take out your knife." Well, she threw the body into the fountain, but first she skinned that white pelt from his body, no longer so sparkling pure white as snow, but rent and matted, torn where he had been wounded, dirty in places. She lifted the entire pelt over her shoulders, where it sat unimaginably heavy and dense upon her shoulders. She threw the body into the fountain. She went and knocked on the castle door. And at this point, I just imagine what those people in the castle thought when they saw this creature wearing the skin of a white bear over her shoulders. You don't mess with a girl who's wearing the skin of a white bear. Whatever they thought might have been her story. I'm sure what they imagined was very far from the truth. And so the man who answered the door thought, this girl has been in a fight with a white bear, I'd better give her whatever she wants. And so it was that she came to acquire work in the kitchen, raking the ashes. She sat in the corner with that heavy white bear skin over her, quiet, minding her own business. If they offered her clothes, she refused. If they came to gossip with her, she kept her counsel. She sat and she raked the ashes, but she worked well and she began to earn the people's trust. And so it was that they called her Miss Skincloak, rakes the ashes. Now the day came when the whole court was to go to church. The royal family were to go, everybody in the castle, everybody down to the chief cook, who came to Miss Skincloak and said, I too wish to go to church. You are in charge of preparing the feast for the royal table. No, said Miss Skincloak, I can't do that, not on my own. I will need help. You can, said the chief cook. I have seen how you work. I have faith. You will prepare the feast, for I desire to go to church along with everybody else. Miss Skincloak said, very well, I can do that. She waited until everybody had left, and she drew out her little golden pipe. She blew one golden note, and she said, up, pistlings, up, up. Prepare a feast for the royal table. And these little pistlings or brownies or pixies jumped up and prepared a feast so dainty and delicious that no one had ever seen the like. She blew again on the golden pipe and she said, up, pistlings, up, up. Bring me my silver coat and my silver dress. And they brought to her a silver cloak and a silver dress. Then again she said, up, pistlings, up, up. Bring me my white horse. And they brought to her a white steed, upon which she mounted and rode alone all the way to church. Well, everybody was sitting in the pews, and they turned as she threw open the door and walked, radiant as moonshine on snow, into the congregation. She walked down the aisle, and she moved in between the pews and sat right between the queen on one side and the princess on the other. She went and sat right between them. And everybody was looking around and saying, who's that? Does anybody know? I can tell you, not much attention was paid to the prayers that day. Everybody was busy looking over their shoulders and nudging their neighbors and saying, have you seen? Does anybody know who that is? But nobody recognized her. They whispered and they gossiped and they looked over their shoulders, and it is said that when the prince turned and set eyes on her, he knew that no other woman would do for him. He was in love, and he would never love another woman as he had loved her. But before the service was over, she jumped up, she ran out, she jumped onto her white steed and rode back to the castle. There was a great commotion. Everybody poured out of the church. The prayers were forgotten. Who is she? They said. Who is she? And they were still gossiping by the time they returned to the castle, where Miss Skincloak sat with her heavy white bear's skin over her shoulders, raking in the ashes. But she had run away, leaving one shoe in the church doorway. The prince picked it up. He knew that this was the way to find her. And so he began to announce that he would marry the girl who fit this shoe. The princesses came, the ladies came, the noble knights' daughters came to try on the shoe. nobody fit. The old stepmother took a knife and said to her daughter, the stepsister, "What are a few toes compared to the chance to marry the prince?" And she sliced off her daughter's toes. Well, the foot of that poor stepdaughter fit into the shoe, but blood dripped in her footprints, and a little bird flew down and said to the prince, "This is not the girl who gleams like moonlight on snow. She dwells in the kitchen. Into the kitchen you must go." So the prince went to the kitchen carrying the shoe, and there sat Miss Skin Cloak, sitting under her white, heavy bear's pelt. And the prince took the shoe to her, and she slipped it on her foot. And at that, the prince reached out, and he lifted that heavy, dense cloak off her shoulders to reveal that dress that shone like moonlight on snow. And it is said that the kingdom never saw such a happy wedding, and everybody danced and everybody laughed and feasted, except, of course, for the stepsister who had no toes and could not dance. And I don't rightly know what happened to that bear pelt afterwards, but I like to think that she kept it, that the ashes and the dirt fell from the gleaming white fur, that perhaps it kept her warm in her bed with the prince in winter, and that the people of the town and the people of the castle, even when she became queen, they called her Miss Skin Cloak. And in great awe and wonder, they said, "Have you heard the tale of our queen, Miss Skin Cloak, the woman who walked in the pelt of a white bear?"
Wonderful. Thank you, Amita. We were waiting for type 511B to come along, and right on schedule it arrived. So thank you for that, with a nice dash of each of the other types, plus a little reference to Beauty and the Beast while we're at it, or the Scandinavian version, which is White Bear. So, you know, that was just such a wonderful example of how these tales can kind of mash it up together and hybridize and make these brand new blends in different environments. And the storytellers just delight in doing that. So last of our tellers for this session is over there in Indonesia. It's such an amazing feeling to be able to say, let's turn it over to Karabi in Jakarta.
Okay, so I'm not directly in Jakarta, but what we're going to do, because she was not sure about her connection, is she sent us a video. So I'm going to do two things. I'm going to share my screen and there will be a video on that. But I know sometimes when you share a video, when there's so many people, it sometimes just doesn't work. So what I'm also going to do is I'm going to put a link to the YouTube place where it is in the chat. So if anybody has any problems watching the shared screen, then just watch directly from the chat. Hope that makes sense. It's about an 18-minute video. So let me do that right now. And this is from B.
Bungsu. It is a name so close to the Minangkabau people. It is more than just a name. It is more than just a face. It is more than just a body or a person. Puti Bungsu is a mindset. Puti Bungsu is a spirit. Puti Bungsu is a point of view, embodied in the heart and soul of a true Minangkabau woman, or as they call it in the Minangkabau language, Gadih Minang. Smart, independent, brave, vulnerable, outspoken, and wise. She is forgiving and loving to those around her, to those who have wronged her, to those who have corrupted and destroyed and raped her body, her mind, her soul, her whole very existence just to feed their egos. Most importantly, she's forgiving and loving to herself first. Writers and poets use the name Puti Bungsu in many stories, originals and adaptations. In the next few minutes, you will enjoy one of the many Puti Bungsu story using the most simplified and modern version of the traditional Minangkabau storytelling technique, Randai. In a true Randai, a group of people tells a story in an ensemble of acting, music, singing, limericks, dancing, and martial art movements. This is a one-woman Randai show. This is the story of Puti Bungsu through her own voice. A virgin, a wife, a mother, a queen, a woman. The paradise. It is a place where everything is kind to everything. Everything supports each other to grow, to soar, to fulfill its best potentials. The paradise was home to Puti, a young and hopeful spirit breathing in the body of a teenage girl, a virgin. Oh, I've been living in paradise my whole life. My mind couldn't help but to wonder, is there life beyond all this? Have I been infected by the disease of the humans, the thirst to always try to find something new, something better, the hunger that always says, oh, this is not enough. I am looking for something that I don't know. I am truly have been infected by this disease of humans. Kamajuo denay kapay, kamajuo denay kamarantaw, ko iyo ado, hidui labiasan ng dari ko. Where should I go? Is it true that there is a life better than paradise? The virgin listened to her curious mind. She looked down to the earth, convincing herself that she could find a place better than paradise. And she saw an opening. Ondema oi, oh 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 ondema oi, ondema oi, oh 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 ondema oi. When you stabbed the green grass with your bare feet, it would reply with a breeze of fresh air, forcing your heart to smile. When you violently plucked a flower off of its stem, it would reply with a breath of fragrance that whispers, everything's gonna be okay. It's the land where evil intentions were answered with love. It's the land of Minangkabau. It's the destination that Puti chose to go down her rabbit hole. Ondema oi, oh 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 ondema oi, ondema oi, oh 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 ondema oi. With her magic shawl, Puti Bungsu flew down to the earth. Oh 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 oh. When she arrived, the first creature she saw was a yellow lovebird. Oh, curious! She followed that yellow lovebird to the waterfall in Mount Marapi. Oh 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 oh. When Puti Bungsu saw the transparent water in the waterfall, she immediately threw her magic shawl and bathed it. Oh, 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 oh. And after she finished bathing, Puti Bungsu was looking for her magic shawl. But it was nowhere to be found. It was gone. Oh, 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 oh. Puti Bungsu was panicking. She couldn't return to her home in paradise without her magic shawl. But instead, she found Malin Deman. He was a young man who lived with his widowed mother. Buliahlah adik, tinggal jo ambo, jo ama ambo, ko adik lupa jalan pulang ke rumah. You can stay with me and my mother if you forget your way home. Puti Bungsu agreed. She thought, one day my magic shawl will find me. One day I will return to my home in paradise. But maybe not. Maybe this is a wish fulfillment. Maybe this is the answer to my longing for a place better than the paradise. And she did find it, a place better than the paradise. Not so long after Puti Bungsu lived with Malin Deman and his mother, Puti Bungsu fell in love with Malin Deman because Malin Deman continued to shower her with kindness, attention, and gifts. They got married, and the virgin became a loving wife. Anak daro yo mama, jo mara pulai. Oh, how beautiful the bride was, and the groom was too. A year after the happy couple swore to the heavens to stay loyal to each other, Puti Bungsu and Malin Deman were blessed with a baby, a daughter to be exact. The loving wife turned into a selfless mother. Pam 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 pam. But since they had a daughter, Malin Deman turned into a completely different person. He never went to the paddy field to work anymore. He spent all of his family's money at the gambling table. And he was not a good gambler, he was the worst. And because he lost so much money, Malin Deman drowned himself in alcohol, and his eyes were never far from the color red. Wealth became debt, and warmth became anger. Aden kapailay, indak paralu kau tunggu-tunggu, indak tantu do jambara aden pulang. I will go now. Don't freaking wait for me. I don't know when I'll be back. The way he spoke to Puti Bungsu was as if Puti was a pile of garbage. He never touched Puti again. He never smiled at Puti again. He never whispered soft, loving, poetic words in Puti's ears again. And the worst part was, he never looked at Puti with his eyes full of love again. Pum 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 pum. Is it because my body was not the same body that I used to have? Is it because I was always busy with the baby? Is it because I never had the time to brush my hair or bathe or showered myself with fragrance like I used to? It's because I'm not pretty anymore. Okay. A place better than the paradise had turned into a place worse than hell. So this is Earth. where light and darkness always stand side by side. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Malindeman's mother lost her husband due to a mysterious illness. But to his last breath, he never failed to look at his wife with the look of love. La 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 la. Seeing her daughter-in-law being treated badly, Malindeman's mother couldn't help but to feel sorrow. She never thought that she was raising such an awful human being. Malindeman used to be kind, loyal, attentive, but then he turned into the devil. And what about her granddaughter? How would she respect herself if her father was ignorant and absent? Every mother would always put her child first, but at that time, Malindeman's mother had lost the son she knew. So she decided to look at Puti Bungsu through the eyes of a fellow woman. When the baby was asleep, Malindeman's mother held Puti Bungsu's hand and she said, "I'm sorry, Puti." And she told Puti Bungsu the truth. When Puti Bungsu was bathing in the waterfall, Malindeman took her magic shawl and gave it to his mother. And he asked his mother to hide it so he could marry the most beautiful virgin he'd ever seen in his entire life. "I didn't mean to trap you, Puti. I just wanted my son to be happy. But everything that began with a lie always ended up in the dump. I should have known better. I should have done better. Kok lai mampu Bundo membuat luka di hati Puti itu hilang? Rela Bundo lakukan, Puti. If only I could heal your broken heart, I would do it." And Puti was Puti was outraged. "Baiklah, Puti. Bawalah anak Puti pulang ke rumah Puti. Tinggalkanlah Bundo dan Malin di situ. Please, Puti, take your baby far, far away from Malin and me. You need to go home. That's where you belong." And Puti was... Puti couldn't say anything. She was too consumed with rage. But she knew that her mother-in-law was right. So she composed herself. And then she put on her shawl and she took her baby and she flew back to paradise. The selfless mother had become an angry queen. "Anak daropai yo mama, mara pulai manangin." When the bride was gone, the groom began to cry. In paradise, where everything is kind to everything, everything supports each other to grow, to soar, to fulfill their best potentials. Puti Bungsu raised her daughter as a single mother. She had released all of her angers towards Malindeman because in paradise, there's no place for anger. The angry queen had turned into a wise woman. "Ondema oi, oh 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 oh, ondema oi, ondema oi, oh 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 oh, Ondema Oi. On earth, Malindeman fell into depression. He screamed and screamed towards the sky, wishing, begging to get his wife and his daughter back if he could just get them back. But nobody answered. And because nobody answered, he cursed at God. He cursed at his mother for telling Puti Bungsu about the truth, for giving the shawl back to Puti Bungsu, for betraying her own son, her own flesh and blood. But Puti Bungsu and her daughter never returned to earth. And her daughter grew up to be a young, hopeful spirit breathing in the body of a teenage girl, a virgin. And one day, the virgin told Puti Bungsu, "Oh, mother, I've been living in paradise my whole life. I couldn't help but to wonder, is there life beyond all this? Is there something more beyond everything? I am longing for something that I don't know. Have I been infected by the disease of the humans, mother?" And Puti Bungsu thought, should she tell her daughter about her story? Or should she just let her to go on her own adventure and fall down on her own rabbit hole? Ondema oi, oh 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 oh, ondema oi, ondema oi, oh 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 oh, ondema oi. And that's the adaptation of the Swan Maiden Tale, The Empowered Cinderella, from Minangkabau, West Sumatra, Indonesia. Terima kasih.
Good gracious, that went some amazing places, that one. Well, let's look in the chat because it's time to chat. We had, we felt we were getting diverse before this. Now look at us. That's really extraordinary, from a kind of a modern American revisionist version of the Disney Cinderella to a Scandinavian mashup of all the different story types, along with a little bit of White Bear, East of the Sun, West of the Moon, and then this extraordinary kind of metaphysical adventure from Indonesia, which has traces of the Swan Maiden and the Seal Maiden, and there's a version I've heard from Serbia, which features a fairy in a tree who's becomes a wife and then goes right up through the roof. So folklore is extraordinary in its scope. Could you just because it's sort of right most immediate in my mind, Takarabi, can you tell us about the sources and your creative process in making that version for the telling?
Yeah, when I read about the project call, I was thinking that the Swan Maiden to me is like an empowered version of Cinderella. So, and then I realized that there are a lot of stories that are similar to the Swan Maiden tale in my country. Even like in different regions in my country, we have similar stories. And my friend in Korea has the same story. And then when I traced back, it turned out that it's from the Swan Maiden tale. And so I realized that as a woman, I realized that I have a lot of transformation period in my life. And I really think that Cinderella, the Swan Maiden, Alice in Wonderland, all of these girls, sometimes we only see them from one period of their life, and we don't see the complete transformation and the complete and all the emotions that they are feeling. They are not always right. Sometimes they play the victim. And so I think that I really want to create this whole life journey. And then I divided the story into chapters like a book, because that's how our journey is like.
Yeah.
I'm quite nervous right now. I'm sorry if I'm stuttering. But yeah,
a beautiful job, and we really appreciate hearing from you and seeing your your performance style and your creative reshaping of that legend. So it's clearly a very individual and cultural take from your point of view on how the legend might look from a kind of a synoptic vision of a woman's life. Yeah, amazing. Let's go to the chat and see if there are comments or questions. I see references to the Silky story, which is definitely in there. Any other questions for the kind of folkloric process merged with the individual creative process? I think that's what I think we see a lot of with the Cinderella story, in that it keeps on generating new creative moods, creative adventures in trying to find the contemporary moment for that story in different cultures, whether it's Angela Carter or Jeanette Winterson or the various Hollywood versions that keep coming up, Any questions for Cooper or Amita about their process?
We love to hear the creative process for Cooper and Amita as well. Yes, me too.
So Cooper, was there a commissioning or a kind of an occasion for that?
The genesis of the story, I'm not sure if it came, there was a show I did some years ago. I perform very regularly with a friend of mine here in Colorado named Rachel Ann Harding, and we were doing a show where the idea, we wanted a different show every night, and so each of us had a version of Snow White and Cinderella and Beauty and the Beast and Sleeping Beauty, and we made sort of beautiful cards of them, and we would fan them out to the audience, and we would choose a different version every night. And so we'd choose 3 or 4 stories every night, and we'd make a show out of it and see what happened. And this story specifically, when I work with people and when I work on myself with how to play with and twist and do variants of stories, I often try to find something in the story that doesn't make sense to me. And there's always been this moment when I read the sort of classical version, Aschenputtel, the classical versions of Cinderella. I'm mostly Grimm's canon. But there's always this moment of why doesn't the prince recognize her? Of that, from a sort of folklore standpoint, I understand the idea of the shoe, but this idea of trying a shoe on every young maiden in the kingdom seems like a very strange manner to go about finding the woman that you spent ostensibly many hours dancing and talking with. And so it was all about this moment for me of why doesn't he recognize her? And if we sort of said it classically Baroque, we can have a wig and a mask, and maybe he's a little drunk, and maybe it was a little dark. But that all sort of led into who is Prince Charming? And what if his name is legitimately Charming? And so all of this sort of directed this version of this character who's maybe a little bit of a fop, but what does that mean, and who is he, and what is he looking for? And so trying to dig into that character, and just it kept going.
Yeah.
But for me, it really was that genesis of why doesn't he recognize her? And there's is it the Grimm's version? There's one version where he smears pitch on the castle steps to catch her shoe. So that's sort of where I started with all of this, right? Of who is Prince Charming, and why doesn't he recognize her?
that just tells me something about how important it is to have the different perspectives. I mean, we've been hearing, basically, you're the only male storyteller who's ventured into this particular feminine minefield, and of course, you chose the male point of view, which is kind of wonderful to hear. But you also, like a good sensitive American male, you focus it on the prince's insecurities, which I love as a choice, for generating character. Starting from his name, starting from his kind of imposter syndrome and his reactions to fame, which is a particularly crippling kind of affliction particularly in American life, generates things like the scene at the Oscars the other night. Yeah. Have you ever heard David Novak's version of that story, by the way?
I have heard tales of David Novak's version. I have not.
It's quite similar in tone. It's not similar in the actions or the kind of key motifs, but in kind of creating a really human connection rather than an archetypal connection between the prince and the girl. Amita, where did you find that thing? That amazing hybrid version?
Well, so I don't speak Swedish, so I used her name in English, Miss Skincloak, which I think it's approximately Fröken Skinpäls in Swedish. So this Cinderella she's a footer at the bottom of other versions. I found her in some English books and then kind of tried to trace at least to see if I could find her name in collections in Swedish, even if I couldn't actually understand the story itself. And she's always a footnote. I couldn't, if anyone knows of a version where her version is the story that's there rather than the footnote to another version, then please let me know.
I thought,
but I was fascinated.
I think
Sorry?
Patrice Horsley had something there about what that was. Let's see if I can find it up above here. Did you see it, Joanna? There was a bit of a discussion there.
Yeah,
early on.
definitely. I did see it, but I'm just looking. Hang on.
Oh, somebody wondered if Philip Pullman had heard that story.
Well, I mean.
Yeah, Patrice Horsley quoted the Swedish name, which I will mispronounce, but it's like Fröken Skinpäls Röri Askan in Swedish.
Yeah,
Nice.
I didn't even try. But I was just fascinated by this white bear, and obviously, yes, this most recognizable partnership of the girl and the white bear is in Philip Pullman's Dark Materials.
Right.
So
it's also in probably the most famous Scandinavian folktale of all, which is East of the Sun, West of the Moon, which was the kind of back in the 1920s was the title story of Gudrun Thornley Thompson's collection of Scandinavian folk tales, and it was the title story of Asbjörnsen and Mu. So it's like the signature story of Scandinavian folklore, but it's a different type, really. It's the Beauty and the Beast type as opposed to the Cinderella or Milk of the Bull's Horn type, and the way this manages to make a mashup of those different stories is quite extraordinary. And you hear that in certain folk tellers, traditional tellers, like John Stewart, the Scottish traveler teller, would do that kind of thing very self-consciously, just because he could, so if a collector is lucky, they stumble into a session where that kind of thing's going on. And did you Was your telling a pretty faithful rendition of the version that you got from the literary source, or did you do some interventions of your own?
No, it was very faithful from all of these different very brief references and short footers that I could find. I kind of wove them all together, so it's faithful to what I could find. And I think the thing that really most drew me in was the fact that she kills the bear. That is I think the detail that absolutely makes this version stand out for me. There are a number of Scandinavian Cinderella variants. A number of them have animal helpers, or they wear the crow feathers, for example, or the white bear, and the whole of the first half of that story is fairly well traceable also to a story called The Three Enchanted Forests. But this turning point where she kills the bear, or there are other variants where the animal helper is killed by another character, who's generally considered to be the evil character, if we're going to put it in fairly superficial terms. She is commanded by the bear itself to take out her knife and skin it. And that just, I like what you said, Cooper, about finding something a little bit problematic, something that just isn't quite neat and tidy. And that's startling, that's alarming. And this moment where she turns up at the castle wearing this pelt, just in mythic terms, at first caused a bit of a problem for me, because I was thinking, well, is this just nature kind of sacrificing itself for the human's well-being? But this exploration of this bear pelt kind of took me to the idea that the bear itself, this wild power, cannot go to the castle, it can't go to the village. We already know that the stepmother tried to catch it and kill it. So by wearing its pelt and reanimating it herself, she can take some of that wildness into the culture of the castle with her. So it's where was I going with this? So that, yeah, that's kind of the lineage of the story and how it turned into this one story in its own right is fairly easy to trace. But yes, all the details are there. And as I said at the end, it doesn't specify what happens to the cloak, to the pelt that she wears. But I imagine she doesn't just throw it out once she becomes queen.
Hopefully she has it cured.
I really hope so.
So it doesn't, become all maggoty and I think the idea of mortification is part of that. She does take on an animal skin. In that sense, she becomes both less and more than human. But she certainly is outside of the circle of society in her position in that animal skin. That's where it takes on the motif from 510B, which is the cap of rushes or the sackcloth, that whole motif of mortification, which is also in the standard kitchen girl motif, being in the ashes, being both beneath and in a sense on the road to a kind of exalted position. It's the road to sainthood. It's the road to self-realization, which goes through the valley of mortification and despair. And the cloak is an image of that special destiny. So yeah, really, really well chosen and interesting. What else do we have here? We have some other questions from Helen. She says, the Swedish story seems to have a father figure in the bear, and the Indonesian story brings in the mother-in-law. Both are quite rare. It's usually the mother figure, and the mother-in-law is usually very unhelpful. How did you feel about those versions? while you were working on them? Because that, yeah, it is kind of an unusual positioning.
Oh, it's me first? Okay. So when I wrote this version of the Swan Maiden Tale, I was thinking about it. Mother-in-law has always been perceived like this evil queen or something. I want to show that, you know, nobody's 100% evil and nobody's 100%, you know, kind. So people always change. And since the mother-in-law was loved by her husband, I want her to see the story from another perspective, because mothers, they tend to have bias when they see their kids. But when the veil was lifted, the mother-in-law could see Puti Bungsu from her point of view. So that's what I want to bring light to, that people change and people learn, and those people that you love, sometimes we have that veil that we should lift up and see the truth. You know, those tower moments that we realize, oh, our parents are not always right, or our kids are not always lovable. Yeah, that's what I want to highlight in this version.
There was a very fascinating kind of symmetrical inversion that took place there, with the man first being consumed with love.
Yeah.
To the sense of, to the extent of being essentially a thief, stealing her cloak, which is typical of that legend motif. Stealing her cloak, stealing her identity, putting it away, forcing her into another dimension, to be stuck there.
Yeah, and they didn't know each other. Malindeman and Puti Bungsu, they didn't know each other. Malindeman wanted to marry her just because she's pretty. So when everything wears off, yeah, so that's what I want to highlight.
But that's when the mother-in-law, who's first his ally, then switches allegiance and becomes her ally, because in a sense she's able to identify with the girl's plight in a way that and at the same time is horrified by how her own son has turned out. That's just a fascinating little bit of character development. I think it's not so much traditional, but it's the kind of thing that like with Cooper's individualization of the prince, it's the kind of thing that a modern artist can deliver to these tales by way of analysis and kind of narrative analysis. What happens if you go this way? What happens if you do that? What happens if my own feelings and desires and my ideologies about what is appropriate, what is ethical, and what is, in a sense, aesthetically true, becomes merged in my telling of the story, and that was really quite beautiful to watch in each of these retellings. Let's see. There's another question. How might Prince Charming help and attend to the father-husband in Takarabi's story? I'm hungry to hear this discussion. How can they attend to each other? I want to hear all genders having this discussion.
They should Zoom. Prince Charming and Malindeman.
Absolutely, they could form a support group.
Yeah, because from the mother-in-law and Puti Bungsu's perspective, I want it to be relevant with the woman support woman issue that we currently have. But also, Prince Charming should really call Malindeman and told him, educate him about something more than what you see in the eyes.
Right.
I'm gonna, someone earlier referenced the comic book Fables, which I think most people are probably familiar with, this blending of many fairy tale characters into a similar world, and specifically that my version of Prince Charming is very different than that version of Prince Charming, who is also named Charming. I think there are two ways to answer this story. or the answer the question, sorry. The first of which is that for me, many of these stories exist on their own, that I think there's a place for the blending and playing with fairy tale characters from different stories encountering one another. I think you require a knowledge from your audience that I think in this group probably is there. But oftentimes you can't, you know, I tell to people who, I have to make sure that you know the basis of Cinderella, or much of Prince Charming doesn't make sense. And I host an event called Fairy Tale Variations, where we take one story and we play with it in a bunch of different ways, but we always open those shows with a very traditional version of the story to sort of ground people into what are all of these references that people are about to make that, at least in America, most audiences don't know that toes are cut off, right? The sort of classic Aschenputtel, Brothers Grimm's version, you know, the toes are cut off, and so you have to talk about that. On the other hand, I think there's a lot of fun that can be generated between the playing of characters from one story into another, and how do they bounce off of each other, and how do they play with one another.
Right.
And I think that there's some really interesting work that can be done there, that you can get a perspective that character might not normally be able to encounter. And so it's you know, I think there are sort of two paths, and both can be really fun.
Yeah. There was an event at the Oklahoma Storytelling Festival a few years back. I'm not sure if they still do it, but they would ask all the featured tellers to come up with their own revisioning of one tale. So it would be, you know, everybody did Cinderella one year, everyone did Beauty and the Beast one year, everyone did Little Red Riding Hood. You know, you get 4 very different tellers taking radically different routes to get to the same.
That is the spiritual ancestor of our show, Fairy Tale Variations. And that's actually, I think, where David Novak did his Cinderella.
That's where he did his Cinderella, exactly.
That iambic pentameter version that Elizabeth Ellis just won't let him forget.
No, why should she? It was a great moment. I do a show, a 2-hour show of Jack tales, or Jack and youngest daughter tales, in which the various Jacks, the trickster, the fool, the hero, keep running into each other at various points along the fairy tale road and kind of exchanging stories. It's a great. It's what Sondheim did with Into the Woods as well, where it's the Marvel comic universe. It's a kind of a meta unlocking of a story world that can accommodate different tales, different routes. I love the way you kind of did Takarabi did a real interesting kind of metaphysical or mythic invocation at the beginning, that she lived in paradise, and paradise wasn't enough. That's Genesis right there, isn't it?
Yeah.
And she had to take a fall. Yeah.
When everything is perfect, you just want to make mistakes sometimes.
Yeah. You want to make things interesting by screwing up. Yeah. And then you get to suffer the consequences, the flaming angel at the gate and all that. Other question? Oh, Angela Lloyd said, one time a Verizon technician came to my home to install the wireless network, and his given first name was Mr. So I'd watch him explain that to any woman he might have been courting. Anything new here in the chat? Let's see. We've got the support group, the male character support group. For some reason, I can't get my cursor to move. Yeah. What is Catrice? The cursor keeps moving around. Oh, I think it was asked, Cooper, Amita, and B, where have you told these stories so far, besides, of course, on this Zoom call, and how have they been received?
Amita, I think you've spoken the least. Would you like to start?
Well, I have a very short answer, which is that this is the first time that I've told this story in an event. I've been working with it for some time, but yeah, this is the first performance at an official event of the story.
Okay. How about you guys?
Me too. I wrote this version of the story for this event, to be honest. So yeah, this is my first time.
Sure.
I'm the opposite. This is maybe a story I'm well known for at this point. It is it's one of those I can pull out pretty easily. I wrote it maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and it has grown some in the telling. But it's one of those ones that I do a lot of work. I say that most of my work is fairy tale and folktale curated for adults. I like to talk to adults. Doesn't have to be rated R, but I like to be able to talk about adult themes. And this is one of those stories. I was recently at the Florida Storytelling Festival. I told it there. I think I told it part of Stone Soup Festival last year. It comes out pretty regularly. When the whole Rewilding Cinderella actually started, and the call was made out. The idea that I had put out, because I had done this story and I sort of talked about it as part of my application. One of the things I did, I'm interested in playing with, and the caveat here is I actually tell a lot of stories from female perspective as well. But from the Cinderella story, I'm really interested the All Kinds of Fur story, which is a very darker version, usually with at least attempted rape, if not successful, and fleeing incest. There are versions of that story where the king whose kingdom she flees to, she's already betrothed to. And again, somehow he doesn't recognize her, that he has given her the golden reel and the golden spindle, and sometimes it's golden spinning wheel or golden thimble. There's another one. And who is the male character in that story who sees a very damaged woman and brings her into his castle and attempts to create an environment where she can heal? And what is that relationship of the male encountering the wounded female, and how does one help? But that was sort of part of my proposal for what I wanted to play with if I had been invited. But also I understand that I'm in the States and it's harder to show up and tell in person, which I think some of that hope was. But I find it interesting to play with these, that there are many of these stories that I think everybody in this room knows this, right? That all of these stories feel very old, but we're dealing with the same things we've been dealing with for thousands of years. And I often try to crack open a fairy tale and sort of bring forward what, there are stories of PTSD, there are stories of sort of all spectrums. And I loved the two things I have to say that I loved about both of your stories. I really, really loved the feminine helping the feminine, and the ending with the single mother, right? I don't see that in almost any fairy tale. That was so beautiful. And Amita, I have to say, I really like that Joseph was talking about the coat being cured, but I really like that you referenced that it wasn't clean, that the fur was bloody, and then it was built with ashes, right? There's history there. And so I have to say, both of you, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much for both of you as well, because I'm learning a lot right now.
Well, this has been a most marvelous and incredibly diverse and wonderfully cross-fertilizing session. We're about at the end of our time, and we do sort of want to keep to that, but there are many fascinating comments and questions in the chat if anyone wants to look at that and maybe have a bit of a conversation about that in chat while we're taking a 15-minute break. And then we'll come back at 3:30 for the last panel before the closing discussion at 4:45. When I say things like 3:30, I realize I'm saying something very relative. 3:30 in the British Isles, and whatever it is, wherever you are. So have a nice cup of tea and see you in 15.
Yes, thanks so much, Joseph, and thanks
everybody.
See you in 15. Okay, and I'd like to remind everybody to mute while we go into the session. And I'm welcoming Sian and Nikki for our final session. Very sadly, Pin Stockman, who was going to do an amazing story of the Green Knight and the Wild Crows, has COVID. So she cannot be with us today, but she's with us in spirit. Delighted to have with us today Sian Jones and Nikki Hafter, storytellers, and the session is going to sort of focus in on the ecological resonances of the Cinderella stories. So I think we'll start with Nikki, if that's okay with you, Nikki. And I will remove our spotlights and go for you. I know that Nikki has also links to share. So Nikki, any problems, just let us know, but the floor is yours.
Thank you, Joanna. So I am not a storyteller by trade. I'm an artist, a visual artist, primarily create immersive experiences. But instead of read the story aloud for you, I've actually pre-recorded it with a text video, and it's got its own kind of place that it lives online. So I'm going to put a link in the chat now. And when you click on the link, it will open a kind of landing page, situating you in the place that's in my mind for this story. And to get to the video, you need to click on the title of the story. It'll make sense when you open the link. And in case anyone can't click the link in the chat, I'm just going to share my screen with the link typed for you as well. No, I can't screen share. It will take about 7 minutes to watch my video. So I guess if we aim to be back here in around 10 minutes, in case you need a couple of minutes to figure it out.
Brilliant, thanks, Nikki.
After that, I'll, yeah. Oh yeah, thank you. I will share this. So you can type that link as well and you'll still be able to get there.
Okay, so if anyone's having problems getting to the link, just let us know in the chat. Otherwise, enjoy the story.
Yeah, sorry if that was a little technologically adventurous. I just wanted to try a slightly different approach for myself and for others. But yes, I'm going to share now just a couple of slides, because when I originally applied for the Rewilding Cinderella, the original event, that was the golf course, I mentioned that I wanted to create this story by willfully misreading Jane Bennett's Vibrant Matter as an inspiration for willfully misreading Aschenputtel, the Grimm's kind of version of Cinderella. And I just thought I might share a bit about that in case some of you don't know a lot about Jane Bennett's work. So I hope everyone can see this. This is just very briefly a little bit about the kind of approach that I took and how that was informed by some other sources. So I really wanted to explore the assemblage, like the whole web that Joseph spoke about at the beginning, maybe, or the kind of whole structure of all the agents in Aschenputtel. So some are human and some are non-human, as they are in many of the Cinderella iterations. And I thought that an interesting way to do that could be to kind of give primacy to one of those non-human agents as the narrator. And that would create a kind of perspective shift that might support thinking about human relationships with nature and non-human beings, and how that, you know, is crucial to talking about climate crisis. So in Jane Bennett's Vibrant Matter, she has these kind of two concepts that I've kind of honed in on for this story. So the first one is vital materialism, and that's an idea that matter itself possesses a kind of liveliness or power, agency, the ability to kind of animate, act and produce effects by objects or creatures who are inanimate in our understanding of objects. And then another kind of idea within that is the idea of distributive agency. So rather than one subject being the root cause and effect, having an advanced plan or intent, it's recognizing that there are always a swarm of vitalities coming together to induce an effect. And Jane Bennett talks about the task coming to identify the contours of the swarm and the kind of relations between parts, and not denying the existence of intentionality, but just seeing that it's less definitive than we may like to think as humans, and kind of loosening the connections between efficacy and the idea of power. You know, it can be looser, it can be broader. And actually, since I applied for Rewilding Cinderella, Jane Bennett has a newer book that I started to read after I'd applied, and that book's called Influx and Efflux, and it's actually about writing as a process of comprehending the world. And there was one particular chapter that really kind of, for me, ties into that idea of the distributive agency, which is that assemblages of things invite different outcomes in those individual parts. So Bennett looks at this short story by Walt Whitman, One Wicked Impulse, and it's about a sensitive young man, Philip, who is ensnared and enabled by a swirl of complex influences to kill a lawyer who isn't a good character. He sexually assaulted Philip's sister and cheated both siblings out of their inheritance. And Bennett kind of teases out the influences on Philip. So he's inflamed by injustice, he's affected by his sister's pain, but also caught up in sympathetic fury with the wind, under the influence of alcohol, and moved by a lively knife whose long, sharp blade, too eager for its bloody work, flew open. She's not saying in any way that the knife has a consciousness or has a desire to murder or hurt someone. But a knife does have the power inherently of its sharpness. So as an example, like if I'm attacked in a dark street without a knife, it's really unlikely that I'm going to manage to kill anyone. But if I do have a knife in my hand, and the moon goes behind the clouds, the wind's roaring in my ears, there is a possibility that I could become a killer because of the knifeness of that knife. So just that the objects and non-human agents do have power within them, their thingness, I guess. And there's one other kind of source material that I came to realize had affected me quite a lot in this, that I read a long time ago, which is Michael Pollan's Botany of Desire. So when I talked initially about that perspective shift, this is kind of the text that first kind of forced me to have that perspective shift. So the Botany of Desire subtitle is The Plant's Eye View of the World. And this is actually not an extract from the book because I've lent it on to someone, I don't know where it is, but this is from an interview with Michael Pollan, the author, about the book at the time of launch. And the interviewer asked that Michael Pollan to share a bit more about his conclusion that plants are as much in the business of remaking us as humans as we are in remaking the plant world, and to clarify what he means by that. And Michael Pollan says it's called co-evolution. We know what co-evolution is, but we think it's for other species. You know, there's a web of life and there's us tearing the web. But what I realized when you look at domesticated species is we are in that web. The species have changed us. The invention of agriculture, he's meaning the word agriculture, I think, is a very kind of self-centered phrase that implies we're the subjects acting on the passive objects. In fact, the invention of agriculture is also something plants did to us. They got asked to settle down, start farming, cut down trees all over the world so they could have more habitat. It makes just as much sense to look at the adventure of agriculture as something that the grasses did to us as we to them. My concern here is that we, as humans, understand that we are part of nature. We are in the web too, being acted on. So I loved Joseph's introduction of talking about a web right at the very beginning this morning, because yeah, I think that's really at the crux of kind of this version of Cinderella, what other agents are in that web. So really quickly, I'll just whiz through how I tried to pull some of those ideas into the kind of four main characters. So we've got Hazel. She's obviously the narrator. She's something of an unreliable narrator, not out of like intent, but just because her kind of understanding of what's going on is really rooted within her sphere of knowledge. So yes, she's very observant to like visual details, but her perception of time is so different than humans, and her kind of things she pays attention to aren't always what humans would pay attention to. Like she often relays that someone's been speaking, but she rarely like remembers what words were said or what they were on about. She just cares that they were there and whispering. Hazel's quite passive and static, and the swarm of actions and reactions goes on around her. But she does have an impulse for balance and fair exchange, although she doesn't really try to rationalize what other agents are doing around her. Pear, the bird, she's like the opposite end of the time kind of spectrum to Hazel's slow ebbing. Like she's very quick. She kind of escalates everything that happens to her, from a tiny action into a big kind of result. Elder is a dead, decaying human body who was Ash's mother. Obviously, she doesn't have any consciousness. She's just kind of there at the site of all the events, as Hazel is. And yet she is quite integral because she's like that material bond that forms between Hazel, Ash, and Pear is like always rooted with Elder, and they become a kind of chosen family. And then lastly, obviously you've got Ash, the Ash child. She's the central character in Ash and Beetle, and she is the most like provocative agent in Ash and Hazel, but she's a pretty closed book to Hazel and to us. There's a few things we know about her. We know her mother is dead. She's sad, she cries, she's hungry, and that she desires to become favored above all others, but we don't really know much about that. She shows like sensitivity and respect towards Hazel, like she wishes, spells, and makes offerings of exchange, but she doesn't demand or take anything. And I hope it comes across that Ash doesn't see matter as expendable or like there for her purposes without due care. And I know in some versions of Cinderella, she is this kind of shallow character obsessed with dresses, but I wanted to be clear that her desire to be desired, to be favored, it doesn't come across as kind of vanity or social claiming, but she's looking for a means to escape some negative things in her life, sadness, hunger, loneliness. I think if you've read Ash and Beetle, you would know that there's a kind of story of oppression and abuse around Ash, the kitchen girl, but those are concepts that are like really beyond Hazel's understanding. So because she's the narrator, those things I try to just allude to and leave ambiguous. Yeah, that's the kind of things I wanted to touch on. So if you do want to ask any more, please email me or message me on Instagram. I'm happy to discuss further, and I will get the link to anyone who couldn't follow it this time. Maybe I can send you a link by email that you can click instead.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Nikki. I have lots of questions, but I'm going to leave it to the Q&A, and let's move on to Zahra.
Hi. Oh, thank you, Nikki, for that. I'm still really immersed in the stories of those four characters, who will perhaps make an appearance in mine. Once there was a family, a mother, a father, and their daughter, and they lived happily, so I'm told, until one day the mother fell ill, and her daughter, who was by then a young woman, did everything she could. She collected healing medicinal herbs and made them into medicines. She collected plants and made healthy soups to tempt her mother to eat. She held her mother's hand through the long, dark nights, but all to no avail, for her mother died. She waited then for other women in the village to come, and together they prepared her mother's body for burial. And when the body was ready, she and her father sat beside it. And friends, families, and other people from all around came and paid their last respects. And then the woman was buried. The young woman came home from the burial, and she took the brush she used to brush her long hair, and she wrapped it in cloth and put it away in a drawer. And she put on her old clothes. And then she went out and she collected very particular herbs and wild flowers, and then twigs and sticks and logs. And that evening, as dusk began to fall, she laid a fire. And then she made the herbs and the wild flowers into little bundles. And when it was dark, she lit the fire and watched as the flames rose high. She held vigil beside the fire, and every so often she picked up a bundle of the herbs and threw it into the fire. Then another, holding it to her heart first, and then setting it free into the flames. And as the early hours came, the flames began to fall. And finally, just before dawn, there was nothing but embers. And then just one last ember glowing in that twilight before dawn. And then that too died, leaving nothing but ash. And she waited until the ash was cold, and she reached in and she took ash between her fingers, and she put the ash on her forehead and rubbed it down into her hair. And then she got on with her tasks for the day. That night, she didn't go to her bedroom to sleep. She lay a blanket on the cold stone floor and slept in front of the fire. And again the next morning, she reached into the cold ash and she rubbed it onto her forehead and through her hair. That's how it was. And she didn't wash or change her clothes. Her skirts became muddy. And when she caught her sleeve on a piece of bramble, she didn't darn it as she would have done. She left it torn and ragged. Her hair soon became tangled and matted. But still, she got on with the tasks for the day. Her father too grieved, but the winter in his heart arrived at spring sooner than his daughters, and his thoughts turned to a new wife. And he found someone, and she had daughters, his own, the same age as his daughter, and maybe they could cheer her up. She went to the wedding, the young woman. and sat at the back in her clothes and her hair full of ash and tangles. And then the new wife moved in with her daughters, and it wasn't long before the daughters started to make fun of the girl who slept beside the fire, her hair tangled and matted, her clothes filthy. And they called her Cinder Girl, Dirty Girl, Filthy Girl. The young woman didn't notice. One day, the father called the women of the household around him and said, I am going to the market, to the fair, and I will bring you all something back. Tell me what you would like. And one of the daughters said, oh, ribbons for my hair. And another said, oh, a length of lace. And his new wife said, something sparkly for around my neck. His daughter said nothing. And he went over and he knelt beside her and he said, come, let me bring you something back, anything you want. She closed her eyes and she knew that the only thing she wanted, he couldn't bring her. Bring me a twig, the first twig that knocks your hat on your way home. That would be fine. And so he left. And he had a good day at the market, a good day at the fair. And he enjoyed choosing lace and ribbons and something sparkly for his new wife's neck. And it was only when a twig knocked his hat right off on the journey on the way home that he even remembered what his own daughter had asked for. And he turned, and it was a hazel tree. And he broke off the twig and he put it in his bag and he arrived home. And there were hands into his bag, taking out lace, taking out the sparkly thing for the neck and the ribbons. But he took out the twig and he went to his daughter and said, here, for you. And she almost smiled. And she took the twig and she went out straight to her mother's grave, where they had buried her dear mother. She put the hazel wand into the ground. She wept and she wept and she wept. She wept so much that the earth around the hazel twig was wet with her tears. And every day she went to that twig and wept. And as she wept, her tears soaked into the earth and roots began to grow. And as the roots grew, so did branches. And soon there was a beautiful hazel tree, so beautiful that 2 white birds came and nested in it, making it their home. Every day she went and she spoke her heart to the tree. And it was as if the tree spoke back. She could hear it. And the earth held her. And when the birds sang, they calmed her. And just as she's there, I'm going to leave her there for a moment, because I am reminded of reciprocity, that reciprocity between her and the tree. And I think of kinship and what it means to be kin beyond human to human, but human to tree, human to earth, human to bird. And I think of the work of Robin Wall Kimmerer and what that means, and the work of so many other people, of what it means to have a truly reciprocal relationship with the natural world around us. And I also think, because this is a mother tree, her mother tree, I think of Suzanne Simard's work, Finding the Mother Tree. And this goes back to what Joseph said at the beginning about the mycelium network. Suzanne Simard came from a family of loggers, and she became a logger, joined a logging company herself, but was so shocked by logging done on an industrial scale that she began to really listen and learn about the trees. She began to learn about how woods and forests work. And at first, the work that she presented was vilified and thrown out, until finally it was heard that the trees deep beneath the earth are communicating, are helping each other, are warning each other. That in every woodland, in every forest, there are mother trees who know their own saplings. And there are so many other works that I think of as I think of this young woman weeping into the soil for the hazel tree to grow. And we'll go back to her now. And we'll go back to, well, I don't know how long she was there, how many days she wept, how many weeks she wept, how many years she wept. But what I do know is there came a day when she heard about a festival, a 3-night festival, and everyone was going, everyone. Everyone. Maybe I can go. I am everyone. And she went in and she said to her stepmother, her father's second wife, she said, I'm going to go. I'm going to come with you. And the woman looked at her and said, you, with your matted hair and the tangles and the filthy clothes you're wearing that you haven't changed for I don't know how long. You can't come. You've got as much chance of coming as sorting that handful of lentils from the ash. And out she stormed. That's right, thought the young woman. She is absolutely right. How can I go? And she felt the heaviness of her heart again. And then there was a flash and another, and 2 white birds flew in, and they pecked and they separated the lentils from the ash. Maybe I can go. Maybe I can. And she went to the hazel tree, and there in the roots of the hazel tree was a nut, and she broke open the nut and lay it on the side, and then went and washed her hair. The river was beautiful. The sunlight caught the water in a very particular way, and there were silver fish swimming this way and that. It was as though she hadn't noticed it ever. And weeds, the greenness of the weeds, stunning, and a kingfisher flying past. And she washed her hair until it was clean, and then she went up and she took out the brush and unwrapped it from the cloth, and very gently and carefully, like her mother used to do when she was a child, she brushed out every last tangle in her hair. She went back to the open nut and opened it a little more and a little more, and out came a dress that was the colour of the river and had sparkles on it, just like sunlight hitting water. And there was a streak like a kingfisher flying by, and green weeds embroidered and silver fish, and it fitted perfectly. And she went to the first night of the festival. She was overawed. She hadn't been around so many people for such a long time. But she could feel her foot tapping to the music. She smiled. She began to just enjoy letting her body move. But then it was time to go. That was enough. And she went out of the room and home. And as she walked home, she noticed the midnight blue sky and so many stars and constellations and a small crescent moon, a new moon. Oh, so beautiful. And the next night she decided to go to the festival again. And she went to the roots of the hazel tree and there was another nut. And she cracked it open and inside was a dress of midnight blue covered in stars with a little crescent moon just there. And it fitted perfectly. And she went. And this time she danced a little, and this time she smiled a little more. And that was lovely to dance and to feel the music enter into her. And then she had to go. She left. The next day, it was as though something had changed inside. The wintering of her heart had turned to spring. And as that had happened, she noticed the spring all around her, the cowslips, bluebells coming out, the blossom on the trees. And a breeze at that moment caught the blossom and down it tumbled all over her. And she went back to the hazel tree. There was one last nut hidden deep within the roots, and she cracked it open. There was another dress. This dress was spring and beautiful, with finely embroidered blues of the bluebells, yellows of the cowslips, and blossom all across it. And it fitted perfectly. And she went to the last night of the festival. And she danced and she laughed for the first time in a long time, really laughed. And that night, she didn't feel like she had to leave. That night, she stayed. And that, the purposes of today, is where we'll leave her.
Wow, thank you so much, Sian. What an incredible retelling. So I'm just going to bring all of us into the space. And please do add questions if you have them in the chat, everybody. Wow, so it feels incredible to have in the last panel two tellings of the story that we know so well, but utterly different. Yeah, just really powerful and moving. And I think I'm going to start by saying that I was really struck by the space for grief that both of the stories held, and also the kind of the materiality of that grief, and the way that Nikki, in your incredible poem, incredible story, you have this sense of the tears coming through to the soil and the decaying matter and the growth. And we see that from a completely different perspective, obviously, because it's a non-human perspective, but we have that sense of the flowingness of what we comprehend as grief. And then Sian, the idea of that sense of it being the grief that is the cruelty. It's not it's not really the malicious stepsisters or the stepmother. That which excludes her is her own emotional process and also our societal relationship to that emotional process. And I thought that was incredibly powerful and moving, and it reminded me of a comment that you made in an email exchange that we were having, Sian, about the exclusion of climate change scientists when they're bringing through this horrendous truth, and it's a truth of such grief that we exclude them because we don't know how to involve them. And we don't know how to respond to them, just in the same way that we don't know how to respond to this girl who's not doing the social thing. She wraps up her brush, she just gets covered. I love the way she has this ash ritual. She covers herself in ash and she lets the tears tear away her clothes. So yes, I wanted to ask you about grief in the story and the relationship between grief and things and non-human others in the material, because it's really powerful to bring that into the space. So any thoughts about grief and stories, either of you? Should we go with Sian, maybe?
Yeah, for me, we seem to have, I'm talking very much from my own culture, and I know that's not the same in other cultures, but it's like grief is really marginalized and minimized, and we don't have anything that sort of shows outwardly how we might be feeling internally. And where are the rituals for grief, and how do we grieve within community? And I think that's something that feels really important for me, is that idea of grieving in community and in family. You know, I know from my own experience, I mean, I have a parallel experience to the Cinderella story, because my mother died when I was 12, and we were really excluded from the process because it was deemed that we were being protected. So we weren't told what was happening. We didn't go to the funeral because we were too young, you know, and there's something about actually, how do we have a dialogue around death and what death means, and you know, and things like the climate issues and climate change, and to be able to grieve. Terry Tempest Williams, I just found this quote today, actually says, grief dares us to love once more, and we have to go through, I think, a process of grief in order to be able to love. Otherwise, somewhere it gets stuck within.
Absolutely. Thank you. Nikki, any thoughts?
Yeah, I don't have a personal grief story as Sian does, but I did, I guess I felt when I took on this character of Hazel to reread Aschenputtel from her perspective, it did strike me that the kind of saddest moment for Hazel would be the felling of the pear tree in the palace garden, because it's just so wanton, like it's not really for anything, and it like really speaks about like the privilege of the king and the prince, right? It's just the easiest thing for them to do, like, oh, she could be up there, we could climb and make an effort, or we could just chop the whole thing down. And it's like the kind of, yeah, the privilege of ruling classes, the kind of perspective that, you know, humans have historically felt we have power to do to natural resources as well. So I thought it was important to make that a real turning point in the story, and try and kind of, yeah, and the grief that I guess Hazel has at the beginning when she's just taken away, like for no understanding that she can have from her original sprouting place.
Yeah, and it shows the power, doesn't it, you're telling of sort of the exploration of perspective, and how, you know, I think was it Cooper was talking about the parts of the story that don't make sense, and you know, for me in the Grimm story, that part has always not made sense. As you say, why would they chop down this pear tree just wantonly because they want to find her? It's horrible. So that shifting of the voice and sort of stepping into the non-human voice, or experimenting with the non-human voice, allows us to centralize these experiences, which otherwise wouldn't be centralized. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, any questions in the chat? There's a question from Rachel, who is the mother of a hazel, about the mythic significance of the hazel tree and how it fits into this particular family of stories. So any thoughts? Nikki, do you have any thoughts on that?
I don't know if I'm well enough informed on the mythic significance of the hazel tree. Although I think, are they supposed to harbour kind of wisdom or sprite knowledge? I actually was thinking about that more for Elder. She's not a tree, but someone in lockdown 1, as it was, told me about how you should always ask an elder tree before you take any of its wood, because yeah, it's important to ask. And I guess that has resonated with me for a couple of years. I had a couple of elders in my garden in that time, and I did some kind of winemaking and, you know, wood carving with them, and I guess like they became quite important figures to me. But I don't know about hazel, so maybe Sian can tell some.
I think it sort of ties in with some of the Celtic mythology and around it, exactly like knowledge, as far as I know, and it's something about the nuts then go into the salmon that then becomes the salmon of knowledge, in a whole branch of some of the Irish stories, I think. So it's very connected with that. There's also something I think about the idea of it being a hazel wand as well, so that it has something magical. It imbues magic somehow, that idea of the hazel wand. You probably know a bit more, Joanna.
Well, Joseph just put the hazel in Ireland being sacred to the fairies, nuts containing all wisdom, and the salmon who eats them, yeah, all things. So yes, as we're saying, that sense of and Catrice saying that the hazel was sacred to Thor. So the sense of the hazel being very much associated with wisdom. And I'd also just add that kind of the tree association in the Cinderella cycle is really interesting because it changes in different countries. So in Denmark, it's a rose tree on the grave, and then there are lots of there's indigenous stories in which, and European stories in which birch trees are really the ones that grow on the grave, which is interesting because birch is the fastest growing one, the one who always starts the forest, and birch is associated with that sense of newness and new beginnings. So and then of course rose, connection with beauty and compassion. So one could make a forest of Cinderella mother trees, which would be very exciting. But that sense of all of these trees kind of meaning different things and yet having that same meaning of the springing of the mother and the mother power, which brings us on to a question, I think it was from Catrice, about if either of you would like to talk about the mother's body in the earth, related to the earth as mother, and because that image of the mother's body in the earth felt very, very powerful to both of the stories. So would anybody like to speak about that sense of the buried mother bringing then forth life and the relationship between that and the earth mother mythology?
I guess for me, I just wanted to really hone in on that like cyclical nature of material and resources going around and around and around, and like kind of meter anything sad about the end of life with like the possibility for new life, for future life. In my family, we've personally planted trees for many lost relatives, so it feels very natural to me to like envisage that even though we didn't plant the trees on the bodies of these people, that they are somehow present in that earth and then like manifesting as a tree slowly over time as a kind of site of memory, I guess.
And I love that in the work you did, Nikki. It was Hazel's relationship to Elder in the ground, and really, you know, getting something from Elder very specifically, I thought was so clear, and I loved that, the idea of the roots going into that body. Yeah, and I think there is something around, you know, the Earth Mother there, and what that means, and to be able to go have that reciprocal relationship with the tree that then represents the new growth, and like you say, that cycle of life, the death and rebirth.
And it's recurred through kind of a lot of the stories today, hasn't it? The idea of like whether the earth is the soil or it's trees or animals, it's like that whole mycelium of nourishment, I guess, and material exchange is like what supports Cinderella in all her adventures.
And it's that web of life, isn't it? It puts her very firmly in as part of the web of life. And so for you, speaking as Hazel, we got this real other aspect of the web of life. But I think that's really important and is there in so many of the versions of Cinderella. You know, and we'll probably go on a bit more to talk about it when we talk about, you know, the climate issue. It's like our divorce now, our separation and seeing ourselves as separate from the web of life is you know, a real big part of the issue. So to sort of re-bring that in through Cinderella, rewilding Cinderella, but we're also rewilding ourselves. How do we rewild ourselves?
Absolutely, yeah. And I think that the question of that was brought out so powerfully in both the tellings was that sense of the fluidity between human and non-human language. And I really appreciated, Sian, the way that you gave the dresses in the nuts, the seasonal language, because, you know, that sense of comprehending the process of grief through the seasons, through the changing of the seasons, and the overlap between the dresses and the seasons was something that I've never seen done or thought about before. And Nikki, I was really fascinated by the way that you just explored the possibility of using non-human language. The Storytelling Choir has just had an amazing session with Laura Sampson, who's here today, who's been told the Vandine students at Vandine College in Brighton a Japanese version of Cinderella, and we all explored the voice of the mountain and how we might offer an invocation to the mountain and then take on the voice of the mountain. And I think that question of how in art, how in language we explore reaching towards the non-human without that sense of grabbing, without that sense of trying to possess or trying to put our understanding onto something is so crucial. So I wondered if either of you had any thoughts about that. Nikki, maybe you want to start.
In terms of the language, I guess I was trying to, like, in some ways undermine our like normal use of language, or the kind of idea that human thought is so sophisticated because it takes place with all these words, and there's just such a plethora of words out there. And, you know, if all the words were made of combined pairings, the kennings, someone mentioned, I'm really interested in the kennings, and then the fact that the word kenning also means knowledge and comprehension. So yeah, trying to kind of undermine the sovereignty of human language as like the most superior way of thinking, and then also to celebrate the like real vibrancy of life by Hazel's like super observant of things going on around her, natural processes, and everything for her is resonant with another natural process, and trying to use language to draw that web, like really draw it.
Yeah, wonderful, thank you. Sian, any thoughts?
Yeah, and I think for me it's that reciprocity, and which I really wanted to name in the sort of centre of my telling, that it's absolutely not about taking, and that she gets something back because she gives something of herself, and you know, it's her tears. Without her tears, the hazel twig wouldn't have grown into a hazel tree, and the birds wouldn't have had a home. That it was her tears that gave that. And because she gave that, they gave her something back, and she was held by that. So there was a real sense of compassion, because she could allow herself to be held by earth and that I can feel compassion for you as well, by weeping my tears, and so that you can grow.
It's like in your story, yeah, she kind of offers out the first hand that reaches into the natural world and kind of sparks a whole chain of events, I guess. I have to say, Sean, it was so wonderful to have, you know, my story sat next to your story, and in like this kind of dialogue, because they're kind of, they have these touchstones and then they, you know, fall apart from each other and they come back. I thought that was really amazing.
I know, it was,
well
it was
done,
quite,
team.
Yeah, it was really hard to get to start mine, because I was sort of busy in Hazel's point of view, and it's like, okay, I'm going to shift POV now.
Wonderful. Okay, I think we've got time for maybe one or two more questions, and then I think what we're going to do is we're going to open out to all of the speakers and include the storytelling choir to have a more general conversation. But we've got this question from John Mason. I was really struck in both tellings about the choice of the tree. I previously heard the story as if the hazel tree was expressing the mother's agency. Oh, sorry, I've lost it, but I think but Nikki made it very clear that it's initially an independent being brought in by human agency. But then Sian emphasised that Aschenputtel asked her father for not just a twig, but one from the first tree that knocked his hat off, as if she expected a tree to take agency upon itself or to get involved. So that question of the tree being engaged, I suppose, in the story, or being engaged in the process of moving, changing, coming, being plucked, coming in that whole process. Do you have thoughts on that? Either of you?
I mean, for me, part of that came from her sort of going, actually, the only thing I want is my mother back. So I can't think of anything. And something like the twig was actually, there was a sort of barrenness for me in that sort of image initially of the twig, that the twig is just almost like a dry twig. There's nothing on it, and that felt like how her heart was. So for me, that was the image in my head. So and when he took it, it was a hazel twig, but the light, the potential, it's something about the potential that is in that twig, that she then, with her tears, it grows into the tree. But I think it comes from that sort of the barrenness that was in her heart for me when I was thinking about that.
I don't know if I thought a lot about her kind of reasoning for asking for the twig. I guess I thought maybe it was a bit flippant, as a, like, kind of comparing herself to her greedy stepsisters wanting all this other stuff, and she was like, no, all I want's a twig, maybe. But then I kind of decided that as Hazel's such a passive character, she probably didn't choose to tap on the father's cap. It just kind of happens. I guess I was really following Jane Bennett's idea of this, you know, distributed agency as an event. So in my story, the wind makes Hazel tap on the man's cap. But I guess, like, as you said, Sian, the idea of potential is there, that, you know, it is just a small piece of wood, but I guess hazels are a really interesting tree, because when you cut them, when you coppice them, they do, you know, spring up again, multiply. Yeah. And so I guess I wanted to follow that as a little path that, you know, actually, yeah, she held so much potential to, I guess it's that, you know, Ash is sad and alone and has lost her mother, and somehow they resonate with each other in that separation, and the fact that Ash offers the tears, or the, you know, the location of being, you can share my mother, is what then brings that potential into fruition.
Mm-hmm. And again, that's feels like a really important way to think about the story, because, you know, we do think about the non-human element in the story. We have the tree and we have the kind of the animal, the reincarnated mother, but often it's from this perspective of the child, and it's how they help her, and it's how they allow her to accomplish her happy ending. So I think bringing in the dialogue of the twig, and as both of you are talking about that sense of reciprocity, how it's not just the dialogue of the human, it's not just the narrative of the human, but it's also the narratives of the non-human. They get very often lost, and how can we as artists create a dialogue that is open to also all the other stories. So there's lots more questions and comments in the chat, so if anybody wants to respond to them, I would encourage that. But just to say thank you so much, Nikki and Sian. So wonderful to have those stories together side by side, and to really bring in the voices of the non-human and the voices of the flowing natural world into the space. So thank you. So we're going to have a 7-minute break. We're going to come back at 1:45, and we're going to have a roundtable discussion with the storytelling choir, or those of us who are here in the space, the chairs and the speakers, about Cinderella's relevance to both climate crisis conversation and really any conversations that feel crucial and relevant to the world today. So if you are a speaker or a member of the choir, please turn on your camera, or if you're willing to take part in the panel, please turn on your camera, and I will spotlight you all in the 5 minutes that we have as a break. And let's come back in 5 minutes. All right, thanks so much, everyone. Okay, so thank you so much, everybody, for such a wonderful day, and welcoming us to the final roundtable of the day. And what I'd just like to do is to give everybody a chance to have a 1 or 2 minute response to what's been said during the day, but also their responses to the relevance of Cinderella, to climate crisis conversation, and just to the urgency of the world as it seems today. There's something very strange about working with wonder tales, because it teaches you both to exist in the slowness of wonder that's necessary to engage really in reciprocity with the world, but also to negotiate the urgency of responses needed for today's climate situation. So I just wanted to explore responses, and I just briefly wanted to start by saying that I'm struck by the importance of conversation, and that I really was struck by what Rebecca was saying about some stories not wanting to be sort of performed formally, some stories wanting to be part of a workshop or a discussion. I'm reminded by what Shona Lee Cumbers says, that, you know, we think it's stories that change the world, but it's not, it's the conversations that happen around the stories. Those are the things that make the difference. And the other thing I wanted to respond to was a conversation that Kestrel and I were having, that at the beginning of the day, I sort of invoked this sense of that bringing Cinderella stories together evokes their forgotten plurality and multiplicity. But actually, you know, this is one of the only, this time is unique in the sense that we can gather all these stories together, because this isn't the way it would have happened before. You know, stories would have been located. And I think there's a sense for me in that stories have always existed in relationality, but in the past, possibly in the oral traditions, they would have been in-depth relationality to the landscape and the non-human others with which they were told. And although today we can sort of try and repeat that and explore it, we can't necessarily put them back into the space that they've been taken from, just the way that you can't necessarily replant a tree that's been cut down. But what we can do is we can explore the different types of relationality to these stories. And one of the ways we can do that is to put all of their siblings side by side and explore what happens when we put them all in a room together. So that's what we've done today. And those are my thoughts, that conversations about these stories and exploring their differences is really crucial to the way we explore our differences in today's world. Anybody else got a 2-minute response to the question or to today as a whole? Just wave your hand and I'll call for you, call on you. This is where you just wait for everybody's mind to be brewing. Yeah, Fleur, go for it. Oh, and then Joseph. Fleur and then Joseph.
Fleur?
Hi, I just wanted to say how moving and incredible the whole day's been. I mean, I'm just absolutely filled up with inspiration, and I'm so excited about how to bring this kind of conversation into my college. I teach environmental ethics as part of a philosophy course, and we've got a beautiful campus that's kind of a green desert at the moment. And I felt a bit like a lone voice for about 10 years, and it's but I'm just filled with all the inspiration, and you know, this community and these people, and I feel that I feel full of hope and inspiration, and that, and you know, things can happen at Van Dien, and I'm really excited to make connections. Because our students are so interested in storytelling, and I'm really excited at the prospect of being able to bring tellers even more often into college from an international community of storytellers, and it's just so exciting. So thanks for putting it all together, Jo, and everyone.
Thanks, Fleur. Joseph, did you want to go?
Sure. You know, thinking about that mycelium or that narrative web, I think this day of international tellings and kind of multi-dimensional tellings from a traditional and a creative perspective, it amplifies certain things about that web to me. I wrote a piece for Journal of American Folklore about this, which was kind of neat because it's one of the Journal of American Folklore doesn't tend to open itself up to creative writing, although it has more in the last 20 years. When I started out, it just wasn't part of the field. But the idea that these stories exist in a web, and what is that web? Where is it? It's a web of references that also are connected to real places and real moments in the web of time, but that connect all those places and all those moments. So there are certain nodes where these things fold back on one another, and those are bridges between time-space elements. And those are the places where the roots grow both ways. And the roots of a story can then flower into a new place in the space-time continuum. And we've seen that happen today. And they can bring with them spores or seed elements from different stories into a new formation. I used it as an example in that piece, the story of Jack and the Giants, or Jack the Giant Killer, as he's sometimes known. And Jack is usually a kind of a figure of identification. He's an innocent, but he's also an agent in a social web. And why is he out there killing giants? What's in it for him? Who are these giants that they somehow deserve to be killed in story after story? And that was what connected me when I was thinking about it to the notion of deforestation, the stripping of indigenous populations from the land. I mean, who are the giants but indigenous tribes, really? And they're large, they're gigantic in the same way that fairies are small. They're small because they're perceived that way, by the alienation of the culture from that station of being. And the giants are big in the sense that nature is big and terrifying and threatening. And so if Jack's out there killing giants, it's probably at the behest of a multinational corporation. And he's probably out there killing giants in order so that the corporation can strip mine the place and extract the resources and, you know, use it for profit. So those are the kinds of correlatives. I call them synchronic correlatives, big words, but it just means those nodes in the web where different ideologies, times, and places come together to generate new formations on the old forms, new habitats, and new sets of meanings, new groupings. And that's what was fascinating about watching that process in action today. I'll stop there.
Thanks so much, Joseph. Leah, I think you wanted to say something.
Thanks, Joanna. I was really interested in how you were talking about the kind of fluidity, plurality and multiplicity of stories as kind of relational and extending that relational beyond human into landscape. And I was thinking of some narrative researchers, Raje and Snyder, who talk about stories as not necessarily benign agents. And their work kind of builds on indigenous storytelling, research and new materialism, etc. And I guess I'm part of an ecosystemic network, and one of the kind of questions that my colleagues and I are kind of grappling with is how do we story ourselves as more than human, but that more than human doesn't include just the kind of what we might think of as natural phenomena, which of course we are part of nature, we're not separate to, but how do we also include what we might think of as the unpalatable, the kind of human-made kind of matter. And, you know, we know that we are, and Rosie Bradotti talks about being kind of techno-human, but we also know that we're consuming plastics, microplastics. It's in the blood, in our guts. And, you know, we are already more than human in our own kind of makeup. And how do we begin to kind of story new social worlds that include that and kind of decentralize the kind of the human story? And I don't know who that's a question to, or whether I'm asking myself of it, but I'm really interested in it. And I loved, Joanna, when you were talking about almost like the idea of stories as kin, in, you know, being in kinship with each other. Yeah, I'll shut up now, but I thought that was really, really interesting. It's been an amazing day.
Wonderful, thank you. Does anybody else want to respond to any of the points raised so far, or to make their own point? Nana.
Hi, it's been such a beautiful and rich day. It's been so wonderful.
Yeah, you're quite quiet, Nana. Could you just maybe?
Yes.
That's fine.
Okay, great. Yeah, it's been such a wonderful and rich day. So I'm so grateful to have been part of it. Some of the things that I have been thinking about today from what's arisen is around grief and how all of the stories to an extent spoke about grief of loss of mother, grief of loss of wilderness, of nature. And the Bulgarian Cinderella story I've been working with as part of the choir speaks around grief of losing mother and tending to the bones. And as part of today, I've been pondering around and thinking about the work of Joanna Macy and how she speaks about the grief of losing nature and how we need to call the mountains and the forests and tell them they are beautiful before we lose them. And I've also been reminded of the work of Frances Weller and the 5 Gates of Grief, and really how we grieve for so many things. Some of them are the villages that they don't exist anymore, the things that we've never known, but somehow in us, maybe our biology knows it should have existed. And also kinship, and I began to look into the work of Donna Haraway and how kinship with animals or plants or stories, and how they're all relevant. And I can see all these themes mirrored and being kins themselves in the stories of Cinderella, and it's been so wonderful and so beautiful to explore them along each other. And so yeah, thank you for the day.
Thank you. I think Amita, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, thank you. And actually what I was going to say follows on really nicely from Nana there. The subject of grief, for sure, I think has been very present today, and just the fact of gathering all over the world at all to be able to say, well, actually the old understandings of this story are not serving us. They're outdated, they're not serving us. And on top of that, to be able to grieve collectively, I feel like, despite the fact that we're not in the same room together, there's in this web, this mycelial conversation, there is grief trickling along all the threads there together, and that is huge, particularly after those last 2 stories, this realization that we, in so many cultures, we barely know how to grieve. Obviously some cultures are much more in contact with that, or the maybe older rituals around grief are still alive, but I feel like here in the West, in a lot of cases, that's not true. So the exploration of grief and the partnership of grief and transformation, I've been seeing in lots of these stories, where without the grief, we don't see the transformation. Without acknowledging the grief, we can't move forwards. And just to go back briefly to the white bear pelt, something that I brought up quickly in the discussion in my group, the idea that the bear pelt has to be carried into the castle, that wildness is being brought into the culture of the human beings. And so what are we willing to sacrifice? You know, not necessarily the white bear as just animal or just Mother Nature, for example, but our old ideas around our relationship with the world around us, and with elements that have carried us through our grief and through hard times that have carried us. You know, that white bear carried the girl until this turning point in the story where she has to carry the pelt herself. How, in what ways are we willing to put on that bloodied, matted pelt and wear it in the center of human culture, in the castle, and permit that recognition of our grief and our wounds, and of the wounds that we have caused as well, the sacrifices that we have caused to the natural world, in order to be able to shift that conversation and find the new stories.
Thanks, Amita. Kestrel.
Thanks, everyone. It's been really, really lovely and kind of interesting hearing everything that's been going on today. I was kind of I've been thinking about this a lot during this project, kind of thinking on the term of rewilding and wildness itself and what we kind of mean by wildness. And I kind of was considering the nature of story as essentially a wild art form. It's not an art form that, and this is something I come to a lot when there's conversations about storytelling for ecological uses or activism or kind of making changes in the world, and links back to what Joanna was saying earlier about this, and is that story is unpredictable and it reproduces in strange ways and it gets passed on, and it's a shapeshifter. It's a wild creature already. And looking at all these different versions, you see that it's an evolutionary process. You know, it is a living thing that goes through, and also that as storytellers, the element of the conversation that surrounds a story being the important part of shaping what meaning we take from that story is important, because essentially stories go away once they leave our mouths. They go away and do what they want in the world. And if you look at some of the best stories ever told, they have created some of the worst things that could have ever happened. And, you know, you could use the analogy of Jesus being a nice guy and creating the Spanish Inquisition through stories telling everyone to be nice to each other. Humans will take stories and do everything with them, and they will go all over the place. And that's, for me, an element of wildness. It's an element of wildness that, as storytellers, I dedicate myself first to the story and telling a brilliant story and just giving the best I can to that story. I've kind of been through activism, and I know that activism is hard work and it takes a lot of work and it's struggle. And I would recommend anybody who cares about the climate to go and find some struggle to take part in. But I see the difference between the story and the work that has to come from it. And if we want stories to create change, we have to do more than just tell the story. Or if we don't want to take control of our story, we have to go, this is a wild thing, let's just chuck it out into the world and see what happens. And who knows what will come of it. That's part of what's interesting about this process, and hearing these different stories today. I feel like new stories will be born of the stories we heard today, and new little sparks will come, and a storyteller here will get inspired to do something different that they've not done before. And that will spark on someone else, and that will spark on someone else. And so it's kind of a bit like the nodes that Joseph was talking about in kind of connectivity and relationship. And yeah, in terms of the climate, I hope the stories that we tell make a difference. I hope the grieving we tell helps us come to terms with what we have to do in order to potentially make any difference at all. If there is no difference being made, then we're just coming to terms with our own fate, which is terrifying. And if we believe that it is our power to change our fate, then I hope the process of telling and grieving and sharing and talking and rewilding our relationship to the earth is a process that is leading to more action and more uplifting as well as sadness. Because I've spent most of my life being very sad about the climate. I've grown up with the whole thing and I've grieved my whole life. I don't have any, this point doesn't have any kind of like happy ending, but I'm seeing there's a lovely hand over there. I'm happy to pass over to Cooper in a second. I'm just hoping that this is my offering to stories, that it is wild. How does this wildness translate to the earth and the future? I saw Cooper had a hand.
It's really interesting. Anytime that I have this weird sort of, I don't know, hackles that sort of go up. Anytime anybody says, we're going to do stories about the climate crisis, or we're going to do stories about PTSD, or whatever the reason is. And to me, there's this difference between storytelling and preaching, or storytelling and science. And one of the things I personally think that storytelling does so well is it gets in under the radar. That a story can be about climate grief, climate change, but the moment that I personally feel I start saying those words in the story, that I start saying this is about, I'm no longer telling a story, I'm telling you what I want to tell you. And again, I've heard brilliant preachers, I've heard amazing scientists. There are many venues, but the thing that storytelling does for me is it gets in under the radar. And then we've all had that moment that we say, I heard this teller, or I read this book, or I watched this movie, or I watched this thing. Nikki, I don't know the right word for what you gave us, but it was so cool. Like, that's a thing I'm going to remember because it got inside my head. And that, it's a really hard line to thread of how do you tell a story about something without preaching that thing. But I think when it's done right, it works so well because you're reaching something deeper in someone. That, and this is, again, it's one of those moments that it's hard for me to, how do we do it and how do we play it? But I'm personally really interested in, I'm less interested in debating what is storytelling, and I'm really interested in what's effective. Nikki, what you did today is great. You know, when someone is able to do something that I sort of sit up and think about, that's where I get it. And I'm seeing a hand and my eyes aren't great with how far I'm away from the computer, so I'm going to pass it on.
Gauri, go for it, Gauri. Thanks, Keeper.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for starting this thread. I think one of the things that I'm coming away really strongly with after today's seminar is this, I'd like to introduce this thread of remembering as well, you know, apart from grief, apart from the wildness. I think they're all threading into each other, but there's something about just having such a feast of variants of a Cinderella story that we took. And I think what that kind of brings to me is the idea that actually the stories are already telling us to remember that each of these Cinderella stories, you know, there is a recovery, but that recovery is when you go deep to the ground, which is under your feet. So there's something very, very, the stories are already telling us, the Cinderella stories are telling us, the way to grief is to look around you and look under you, look at the local, look at what's around, dig in there, dig deep. And that's the work of remembering, that's the work of mycelium, of ecology, of rewilding ourselves in relationship to and caretaking more than anything else, you know, the kindness and the caretaking. So those are the things that I think really come up for me in all of the Cinderella variants. And I like to always kind of come back to grounding to the story itself rather than just talk about stories. The other thing that really struck me in today's Cinderella variants is how many variants, which I had not realized in Cinderella, talk about skin and hide. And suddenly this, you know, when Zahra responded to the Iranian Cinderella, the dress as the second skin, suddenly I was like, oh, there's something here, which is, you know, look at our language in English when we talk about what's happening to the earth in terms of climate crisis. We talk about stripping. Suddenly I was like, we are in the realm of caretaking and curating with just this one variant. If we kind of remember to pay attention, remember to care in all its various forms. So yeah, there's something really wonderful about bringing the different variants to be like some of you mentioned, a kin, a family, to, you know, just have a cacophony of those and see how they're talking to each other, because they're already giving us clues. I suppose that's all I'm trying to say. So, thank you.
Any more hands waving, or should we, are we full? Okay, Philippa, go for it.
Hi, thank you so much. Really enjoyed today. I didn't manage to catch all of it, but just the one thing that really kind of I came away with particularly with the last couple of stories, was the kind of similarity to the natural, how these kind of stories feel quite similar to the natural world themselves. I was thinking a lot about my work in the past with nature connection, and how people experiencing grief often go into the natural world for kind of answers, for solace or whatever, and it's not that the natural world gives them something in particular. There aren't like special words that the natural world gives them, but it's this confrontation of, by the natural world having that thingness. It doesn't have manners. There's nothing polite about the natural world, and I really noticed that in these stories today, that the strangeness of things, the way things just sort of happen without any kind of preamble often, and strange things happen. And I was just thinking about the white birds just getting on with getting the lentils out of the ash. There's no kind of, oh, there, so, you know, oh, you're feeling so sad, aren't you? Let's just get the lentils out of the ash. That sort of strangeness of getting on with things, which I guess a lot of it is a kind of survival thing as well. And yeah, so I've just been thinking a lot about why is it the natural world is sort of where we often go to with grief, and it's kind of similar to how these stories help us with grief, and that they sort of confront us with what's going on by presenting us with things so sort of strange, and with just sort of such a kind of thingness to them. There's no manners, there's no politics, there's no, you know, things just sort of happen, and it kind of, and it almost yeah, sometimes it kind of helps us kind of jump out of the stories in our head. You know, the stories help us get out of the stories in our head, I suppose. Yeah, so thank you so much. I really just, yeah, my mind's been blown today. So yeah, but hopefully something of what I just said relates to how we, yeah, dealing with the climate crisis. I think a lot of it is actually sort of getting out the stories in our head and being confronted, but whether it's by going into the woods or by hearing a story, sort of that confrontation of like, what is really happening, what's really happening with me, with the world around me, and I feel like, yeah, stories have got such an important part to play, as does really experiencing the natural world as it is in its kind of immediacy and in its strangeness, and the way that just, you know, I mean, people kind of often remember experiences with the natural world because they're just always so unexpected, aren't they? You can't sort of plan when you're going to see the kingfisher or you know, the strange fungus or a tree breaking in half. That things just sort of happen without planning, and I feel like the way that I've encountered these stories today felt a bit like that, like experiences in nature where you're like, wow, I didn't expect that. And all of those experiences I feel really sort of help us wake up, you know, linking with sort of the kind of language that people like Joanna Macy talk about, you know, sort of waking up to what's really happening both inside ourselves and with the natural world, and also that kind of sense of like galvanizing, well, what can we do about it? That, you know, in the way that the white bird just got on with getting the lentils out of the ash, can we just sort of get on with it? Yeah, so there we go. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Laura, you've got a hand up.
Yes. First of all, wow, what a day. Thank you everyone who's spoken, everyone who's joined in the conversation. I've really had a lot of new things to think about, but the things that I was already thinking about, which are different takes on the idea of communication with and reverence for the non-human. It's sort of quite a strong element in the story I'm working on in the choir, and hearing so many different takes on it has just deepened that. I mean, just really thinking on the questions of, you know, how do we speak to the non-human, and how do we understand if they reply? How does that translation, how is there a sort of translation, interpretation process that goes on, and how much of that is on us, because we're the ones who can only understand language to a really large extent, unless there's kind of a step further, kind of a step into outside of control, and sort of surrendering. There's, in so many of these stories, there's this act of surrender to an animal who could be really dangerous, or a tree, or a natural, or a volcano, or, things that are so much bigger and so much more powerful, and it's only after that that a path towards some kind of mutual benefit, or them benefiting you, can happen. So yeah, it's really just general thoughts at the moment. It always takes me a while to get everything in order, but those are really powerful issues that I've been thinking about, and now in even more ways I am. So it's just a vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Fleur.
Oh, hi. I just wanted to bring in a different discussion thread as well, because I've been thinking a lot about, listening about all these terrible fathers, and what could be done to think about how we're going to heal the fathers as well. And there's this wonderful vision of a wonderful father in the Duncan Williamson Traveller Cinderella story that I'm working on at the moment. And he's a father who doesn't own his own land, and who by his own wits is able to survive in a world where he doesn't have any rights to settle, but he's given the opportunity to settle by a kind laird. So that's lucky, isn't it? Other stories that we've been exploring in the choir, Sophie's story and T's story and Kestrel's stories seem to have this element where the stepmother element isn't really a stepmother. So the threat doesn't come from the stepmother, but the threat comes from political, social, or distributive injustice. And so it's another really fantastic invitation, this story, this kind of rewilding project, but also it's an invitation for a political education, and to put, the ability for young people to be able to express their political ideas really clearly. And it's an invitation for encouraging us all to encourage critical thinking in young people. So that's what I'm really excited about that.
Okay, we're coming up to the end of our day, but any final thoughts before we close? Sophie.
I think one of the things that it's been the most amazing day, first of all, just fantastic. But I think one of the things that I was really kind of noticing by placing all these different Cinderellas next to each other is that sense of the kind of untamedness of them, and that sense of, the Perot version that we're kind of fed is so tame, and there's something around that kind of, that reclaiming the wildness in the individual characters, in the way that actually they have to rely on their wit, and they are very untamed, and that kind of the sackcloth and all the different things that they do, and it's so much about going into that kind of wildness of ourselves. And that is a wonderful thing, and something around how that for me links to that sense of rewilding, that allowing nature to not be, as Isabella Tree says, corseted, and just sort of cutting those strands and allowing it to sort of just be. And I think, again, something else for me about, by placing all those stories together in that web, there's something really powerful about sort of allyship, and that thing of how the diversity, but also how we ally, not only within the human world, but also with the non-human world. And I've just been thinking about the kind of levels of kind of mental ill health that we have around us. I'm thinking about I was listening to a podcast, and this Indigenous woman was saying, you know, in her mind, that is so linked to the fact we're so disconnected from the land, that actually in terms of, because we don't have that connection with land, that's actually making us incredibly sick. And there's just something around how these stories, in inviting us to reconnect, in a non-preachy way, invite us to reconnect with the land and the wildness in ourselves.
Thank you, Sophie. Nikki, you've got a hand up.
Yeah, I think just on what Fleur said and then Sophie said, I was kind of thinking about the idea that, you know, like climate justice is land justice, is social justice, and that there's like something so deeply awry in a lot of how we live at the moment, and that like spills out and impacts, you know, human and non-humans alike, and that lots of these stories about like grieving for that, and then try, you know, attempts to realign or like rebalance, and that's, I guess, what we're also trying to do here with Rewilding ourselves, as someone coined earlier, trying to use the like story as a telescope to look through into like a different possible future, maybe. I'm an optimist.
Thanks, Nikki. Okay, just checking hands. I wanted to, some of this conversation has made me think of the fact that there's some theories, some academics link the story of Cinderella back to the Sumerian story of the goddess Inanna. And whether or not that link is true, what we've been talking about in this last session has made me think about the story of Inanna's descent into the underworld, and particularly when the underworld goddess Ereshkigal kills her. She's stripped, she's killed, she's hung from the walls, and nobody up top can get her back until the sky god takes dirt from under his fingernails and makes these two beings. I'm sure most of you know this story, and these two beings then go down into the underworld, and what they do is they echo the suffering of Ereshkigal. So Ereshkigal, the lonely goddess of the underworld, says, "Oh, my belly," and these two beings of under nail dirt say, "Oh, your belly," and Ereshkigal says, "Oh, my eyes," and these two beings say, "Oh, your eyes," and that's all they do. They just hear her grief, and from that hearing, Inanna is released and goes back to become the queen of above again. And that sense for me, as we've been talking of, that's what the stories do. You know, that they don't do anything big. They just listen to our grief and allow us to realize that our grief is heard and echoed, and all of our life experiences are heard and echoed. But that's the thing, that having that heard is the thing that allows us then, as we're saying, to make action and to make changes and to move out of the stasis. So that was my final point, other than very much wanting to thank everybody who's come here today. Thank you very much to Professor Joseph Sobol, Professor Emily Underwood-Lee from the Georgia Evans Centre for Storytelling, and to Naomi and Beyond the Border. Joseph, did you have any final, oh, there you are, good. Do you want to say a final thing before, so I can stop rambling?
No, I think everything you had to say was right to the point. There's so much in these stories in terms of reweaving a just, ethical, and aesthetically alive universe. Just the act of telling and hearing in itself is enormously revitalizing, but to do it with attention and a clear ethical compass, and find the places in the stories where those things can come to life, is it's a worthy life's work, and everyone here has been doing it most beautifully and demonstrating it. So thank you all for coming together. As far as doing it again, I hope we do. It's a really vital project, and I thank Joanna and Naomi and the whole crew for helping to, it came together rather easily, which is, I think, the mark of a really good and apt project. You shouldn't have to suffer too much to get a day like this together, and we didn't. We just did it like a good story. So thanks.
Absolutely agree. And yeah, thank you so much to everybody for an absolutely wonderful and inspiring day.